Welcome to the ultimate Next.js 16 full stack course. You are going to learn everything there is to Next.js from A to Z. And the best way to learn is by building a real project. We are going to build a production-grade blog platform, but I want you to pay attention, because for every feature we build, we are also mastering a specific part of the Next.js ecosystem. We will start by structuring our application. You will learn about project directory conventions, route groups, and nested layouts so we can organize our code properly. After that, we will create a custom auth flow with BetterAuth. This is where we will learn about the Next.js proxy for protection. Once logged in, users can create articles. And we are not using old school API routes here. We are going fully modern with server actions. You will learn how to invoke server-side logic directly from components, handle form state, manage server-side validation, and even add file uploads for cover images stored securely in the cloud. Next, the data appears in the feed. I will break down exactly when to use server components versus client components, when to use client-side rendering versus server-side rendering, and everything related to data fetching. We will also implement image optimization to prevent layout shift. And most importantly, we will dive deep into the new caching and revalidation strategies, covering both time-based and on-demand revalidation to keep this page blazing fast. Clicking on a post takes us to the dynamic route. This is where we will learn about streaming and suspense boundaries to handle loading states. We will also explore metadata. I will show you how to generate dynamic SEO tags for every single article so Google loves your site, and we will even take a deep dive into the newly released cache components and enable them across the whole application. But a static block is boring, so we are going to create a fully real-time comments section. If I post a comment, it appears instantly for everyone else. No refreshing, no waiting. We are even adding a presence feature so you can see which users are reading the same article as you in real time. And if someone can't find what they are looking for, we've got a global search bar that filters through the entire database in milliseconds. But here's the thing, implementing real-time WebSockets, search indexing, file storage, performant databases, and everything else usually takes weeks. And that's why this video is sponsored and powered by Convex. Convex is our backend as a service. At its core, it gives us a reactive database that delivers real-time functionality. On top of that, Convex provides scalable and secure file storage, high-performance search, an unmatched developer experience, and much more. It pairs perfectly with Next.js, letting us build complex features in a fraction of the time. And once you see how well Convex pairs with Next.js, you will never want to use anything else. Trust me. So grab some water, stay hydrated, and now without any further ado, let's roll the video. Let's go! Alright friends, so I hope you enjoyed the demo, the intro, and it's now finally time to get started. So let's first of all start with the question: what even is Next.js and why should you use it? Well, Next.js, as they say, is the React framework for the web. Used by some of the world's largest companies, Next.js enables you to create high-quality web applications with the power of React components. So what does that mean? Well, Next.js is a meta framework built on top of React and TurboPack and SVC. This is not super important. The important thing is that as a foundation, Next.js uses React. But now you might say, wait, Jan. So Next.js builds on top of React. Why don't we just use React? Good question. So React is a super powerful library. It allows us developers to create high quality interactive user interfaces, but React misses a lot of features. Like for example, SSR, you in most cases can only do client-side rendering, which is not great. SEO is a thing which is missing. And then you have to think about your bundler, dev server. So there are a lot of things that you have to create yourself or implement. But Next.js takes all of the good things, use state, use effect, or in general the library, it takes all of the good features and adds very important other features, like for example, built-in optimization for images, fonts, scripts, dynamic HTML streaming, and for that they use React Suspense, React server components, data fetching, CSS support, client-side rendering and server-side rendering, so CSR and SSR, server actions, route handlers, middleware, nested layouts, so nested routes. In general, there are a lot of features that Next.js adds to React, or in other words, it also takes the existing features and makes them even better. For example, streaming is a very core concept in Next.js. You can use normal suspense boundaries, but you can also use specific conventions created by Next.js. But we will dive into that a bit later on. This might be a bit confusing right now, so don't worry about it. But again, let me summarize everything. Next.js is a meta framework. It's built on top of React. It takes all of the existing features and adds more features to make the framework even better and more, you could say, production and full stack ready. And since you now know what Next.js is, how it works and kinda how it's built, I think we can get started by creating a new Next.js project. So I'm currently already on the website, so this is the documentation website. I will click on docs and then installation. By the way, this is version 16, not version 15. This means this is the latest version. And here they already give us like a little quick start guide to create a new project. And this is the installation command. So pnpm create next app at latest, and then you give a name and so on, or you provide a name. So here's the thing, in this video we will use pnpm. Pnpm is a package manager and it's an alternative to npm. So as they say, fast disk space efficient package manager. So it's literally npm but better. It's faster, more efficient because it caches your dependencies, and in general I would honestly recommend you to use pnpm. Yes, npm works, you can use it, but whenever you, for example, install dependencies which have a version mismatch, then you have to force install everything. It's annoying. In short, use pnpm, your life will be better. So installing it is super easy. Head over to the documentation to installation, and then you can use npm to install pnpm or homebrew if you have a Mac. And then once you've installed it, please open your terminal. In this case, for example, I use Ghosty. Ghosty is a nice terminal that I like, but you can also use the built-in terminal, or for example Warp, which is also quite cool. It's an AI terminal. Nevertheless, inside of here you can say pnpm-v to verify that you installed pnpm successfully, and I use version 9. So this is all fine. I will go back, I can close pnpm, and let's copy this installation command. So I will copy everything right here, so pnpm create next app at latest, but I won't copy this my app and then dash dash yes. This is not needed. Let's go back. I will cd into my YouTube directory, and then I will paste the command. This at latest command will install the latest version of Next.js. In other words, Next.js 16.0.4. So please append this at latest to get the latest version. So I will click on enter. The CLI will now ask me a few questions. So I will name the project Next.js 16 tutorial YouTube, and I will click on enter. And now the next question is, would you like to use the recommended Next.js defaults? So in my opinion, yes, you should select the defaults because they are good, and there's a reason why they are recommended. This will install TypeScript ESLint Tailwind CSS, and it will use the app router instead of the pages router. It's always recommended to use the app router for new projects. The pages router should be used if you have an old project. But in this case, yes, we will use the recommended defaults. And here's also one thing which I want to mention. So in this video, we will use TypeScript. TypeScript is a very important and a very core tool, because it will make your lives easier. If you don't know TypeScript, don't worry. This video won't be super complicated. We won't use generics or anything like that. We will use like literally the basic version of TypeScript, if that makes sense. So if you have no clue about TypeScript, don't worry, you can still continue watching this video, but you can also use JavaScript. It does not really matter. But for now, let's use the recommended defaults, and with that, we will use TypeScript. So this will install all of the dependencies, normal dependencies and development dependencies, and in a second it should be finished. And since everything has been installed successfully, it's now time to open the project in our editor. So I already did that. This, for example, is Anti-Gravity, Google's editor, but you can use any other editor. Cursor, VS Code, it does not matter. And I will make this a bit bigger. So on the right, this is my project directory. And if you want to open your project, please go to the top, click on File, and then Open Folder, and open the correct folder. So this is what you call your project structure. We have a lot of files and a few folders. Let's start from the bottom. And also, by the way, my sidebar will be on the right side. That's because it's, in my opinion, more ergonomic. And if you want to also put your sidebar to the right, then click on your sidebar with your right mouse button and then move it to the right side. So move primary sidebar to the right. And now let's start from the bottom. So first of all, we have a tsconfig file. This is needed because we have a TypeScript project, so it's created by default. And if you want to, you can configure TypeScript inside of here. But the defaults are fine or good enough. And it's very important that you use strict mode, because this will make your life easier. Yes, strict is not always good, but in this case, it's very good and essential. Then we have a README file. If you want to, you can update it. This is the default, it's fine. We have a post CSS file. This is needed for Tailwind CSS. And then we also have a PNPM log file. This is for PNPM. Then we have the package.json file. This is super important because this will define all of the scripts, dependencies, and development dependencies. So in this case, we use Next.js 16.0.4 and React 19.2. These are the latest versions of both dependencies, but if you have a different version, like for example 16.5 or React 19.3, don't worry about it. Everything will still work as expected. And then we also have development dependencies, and these development dependencies are only available in development. So once you deploy your application, they won't impact your bundle size. They are only there for development, and then once you deploy it, everything is gone. So that's good. We can continue. We also have a next.config file, and this file is there to configure Next.js. So later on, once we implement the image component, Next.js will optimize your images, and then you will have to whitelist them, and you will do everything in this file. But I will show it to you a bit later on. In short, with this file, you can configure Next.js. Then we also have the ESLint file. This is there to enable ESLint. Later on, we will also update it. Maybe, I'm not quite sure. Let's continue. We have a git ignore file. Please make sure that your .env file is added right here, because you don't want to commit your secrets. Then let's continue. We also have a public folder, and this public folder stores all of your public assets. This means images, videos, and so on. So in this case, we will store all of our images in the public folder. Then we have the app folder, and this is literally the most important folder, because inside of the app folder, you will define all of your routes, API routes, and in general, all of your business logic. And let's go through it. So we first of all have the fav icon. This is what you will see on the top left in your browser. We have a globals.css file, and Tailwind CSS is already configured. Later on, we will also update this file, and then we have a layout file and page.tsx. So before we look at these two files, let's first first of all start the dev server. So for that, please open your terminal. You can either use the shortcut Command J or go to the top, click on terminal and then new terminal. But I will click on Command J and then run the dev command. So the dev command is specified in your package.json file in your scripts. So this is the dev command next dev. So what we can do is say pnpm run dev, and this will then run next dev to start the development server. So this was successful. It started the development server on localhost 3000. I will copy the URL and open it in Chrome. And wow, this is our website. This is our application. So Next.js already created a basic route for us, so the index page, but we will of course change it. So let's again go back. Let's open the Explorer, and what you see here, so this content, this is the page.tsx, our index route, and the layout file wraps everything. So let me actually break it down a bit. So I will create a small diagram so that you can understand everything a bit better. Let's imagine the following. This is the browser, and by the way, I will remove the background color. So not the browser, this is your screen pretty much, right? And let's say, what does a website often have? It has a navbar, right? So this is our navbar on the top, and then this will be our main content. I will make this green, and let's say main content, and I will make this a bit bigger. So what or how would you now design this page? So in most cases, you would now create an index route as an example, create a navbar component, and then some sort of main content component. This is fine, but let's imagine that this is our index page. And now you want to create another route. Let's say, for example, about. So I will copy everything and paste it inside of here, and this will be about page. Now, if you would again just use a standard or your standard route, then you would have to again render your navbar, then render your main component. This is a bit annoying. Wouldn't it be great to just, you could say, share your layout? So instead of always defining the same page with the same content with the same navbar, wouldn't it be cool to define the navbar once in some sort of root layout, and then we use it everywhere? So whenever you create a new page, the navbar would be shared, but the main content could be new, so you could update it. And that's exactly what a layout is. A layout wraps all of your children, and your children are routes. So for example, in this case, this is our root layout. It wraps all of our children, and children are the routes. So as an example, the page.tsx, this is our index page, our index route, and the layout wraps everything. So if we go back, in this case currently our layout does not render anything. So let's go to the page.tsx. I will delete everything in the return statement, and let's create a div h1, and I will say hello from the index page. If we now go back, you will see on the top left, hello from the index page. This is all fine, but we can also now use our layout, because as mentioned, our layout wraps all of the children. So above our children in the layout, I could, for example, say hello from the root layout. And if we now go back, you will see hello from the root layout, and then you see hello from the index page, because this content is rendered in the children. And in this case, the child is our page.tsx. If this still confuses you, don't worry, let's create another route. So this currently is our index route. This means it's just slash the index page. But let's create another route. For example, ABC or contact. It does not really matter. How do you create routes in Next.js? Well, thankfully, it's super simple. You use your folder structure, so you call it file-based routing. In the app folder, we can create a new folder. This folder will be your route name. So if you want to call your route contact, then this will be contact. Or if your route should be called ABC, then your folder should be called ABC. In this case, I will say ABC, why not? And then let's create a new file, and this will be page.tsx. So whenever you want to define a new route in Next.js, you want to create a new folder with the folder name, and then you want to specifically create one file called page.tsx. Don't call it hello.tsx, index.tsx. This won't work. It has to be called page.tsx. Inside of here, I will create an export default function called ABC page, and then in the content or in the return statement, I will say hello from the ABC page. Let's test it out. So if I now go back and go to my URL and say /ABC, it will navigate me to this route. And now let's look at the content. It still renders the root layout, but the content changed. So instead of rendering hello from the index page, we see hello from the ABC page. And that's because, again, this layout is the root layout. It wraps all of the children, and children are the routes, the index route, the ABC route, the contact route, the yo route, whatever routes you have, this layout wraps all of them. And that's also why in the layout we have the HTML tag, the body tag, we define our font, also for example our metadata. This is not important, but again, this is the entry point. So it's super important that it exists and that it wraps all of your children. And that's what they mean with advanced routing. You can create nested routes very easily. We have a layout and then a page.tsx, or I'm sorry, we have an ABC route, and I can create another route and I can nest it in the ABC folder. Let me show it to you. So let's go back. I will open my Explorer. So what we have is this root layout, which currently gets rendered, and then we have this ABC route. What I can do is create another child route. So this will now be /ABC/ let's say hello. So in the ABC folder, and by the way, I now have a different theme so that the contrast is a bit bigger and better, but who cares? So in the ABC folder, I will create another folder because I want to create a child route. Again, how do you create a route? Well, you create a folder and then a page.tsx file. So I will say, what should we say? I guess hello, why not? And then in the hello folder, I will create a page.tsx. And then whenever you have this file, you want to create an export default function. It's very important that you don't create a simple export function, but it has to be specifically an export default function. And if I now go back and navigate to /ABC/hello, you will still see the root layout, but instead of now seeing the previous content, so hello from the ABC route, you now see hello from the hello page. Okay, this sounds a bit weird, but in general, this is the power of routing in Next.js. It's super easy to create routes. You literally just create a folder and then a page.tsx. And by the way, you can also scope your layouts. What do I mean by that? Well, this is our root layout. It has to be defined. It's like a must, right? But you can create multiple layouts. As an example, I can now create a layout which will only be available on /ABC routes. So in the ABC folder, I will create a layout.tsx file. Again, this will be an export default function. I will call it ABC layout. It does not really matter. And in the params, or I will destructure the params and get children. If this confuses you, again, don't worry about it. It will make sense in a second. Inside of here, I return an h1, my children. And if we now go back and if I do a hard refresh, you will see the root layout, then the ABC layout, and then the hello page. And again, look at the URL. The URL is localhost 3000 /ABC/hello. So what is happening right now is that we first of all see the root layout. Then as a next step, let me take a different color, we see the hello layout, right? Or no, the ABC layout, I'm sorry, because the layout file has been created in the ABC folder. And then we see our content. So let me use a different color, hello, or hello from the hello page. This is our page.tsx. So we see the first layout, then we see our second layout, and then I see the page.tsx. This means if I would now go into my app folder and create another route, so let's say test, this is the folder name, and then page.tsx, I will quickly create an export default function, and now I won't see this layout anymore. So if I go back and navigate to /test, I will only see my root layout and then the test page, because this is not nested in the ABC folder anymore. This layout, which we created in the ABC folder, only works for routes in the ABC folder. That's why the test route only gets access or gets rendered in the root layout. So this is super important, and once you play around with it, it will be very powerful, and you will also realize that it's super easy to implement. And now you might also ask me, hey Jan, how can we navigate users? Because here's the thing, currently I manipulate my URL manually, but no user will go to the URL and say, hey, I want to go to the dashboard or to contact or to hello, whatever. This does not make any sense. This means we need some sort of, I'd guess, a tag, right? So let's go to our page.tsx, and in the page.tsx, I want to redirect the user to, let's say, the ABC route. So how would you do it normally in a standard React application? Well, you would probably use the standard a tag, pass the href, so /abc, and then for the content, I will say go to ABC. If we now go back, I see my link, go to ABC, and if I click on it, I will get redirected. Nice, so this works. Yes, this works, but please look at the fav icon. So in a second, I will click on go to ABC, and then you will see that the fav icon will spin. So 1, 2, 3, bam, the fav icon spun, and then I got redirected. So what we just did is a hard navigation. So pretty much the a tag went to the URL, updated it, and then we had a full navigation. This is fine, it works, but it's not great for the user experience because our whole page has to re-render. But this shouldn't happen because this layout should stay persisted. My god, what did just happen? This layout should not re-render. It should stay as is because it's available everywhere. This means what we need to do is a client-side navigation. But how can you create a client-side navigation? Well, you want to use a component. So please go to the documentation, your best friend. And by the way, whenever you have any questions about components, APIs, or anything like that, or if you're confused by something, please reference the documentation. It's literally the only thing we have as developers, and it's also the source for everything. So in this case, let's search for link, and then you should get a result called link component. And the link component is a React component that extends the HTML element to provide prefetching and client-side navigation between routes. It's the primary way to navigate between routes in Next.js. This means instead of using this a tag, I will use the link component imported from next/link. I still have to pass my href, but the rest is the same. So there's no special property that you need to add. It's literally the same thing, but instead of using an a tag, you want to use the link component. And if I now go back, we still have the same UI, but if I click on go to ABC, I won't create a hard navigation anymore. Let me show it to you. So I will click on the link, 1, 2, 3, bam, and we just navigated on the client side. And why is this powerful, you might say? Who cares if the page re-renders? Well, it's powerful because this layout does not re-render. It stays where it was. So it got rendered once and that's it. Only the new content, you could say, re-rendered, or it just got added in. So if I again go back, you will see the layout does not change. There's no like frame, or you could say blank screen or anything like that. It's literally pinned to the screen. So if I click on go to ABC, it will stay where it is, which is very powerful. And this allows you to create very fast web applications, because the less re-renders you have, the less content has to be loaded in, if that makes sense. And if I open my inspector, you will also see that the DOM does not change. So if I hover over go to ABC, it's still an a tag. And we can also create a link in the ABC route. So let's go back. I will open the ABC folder, and then in the page.tsx, let's also get the link component from next/link. Then for the content, I will say go to hello, and for the href, this will be /abc/hello. If I now click on go to hello, our URL URL will update /abc/hello. Our layout, root layout, did not re-render. This ABC layout did not re-render. Only this content re-rendered because we now have new content. In the ABC route, we add this content. In this route, we have this content. So only this small section re-rendered and the top section did not re-render. So now we looked at the basics of routing and navigation, but there are still a few more things that we have to look at, like for example, dynamic routes. How do you create dynamic routes in Next.js? So let's go back. I will open the Explorer. In the app folder, let's create a block route. So block folder with a page.tsx, and then I will create an export default function. This will be called block page, and I will return some dummy content. I will navigate to /block, and then we will see this page. This is all fine. But how do block pages in general or block applications work? Well, you have an index route /block, which displays all of your block articles, and then you have the individual block route where you display all of the content for the specific block article. And to display data of a specific block article, you need to fetch it. And to fetch it, you in most cases use the ID. This means in our URL, we want to navigate the user to localhost 3000 /block /the block ID, which will be some gibberish. So what we can do is go back, and then in the block folder, let's create another folder. But instead of just saying, I don't know, block ID or something like that, you want to use these array brackets. These array brackets define a dynamic route. So I will say block ID because this is what we will reference later on in our code. And then I will create a page.tsx file. And again, I will create an export default function. So if we now go back and if I navigate to /block /some gibberish, we will see our page. Hello from the block ID page. The layout is still persisted because it's the root layout, but the content we rendered with our new page content. But now you might say, hey Jan, we have a dynamic route, which is good. This is what we wanted. But how can we access the data? Because as mentioned later on, you will want to use this ID to fetch the data relevant to the block article. But for that, we need the block ID. And we can't just say, hey, give us the ID. We need to somehow define it in our code base. So how can we do that? Well, thankfully, it's super simple. So above the export default function, let's create an interface. I will call it, for example, block ID page props. It does not matter how you call it. And I want to get my params. And in the params, I want to get a block ID, which is of type string. So params is an object, and this object holds a block ID. And then in the params, I will destructure them. This will be of type block ID page props. And where I destructured, I will get my params. And then underneath the h1, I will render a p tag with the params. So params.blockID. If I now go back and do a hard refresh, I don't see the ID. What's the problem? Well, it's quite simple. Please open your terminal, because in the terminal you will see error. No! Route block ID used params, but params is a promise that must be unwrapped with await or react use. So what's the problem? Well, again, let's go to the documentation, your best friend, and let's search for params. And I will click on this result, layouts and pages. Let's search for params inside of here. I will go to the first result. Let's see. Nope, this does not look good. Yeah, this is good. So to create a dynamic segment, wrap the segment folder name in square brackets. That's what we did. So for example, in this route structure, the slug folder is the dynamic segment, and to get access to the dynamic segment you want to use params. That's what we did. But with recent changes with Next.js 15, params are now asynchronous, which you need to await. So what we need to do is go back, and then this here is a promise, so I will say promise. Now we instantly get an error, and that's because we need to await the params. Let's say constant, I will destructure it, and this will be equal to await params. Now we instantly get an error, and it says, hey Jan, await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So how can we fix the problem? Well, you want to mark the function with an async modifier. This will make the function asynchronous, which means you can also await promises. And then where I destructured, I will get my block ID. And then down below, I will render the block ID itself. So if we now again go back, oh my god, this is my block ID. It looks a bit weird, so let me just use normal characters, because right now I used weird characters, and this is my block ID. So for demo purposes, I will say block ID : and if we go back, we instantly see it. So if I update it to something normal, a few numbers, that's what you in most cases use for an ID, you will also see the numbers inside of here. And I'm not sure if I already mentioned it, but it's very important that you spell your params correctly. What I mean by that is this folder, this dynamic segment, is called block ID. If I would, for example, try to access some sort of hello param, which does not exist, then I won't see the ID. So in theory, I should see this ID, but I don't see anything. And that's because this param, this route, does not exist. And sadly, there is no type safety in Next.js, so you have to make sure that everything is spelled correctly. If your folder is called block ID, then you want to also get the block ID param. So I will copy paste it, and if I again go back, I will see my ID. If your folder is called hello, then you want to get the hello param. So that's something that you have to remember. I think in the future Next.js will make everything type safe, but for now you have to make sure that everything is spelled correctly. And to be quite honest with you, I think we are finished with the basics of routing. You now know how to create routes, how to create dynamic routes, how to nest routes, what the difference between a normal page and a layout is, and stuff like that. So these are like the complete basics. Now there are a lot of other things that we will look at in this video, like for example server components, client components, data fetching, server actions, and so on. But for now, this is already enough. With these basics, we can already get started by creating a Navbar and our Auth Pages. So I think we can get started right away. I will first of all delete all of these routes because we don't need them. So I will delete the ABC route, the block route, and the test route. And let's start off fresh. Yes, move to trash. So now we have a layout and also a page.tsx, which is our index page. And as mentioned, I want to start with a Navbar. So what I will do is create a components folder. So let's go to the root directory. I'm not in the app folder anymore, and let's create a components folder. In the components folder, I will create another child folder, which will be called, let's say, web. And in the web folder, I will create a navbar.tsx file. This is my component, and I will also lowercase it, so navbar, and let's get started. So since this is a component, I will say export function navbar, and you don't have to create an export default function anymore, because that's only needed in full-on routes. Components can have a standard export. So export function navbar, let's create a return, and I will create a simple navbar for now. So h1, this is a navbar. If we now go back and if I do a hard refresh, I won't see anything. And that's because the navbar is currently not rendered in our layout. So what we will do is go back, let's open the Explorer, and in the app folder, I will open the layout file, and instead of rendering this h1, let's render our navbar component imported from the components. This is self-closing, so if I again go back, it now says this is a navbar. Wow, it looks absolutely ugly, but okay, we at least already have a basic navbar. So let's go back and let's style it. So I want to make it beautiful. So let's delete everything in the return statement, and I will start off fresh. Let's create a nav element. I will give the nav a class name. This will be wfull to take the full space or to take the full width, padding y5, so padding on the y-axis, top and bottom, flex items 7 center to center everything and justify between. I will also quickly turn off this autocomplete because I think it's a bit annoying. And then in the nav, let's create a div element, and in the div I want to for now render like my logo. So let's use an h1 and I will say next span, and then this will be pro since we are Next.js pros, or we will be. So Next.js pro or next pro, and if we go back then you will see on the top left next pro. This still looks quite ugly, don't worry about it, we will fix everything. So let's continue. I will style the div, let's give it a class name. This will be flex items center to center everything, and then also gap 8. Oh, and by the way, please make sure that you have installed this Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension, because this will give you IntelliSense, so syntax highlighting and also autocomplete and stuff like that. So if I click on Control Spacebar, I get autocomplete, which is very important. So let's style the h1. I will give it a class name and I want to make it a bit bigger. So text 3XL, and then let's say font bold. I will give the span element also a class name, or in other words a color. So this will be text blue 500 to see something. So if we again go back, damn, this h1 is quite big, but that's because I'm zoomed in. If I zoom out a bit, it already looks 10 times better. Let's for now continue with our navbar. So underneath the div, or you know what, there's currently one problem. If I try to click on this h1 on our logo, nothing happens. This is not good. When the user clicks on this link or on this logo, I want to redirect the user to the index page. So let's wrap this h1 in a link component imported from next/link, and let's give the link an href. The href will be an empty slash because I want to redirect the user to the index page. So if I now hover over the logo, you will see on the bottom left corner that it redirects the user to the index page. So we have finished with the logo. Let's stay in the div element, but I will go underneath the link component. Let's create another div, and this div will house all of our links, because essentially our navbar will be split, you could say, into two parts. On the left we will have our logo and then 3 or 4 links, and on the right side we will have 2 buttons to log in, register, and then I think also a theme toggle. So I guess in theory 3 buttons. So let's go back, and then in this div, or let's style the div, let's give it a class name. This will be flex items center to center the children, and then let's say gap 2 to have some spacing in between. Then in this div, let's use our best friend, the link component, which is already imported. For now I won't provide an href, instead let's style, or let's create the content. So in the link I want to pretty much, or what link will this be for? Well, this will be the home link. So let's say home, uppercase home, and if we now go back, we instantly get an error, and that's because the link is missing an href property. So for the href, this will be an empty slash like our previous link, but if we go back, this will look quite ugly. Don't worry, we will fix that a bit later on. Let's for now create a base layout. So I will copy paste the link 2 more times, and this link will be for our block route, so block, and the href will be /block, and then there is one more link missing. This will be the create route, so let's say create, and then for the href this will be /create. So if I go back, we now have 3 links. Again, they look ugly, yes, but we will fix it, so don't worry. So we are finished with our links, and as the next step I want to create the buttons which will be rendered on the right side. So for that, let's go underneath this div, but let's stay in the main nav element, so in this one, and I will create a new div element. Let's give this div a class name. This will be flex items center, and then also gap 2. Then in this div I will use again the link component. It's already imported, as you know, and this link will be there to redirect the user to sign up and then also log in. So let's say sign up. I will give the link also an href. For the href, this will be /auth and then I guess sign up, and I will copy paste the link one more time, and this will be to log in. So /auth /login, and for the text this will be log in. So if we go back, then you will see on the right side sign up and log in. Again, this currently looks very ugly, and that's because we did not style these links, but we will fix that right now. Because here's the thing, how should these links be styled? Well, they should have, or they should mimic a button, right? This means a background color, some sort of rounding, a hover state, and stuff like that. Now in theory, we could create our own components. I could give this link a class name with that a background color, rounding, hover state, and so on. But let's be honest, it's not easy, or I guess it's easy, but it takes time, a lot of time, and I'm not a designer. I have no idea about accessibility or how to make components accessible, which is very important. So it would make a lot of sense to use a component library, a library which provides components, but which can also be very easily customized and adapted. And in the past, there was no real good solution. There was MUI and stuff, but these were not very customizable component libraries. But thankfully there is shadcn UI. So if you head over to my YouTube description, you will find a link to this component library. Now I already created a lot of videos on this library because it's super powerful. But essentially it's the foundation for your design system. It's a set of beautifully designed components that you can customize, extend and build on. Start here, then make it your own open source, open code. This is a library, it gives us a lot of components, and this library builds on top of Radix UI. Radix UI is also a library which provides a lot of components, but Radix UI provides unstyled and accessible components. So accessibility is super important, but these components are not styled. So shadcn UI takes these components, styles them, and at the end they are still accessible. So I think let's get started right away. I will click on the docs, then installation, and here we can already get started. So for the framework we use Next.js, so let's click on it, and this is now a quick start guide. So the first step is to create a new Next.js project. We already did that, and the next step is to run the init command to create a new, you could say, shadcn UI configuration project, if that makes sense. So I will copy the command. Again, please make sure that you selected pnpm because we don't use npm. Let's go back, and then in my terminal I will stop the dev server and paste this command. So in theory the CLI should ask us a few questions, yes. So for the base color I will use neutral, and I think that's already it. The CLI is quite smart, it will find all of the necessary files that it needs to update, and it also created one file. So let's open the Explorer, and in the Explorer you will see that we now have a components.json file. This is the configuration file for shadcn UI. So for example, we use React server components, TypeScript, this is our base color, and so on. And in the globals.css file we now have a theme. So this is the theme provided by shadcn UI, and this theme is very basic. That's not a bad thing, that's a good thing, because it now gives us a design system. So we work with the same colors, if that makes sense, because I think you all know, like, these ugly websites. Let me show it to you quickly. So let's see, I guess this here is an ugly website. So there are 5,000 colors, blue, yellow, orange, green, and so on. But with a good design system, you have like two primary colors and then secondary colors. So currently we, for example, installed this theme, so black and white, and with that we have a consistent theme, but we will update that in a second. So the theme, let's for now install our first component, which will be the button. So again, please use pnpm. I will copy the command, and then in the terminal I will paste it. So I will paste what I just copied. So this will install the button component, and if you open the button component, you will see that this is a very simple component. So the component is styled with Tailwind CSS, and it uses Radix UI to make everything accessible, and it also gives us variants, sizes, and so on. But for now I think we can continue. So let's head over back to our navbar, and I want to now style these links. They should look like a button, or they should mimic a shadcn UI button. So what most people would now do is wrap the button component in the link component. So they would now get the button component rendered inside of here, and then the text. this is fine, but I guess it's not very good, or in other words, there is an even better solution, because you can style the link component with the styles provided by the button component. So we can give this link a class name, and this will be equal to button variants. Button variants is imported from the components. Let's invoke it, and if I now go back, you should see something quite interesting. First of all, the dev server is not running. I will restart it with pnpm run dev, and then you should see the beautiful button. And yes, oh my god, this is our button. It looks quite cool, right? So let's go back. Let's do the same thing with the login button. So I will give the link a class name. This will be equal to button variants, and then I will invoke it. So if we go back, we now have two buttons. But the thing is, both have the same style. This is the primary default variant. But in my opinion, this is not very good. There should be some contrast. So let's give the login button a different variant. So let's destructure the button variants, and then for the variant, this will be, I guess, secondary? Yeah, why not? So if I again go back, you will see that these buttons have different variants. You can also test it out, so there are multiple variants. There's also outline, for example, which also looks quite nice. So choose whatever you want to. For now, we will use, I guess, outline. Why not? And let's also style these links. So home, block, and create. For that, let's go back, and I will give this link a class name. This will be equal to button variants, and then let's invoke it. I will destructure it, and for the variant, this will be ghost. This means if you go back, you won't see any difference. But if you hover over the button, it gives you this nice background color. So let's go back. I will do the same thing for the other two links. I will copy the class name and just paste it inside of here. So if we go back, yeah, this looks quite beautiful. Again, currently everything touches the screen, so the border of the screen. This does not look very nice, but we will fix it, don't worry. So for now, if I go back, I think we are kind of finished with the navbar, and now we need to create the padding, which I talked about. So let's go back to our layout, the root layout, and I will give padding, or I will create a padding in the root layout, because all of the children will share the same layout. So we should have some padding on the left and then on the right. So for that, I will wrap these two, not components, but I guess the navbar and the children in the main tag. And let's give this main tag a class name. This will be maximum width 7XL, MX auto, W full to take the full width available, and then padding X4, MD or bigger, padding X6, and LG or bigger, padding X8. So if we again go back, yes, this already looks 10 times better. But now we have one problem. A second ago, before we installed shadcn UI, we had a dark background, right? Like this black background. But now we have a white background. This looks kinda ugly, let's be honest. Or not ugly, but it blinds me, honestly. So I need something darker. So I want to implement dark theme, or pretty much I want to create a switcher so that the user can choose between light mode and dark mode. So let's go back to shadcn UI, and in the sidebar you will find a section called dark mode. So we want to again use Next.js, or we want to see the guide for Next.js. So I will click on Next.js, and the first step is to install Next themes. Next themes is a helper package which will store the theme in local storage. So whenever the user does a hard refresh or something like that, we will store the user's preference and there won't be any flash or anything like that. So I will copy the installation command. Let's paste it into our terminal, and the next step is to create a theme provider. So I will copy the file name themeprovider.tsx. Let's go back, and then in the components I want to create a new file. And by the way, I just realized that I misspelled components. So this is how you spell components, not like this, my god. So let's take the web folder, and I will put the web folder in this components folder. This means we now have two folders in the components folder. Let me first of all delete this misspelled components folder. So let me go through it quickly. We now have a components folder. This components folder has two subfolders, child folder folders, a UI folder and then also a web folder. The UI folder stores all of the shadcn UI components. For now, only a button, but once we install more components like an input, a card and so on, we will see all of them inside of here. And the web folder will store all of our custom components. So I will create the theme provider in the UI folder. So let's say theme provider.tsx, and I will copy the content and paste it inside of here. You should already see something quite interesting. This is a client component because it has this use client directive. But for now, I don't want to dive into server components, client components. Let's do that a bit later on because this will confuse you right now. So let's close this file for now. Let's continue. And the next step is to wrap our root layout in this theme provider. So let's open our root layout. I will copy the code. This means this theme provider, and we want to wrap our main element in this theme provider. So I will paste the code which I just copied and I will wrap everything with that in the theme provider. Now it's important that you import the theme provider not from Next-themes but rather from your components. So please make sure that it's imported from the components because it's important that this is a client component. Again, we will dive into client components a bit later on. And then there is one more important, you could say, property that we need to add, and that's suppress hydration warning. So let's go to the HTML tag and I will add suppress hydration warning. So the next step is to create the theme toggle. So for that we have already this example. I will copy the code. Let's go back, and then in the web folder in the components I will create a theme-toggle.tsx file. Let's paste the code and I will also rename the file or the function. Instead of calling it mode toggle, let's call it theme toggle. We also get an error. That's because we are missing the drop down component. So let's search for drop down. So drop down, and I will copy the installation command. My God, where is it? Right here. I will copy it and paste it into my terminal to install the component. And once it installs everything, the error should go away. So let's test it out. I will restart my dev server. And if I go back and do a hard refresh, we should see in theory a new theme, this dark theme. And we can now also use our theme toggle in our Navbar. So let's go to the Navbar component, and then in the Navbar component, where should we render the theme toggle? I guess somewhere at the bottom, right? So let's do it underneath the link, but still in this div. So theme toggle, and theme toggle is imported from the components. This is self-closing, and now we have this beautiful theme toggle. I can select light theme, dark theme and system theme, or I guess my system preference. And if I, for example, select light theme and do a hard refresh, my theme preference stays persisted. This means there is no flash or anything like that. The same thing is also true, for example, for dark mode. This means if I do a hard refresh, I don't get any flash. That's super important and something that most people, I guess, fail to implement with other frameworks. So it's quite nice to see that it's easy to implement with Next.js. Oh, and by the way, if you open your inspector and then go to your application and then to local storage, you will also see that the theme is stored right here in local storage. So in this case, it's dark theme or dark mode. And if I select, for example, light mode, then it will also update and it now says light for the theme. And as the next step, I want to allow users to authenticate. This means to sign up, or in other words, log in. But here's the thing. If I click on sign up, yes, I will get redirected, but I get a 4 not found error. And that's because this route, this page does not exist, but we can easily fix that. So let's go back to our Explorer, and then in the app folder, I want to create a new route. So how did we call our route, or where do we redirect users to? Well, /auth and then /signup or /login. So let's go into our app folder. I will create a new folder. This will be called auth. This will be the parent folder. And then in the auth folder, let's create a sign-up folder. And then inside of here, I will create a page.tsx. Let's get started with an export default function. This will be called sign up page, and then I will just open the function. For now, I will return a dummy h1 and say, hey, sign up or something like that. It does not matter. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, I instantly see, hey, sign up. This all looks good, but there is a key problem. My authentication route, so as you know, we will have two, should not display the navbar, our layout, because currently we have this navbar and the navbar is persisted on all routes, and that's fine for all routes except the auth routes. In the auth routes there should be no navbar but just a go back button on the top left. This means we need to somehow tell Next.js, hey, render the navbar everywhere except on all routes which start with auth. Therefore, or how can we do that? Good question. Let's head over to the Next.js documentation, and inside of here, let's search for route groups. So I instantly get the result, route groups. And what are route groups and why should we care? So route groups are a folder convention that let you organize routes by category or theme. A route group can be created by wrapping a folder's name in parentheses. So parentheses folder name. This convention indicates the folder is for organizational purposes and should not be included in the route's URL path. So as an example, let's go back. If I would now create a route called, let's say, hello, or let's say a folder, right? If I would create a folder called dashboard, hello, yo, it does not matter. If I give the folder a name, it instantly converts into a route. We don't want that. I need an organizational route which does not map to the URL. And a route group does exactly that. It does, or it's not included in the route's URL path. So let me show it to you. In the app folder, we will create a new folder. Let's call it shared layout. And here's the important thing. Let's wrap the folder name in parentheses. So if I click on enter, everything still works. And what should we render in this shared layout? Well, we want to render our index page. So I will take this page.tsx and I will put it into the shared layout. So move, yes, that's fine. I will move everything. And if I save this and go back and do a hard refresh, nothing will change. Our index page still works, our auth routes still work, so this is all fine. But here's the important thing. Let's go to our layout. I will copy the navbar and delete it from here, from the root layout. And then let's open the shared layout. I will create a layout.tsx and then let's say export default function. I will call it shared layout. We need to open the function and then I want to return something. Let's use empty tags, and inside of here I will render my navbar. This navbar is imported from the components and it's self-closing. The thing is, if I now save everything and go back, I instantly see nothing. So I don't get any error, which is good, but I don't see my index page anymore. And that's because children are not rendered. What I mean by that is in this layout, we need to destructure children, and children is of type React Node. So children is of type React Node imported from React. And then underneath the navbar, I will render my children. So if I now go back, I see my content. Hello from the index page, go to ABC. So the children are all of the routes. So everything that gets now nested in this shared layout will be rendered as children. And that's the important thing, or that's why you need the children. If you don't render the children, you won't render your page.tsx, your ABC route, and whatever route is nested in this shared layout. And again, if you go back to the URL or to your web application, the URL did not change. We don't have a route which is called /shared layout /index page. No, this is literally just localhost 3000 /. So this route or this folder is there to organize your application, but it does not get mapped to the URL, which is super important. In most cases with my applications, I create a marketing group, so a marketing folder wrapped in these parentheses. This is then one route group. It shares the same layout or the same navbar, the same footer and stuff like that. And then I have another route group for my dashboard, because my dashboard in most cases has a different layout, a different navbar, a different footer, and so on. So this is a very powerful convention, because now if you also go back and click on sign up, you won't see the navbar anymore. And that's because this auth route is not nested in shared or in this shared layout route group. If I would move the auth folder into this shared group, into this shared layout, then I would also see the navbar. But if I move it out of there, so back into the root app folder, I won't get access to this layout anymore, which also means I don't see the navbar anymore. And that's very important. So that's one more concept that we now covered. So ka-ching. And now let's continue. So before we now continue and create the UI, I want you first of all install a few more components that we will need for this project. So let's go back to the shadcn UI website. Let's start with the card. We will use the card component to render forms, for example, or we will also use it to render the block card. So let's install the card component. I will copy the install command and then I will paste it inside of here. Then I want to also use the field component. This is there to create nice forms. So combine labels, controls, and help text to compose accessible form fields and grouped inputs. So we will need that for our form. I will copy the installation command. Let's paste it into our terminal. I want you also get the input component. So input, and the input will be there, well, to input text. So the email, password, and so on. So I will copy the installation command and let's also paste it. Then I want to get the separator component. Let's also copy the installation command. Boom, I will paste it into my terminal. And I think that's already it. We don't need any other components. So let's go back. I will close my terminal and let's start with our sign up route. By the way, if you want to, you can also rename it to register. It does not really matter. So let's start off fresh. I will delete everything in the return statement and let's start with a card. So I will import the card component from the components. In the card, let's get the card header. The card header is imported from the components. And then in the card header, I want to render a card title and card description. Please make sure that these components are always imported from the components folder, not from Radix UI. If you import your components from Radix UI, everything will break. So please make sure that you import it from the correct source. In the card title, let's say something like sign up, and then I want to also render a card description, and in the card description I will say create an account to get started, something like that. So if we now go back, you should already see nothing. That's because we need to restart our dev server, and if you now go back, you should see a beautiful card. Yes, it's too big, but don't worry about it, we will fix everything. So let's go back. We are finished with the card header and let's continue with the card content. The card content component is imported from the components, and in the card content I want to create my form. So let's use the form component. I will delete the action because we don't have one, and inside of here we need to render 3 inputs. An input for the name, email, and password. And before we continue, we need to install 2 things, a form library and a validation library. So React Hook Form will allow us to create good forms and validate the forms using Zod. So Zod is a TypeScript first schema validation library with static type inference. With Zod, we will create a schema, and this schema will pretty much define 3 inputs, a name, email, and password. We will say, hey, the name has to be of type string, it has to have a minimum character length, a maximum character length, and so on. So Zod will allow us to define rules, and then React Hook Form will take these rules and then later on validate the inputs against the schema, or in other words, against these rules. So let's click on Get Started, and then I will copy the name React Hook Form in our terminal. Let's say pnpmi React Hook Form, and we also need to install Zod. So I will say in my terminal pnpmi Zod. So now we installed Zod and React Hook Form, but we need another package which pretty much creates the bridge between React Hook Form and Zod, because React Hook Form is there to manage the form and with that the complex state, and Zod is there to create the schema. But we need to tell React Hook Form to validate all of the data against the Zod schema. So for that, we need to install this hook form package. So in the React hook form website, you can search for hook form resolvers and then you will find this section. So we also support schema-based form validation with Yup, Zod, and so on, where you can pass your schema to use form as an optional config. It will validate your input data against the schema and return with either errors or a valid result. So we want to only install this hook form package because we already installed Zod. So I will say pnpmi hook form resolvers. So this is finished and now we can use it, or in other words initialize it in our project. To be specific, we need to create a schema, then we need to initialize React hook form, and with that we will almost be finished. So let's open our Explorer, and in the app folder I will create a new folder called schemas, and in the schemas folder let's create an auth.tsx file, or not even tsx, you can just say ts because this won't be JSX code. And inside of here let's get started by creating the schema. So I will say export constant register, or I guess sign up schema, and this will be equal to z.object. We need to import z from Zod, so let's say import z from Zod. Let's continue. So z.object, I will invoke it, destructure it, and what do we expect from the client, from the user? Well, as mentioned, the name, email, and password. So let's say name, this will be of type z.string, and I want to add further validation. So the minimum character length has to be 3, and for the maximum character length, this will be 30. Let's continue with the email, and the email is interesting because in theory it should be of type string, but it also has to have this @ symbol and then gmail.com or something like that. So instead of saying z.string, we can say z.email, and this will validate that the input is an actual email. And we also want the password of the user, and this will be of type z.string, and let's also add further validation. Minimum will be, I guess, 8, and then .maximum will also be 30. So we are finished with our schema, the sign up schema, and let's continue with our register, or in other words, sign up route. So above the return statement, let's first of all set up React hook form. So let's say constant form, and this will be equal to use form. Use form is imported from React hook form, and then let's invoke it and destructure it. So inside of here, we need to define our default values because React hook form wants to control all of the inputs. But if you now click on Control spacebar, you will see that we don't get any types. To get types, we need to also add our resolver, and this will then also validate our data against the Zod schema. So let's import Zod resolver from hook form resolvers Zod, and then as an argument I will pass the sign up schema, so it will validate the form data against the Zod schema which we created a second ago. And then in the default values object, if I click on Control spacebar, I instantly get all of the types. So the email will be initially an empty string, and the same thing is also true for name and then password. These properties or these inputs won't be defined when initially loaded, if that makes sense. So this is the initial state, and this is again needed because React hook form will control all of the inputs. And now we are already finished with the use form hook. We set up React hook form, and let's continue with the UI. In the form, let's get the field group component. In the field group component, let's get the controller component from React hook form, and this is self-closing. Inside of here, we need to pass 3 properties. So first of all, the name, then the control prop, and also the render prop. Let's start with control. This will be equal to form.control because we want to control the input. And for the name, if you click on Control spacebar, you instantly get auto autocomplete. So this input will be for the username, and then for the render prop, let's create an inline callback function and let's return the value. So inside of here, let's get the field component from the components, and then inside of here, I will get the field label component. This field label will essentially render the label above the input. So let's say full name. Underneath the field label, I will get the input component from the components. This is self-closing, and we need to pass a few properties. First of all, the placeholder. This will be equal to John Doe, and we need to now connect this input to React hook form. So what we can do is spread our field. This means in our render prop function in the params, we can the structure field and then also the field state. And then I will spread my field, and with that I will connect the input to React hook form. This means this will pretty much add the value and then on change handler. And then this is already it for now. Underneath the input, let's also create like an error message if there is an error. So let's say if the field state is invalid, if this is true, I will use this double AND. This is the logical AND operator. It will only return if this is true, the left side is true, and I will return the field error component imported from the components. This is self-closing, and we need to pass one property, which is errors. Errors, or in the errors, we will create an array, and then let's pass our field state.error. So if I save this and go back and do a hard refresh, I don't see anything. That's because the dev server is not running. I will restart it, and if we go back, we should see something. But wait, we instantly get an error. What's the problem? Export controller doesn't exist in target module. Okay, wait. The code is clean. I don't get any ESLint errors, no TypeScript errors, and this error message also does not help us. So what's the problem? Well, let's take a few steps back. When we created our theme toggle, there was this interesting directive, use client, and I initially mentioned, hey, this creates a client component, but let's talk about it a bit later on. And well, now it's time to talk about server components and client components. So let's go to the Next.js documentation, and in the documentation you should find a section called server and client components. So by default, layouts and pages are server components, which lets you fetch data and render parts of your UI on the server, and even optionally cache the result and stream it to the client. When you need interactivity or browser APIs, you can use client components to layer in functionality. So essentially by default, every page and every component is a server component, and then whenever you need interactivity, you create client components. So when to use server and client components? The client and server environments have different capabilities. Server and client components allow you to run logic in each environment depending on your use case. So you can use client components when you need state, event handlers, lifecycle logic, as an example, the use effect hook, browser only APIs, local storage, the window object, custom hooks, and so on. And you want to use server components when you fetch data from a remote source like a database, APIs, or when you want to use your API keys, when you want to reduce the amount of JavaScript sent to the browser, and whenever you want to improve FCP, so the first contentful paint. So I think you're still a bit confused. So what's the server component? What's the client component? What's the benefit? Well, these are all good questions. So by default, every component and every page is a server component. This means this navbar is a server component. This layout is a server component. This page.tsx is a server component. They are all server components. Server components get rendered on the server side. This means whenever you make a request, everything gets built on the server side and then shipped to the client. There is no JavaScript involved. And this also means whenever a user makes a request to the website, there is no JavaScript shipped to the client. This makes your website fast, the bundle size smaller, and in general, it creates a better web experience. And server components are there to fetch data. But whenever you need interactivity, you also need JavaScript. And that's why server components don't work whenever you need interactivity. interactivity. Whenever you need interactivity, whenever you want to use the useState hook, the useEffect hook, whenever you want to use browser-only APIs, you want to use the useClient directive. Because let's open our page.tsx. We use this useForm hook. The useForm hook in the background uses the useState hook, the useRef hook, and a lot of other hooks which need JavaScript. And that's why you want to use the useClient directive. So at the top, I will say useClient, and with that, the error will automatically go away because we now ship JavaScript whenever a request is made. And this creates very fast websites because initially you always use a server component. Your initial shell is rendered completely on the server side without any JavaScript. But whenever you need interactivity, you mark your pages or components with the useClient directive, and with that you always have this blend between super fast websites but also super interactive websites. And now you might say, okay Jan, I guess this makes sense. So a server component is there to fetch data, it's always rendered on the server side, there is no JavaScript involved. If I want interactivity, I create a client component, but here's also the important thing: whenever you create a client component, you can't fetch data on the server side anymore. So that's very important to remember. But now you might say, okay Jan, and when should I create client components? Well, it's quite simple, whenever you need interactivity. So as an example, this page.tsx won't fetch any data. Therefore, it's also fine to mark this page with the useClient directive. If this page would fetch data in some time in the future, then of course, instead of creating the code or the logic inside of here, I would rather break all of this code into a separate component and mark it with the useClient directive. That's what we did with the theme toggle. The theme toggle is a component. It has the useClient directive because we use the useTheme hook. The useTheme hook relies on the client side because it accesses local storage. We get all of our data and we then render it in a server component in the root layout. So in the root layout, we have our theme provider, or we start with our HTML, then body, theme provider, and then our children. So this is a client component. But now you might say, wait Jan, wait. This is the root layout. As you mentioned, the root layout wraps all of our children, all of our pages. The about route, which we don't have, the register route, the login route, the block route, the create route, and we wrap our children with this theme provider, which is a client component. Does that mean that all of our children are now client components? No, thankfully not. So Next.js is quite smart. Yes, we use a client component inside of here. Yes, we wrap our children with this client component, but our children still stay server components. This means this page.tsx by default is still a server component. Only if I use the useClient directive, it becomes a client component. And I think a lot of people forget that or confuse it sometimes because yes, it is confusing at the start, but remember, hey, if you wrap something, your children, with a client component, this does not mean that all of your children become a client component. And it's important to remember that this only applies to layouts. So if you would create the same code in a page.tsx, then your children would automatically become client components. And you can also read more about this concept in the documentation itself, because inside of here they say the useClient directive is used to declare a boundary between the server and client module graphs, trees. Once a file is marked with the useClient directive, all its imports and child components are considered part of the client bundle. This means you don't need to add the directive to every component that is intended for the client. So if I would create another component inside of here, also a separate component, I would not have to mark it with the useClient directive. So if I would render the Navbar component inside of here, it would automatically become a client component because it would be considered a part of the client bundle. And here they also mentioned to reduce the size of your client JavaScript bundles, add useClient to specific interactive components instead of marking large parts of your UI as client components. For example, the layout component contains mostly static elements like a logo and navigation links, but includes an interactive search bar, search. So this is the component, is interactive and needs to be a client component. However, the rest of the layout can remain a server component. And that's also what we will do in our Navbar, for example. Currently, our Navbar is a server component. Later on, we will also implement a search input. And then instead of marking the full page, the whole page with the use client directive, and with that making the full code a client component, we will instead create a separate component, the search component, and then only this component will be a client component. This means this here will still be a server component, but the little input, which we will create later on, will be a client component. So this gives you the flexibility. But yeah, I think you now understand how server components work. Essentially, every component by default is a server component, which allows you to fetch data, but which is not interactive. It's fast because it does not ship any JavaScript, it's rendered on the server side, but whenever you need interactivity, you can create a separate component or mark the page itself with the use client directive. This means you now ship JavaScript to the browser. This also means that you can't fetch any data anymore, but this also means that you can create interactivity by using the useState hook, useEffect, browser-only APIs, local storage, and so on. And this allows you to create a lot of flexibility. Your layout can be a server component, and then small components which need interactivity can become client components, and this creates a great user experience for all of your users, if you have some. No, I'm joking, by the way. Alright, so let's now finally continue with our UI. So we are finished with our first input. Everything looks beautiful, but as you already know, there are two more inputs that we need to render. An input for the user's email and then for the user's password. So let's go back to the code base. I will copy paste this controller 2 more times, and let's continue with the second controller. So instead of passing the name for the name, this will be for the user's email. Then for the field label, I will say email. Then for the input, instead of saying John Doe, this will be john@doe.com, and the type will be email. Let's continue with the last controller. So for the name, this will be password. For the field label, this will be password. And then for the input, this will be, I don't know, let's say a few stars, and I think that's already it. No, not quite. Let's give this input a type, and this will be password. So if I now again go back, we now have in total 3 inputs. There is one more thing missing, and that's the submit button. So let's go back. I will go underneath the controller. Let's stay in the field group, and I will use the button component, and inside of here, let's say something like sign up. So if I save this and go back, we get this beautiful UI. But here's the thing, the form is way too big. It has to be way smaller. So in theory, we could just style the form itself. This means I could give this card a class name, a maximum width. That's all fine. But as you all know, this form or this page is rendered in the auth folder, in the auth route. This means we can give this auth folder, or in the auth folder, we can create a layout file which will wrap our auth pages. So in the auth folder, I will create a layout.tsx file. Let's create an export default function. This will be called auth layout, and then let's open the function. Inside of here, I will create a return statement. I think I misspelled return, now it's correct. And then let's get started with a div element. So let's give the div a class name. This will be minimum height screen, so it should take at least 100 viewport height. Then flex items center and justify center. This means I want to center the card in the middle, both vertically and horizontally. And then in the div, let's render another div, and this div will be there to render like the go back button, which will be rendered on the top left. So let's give this div a class name. This will be absolute top 5 and right 5, not right 5, but left 5, because it should be rendered on the top left. And then inside of here, let's use the link component imported from next/link. Don't import it from Lucid React. And then I will give the link an href, and this will redirect the user, or when the user clicks on the link, I will redirect the user to the index page. So an empty slash, that's what I will pass for the href. And then in the link, I want to render an arrow icon, so an arrow left icon, and then the text go back or something like that. So let's get the arrow left icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing. I will give the link or the icon a class name. This will be size 4, so width 4 and height 4. And then in the link, but underneath the arrow, let's say go back. This means if I now save this and go back, we should in theory already see something. And yes, it says go back, but we don't see our page. You should already know why. That's because we don't render our children. And also this link kinda looks ugly. So let's go back. I will give the link a class name, and this will be equal to button variants. So let's say button variants imported from the components. I will also give this button, or I guess the link, a variant, and this will be secondary. So if I save this and go back, this will already look 10 times better. And then let's also render our children. So underneath this div, but still in the main div, I will render another div. Inside of here, I will render my children. Currently, we don't get any children. So let's destructure the params. This will be of type React node, so children, and then children will be of type React node. Let's save this, and if I go back, you will see that this looks absolutely ugly, but it's super easy to fix. So let's give this div a class name, and then this will be wfull, maximum width md, and mx auto. So if I go back, yes, this finally looks way better. And by the way, I'm zoomed in quite a bit, so if I zoom out a bit, this will already look 10 times better. So I think we are finished with the general UI, right? Is there anything missing? No, I think this is fine enough. And I want to now allow users to authenticate. Or maybe before we do that, the gap is a bit too big, so the spacing between these inputs. So let's give the field group a class name, and this will be gap y, let's say 2, to test everything. No, that's not big enough. So let's maybe say 4. And if I go back, yeah, I think 4 is perfect. We will leave it as is. And now let's test out our form. So if I click on sign up, nothing happens. Where are our errors? I did not fill out this form. In theory, I should get errors down below which say, hey Jan, you forgot to input your name, your email, your password, and so on. Well, the thing or the problem is quite simple. We currently have a form. This form does not have an onSubmit handler, no action, nothing like that. This means it defaults to a GET request. And that's why if you look at the URL, you will see name is equal to nothing, email is equal to nothing, and password is equal to nothing. It created or it made a GET request. So to fix that, we will create an onSubmit function. So above the return statement, but underneath the form, let's say or not export, but function onSubmit. I will open the function, and inside of here for now, I will create a console log, and let's say yo, or something like that. It does not really matter for now because we did not implement auth yet. And then we need to tell our form to call this function. So let's update the form. I want to use the onSubmit handler, and this will be equal to form.handleSubmit, and as an argument I will pass the onSubmit function. So if I now go back and click on sign up, I instantly get errors. Too small, invalid email address, too small. There's one problem. I would like the inputs to also be red, or the border. So let's go back. Let's update the first controller or the first input. And what you want to do is use the area invalid property. So area dash invalid, and then this will be equal to field state dot invalid. Let's do the same thing for the other two inputs. So I will copy paste this area label, and I will also paste it inside of here. And if we now go back, these inputs also have have a red border because we have errors. And if I, for example, provide my name, so Jan Marshall, the error instantly goes away, and that's because this input matches the criteria for our Zod schema. So I have a minimum character length of 3, and also I added less than 20 characters. If I add too many characters, I will again get an error. So this works exactly as expected, and it's now time to finally implement authentication. But before we implement authentication, let's think a bit about our architecture, because later on we will implement a lot of cool features, and these features need a lot of backend functionality. So we have to start with our database, right? Because later on users will be able to create databases. No, what am I talking about? Users will be able to create blog articles, and then we will render a beautiful form so that in the form users will be able to input the title, content, upload an image and stuff like that. This does not really matter, but the important thing is that we will have to store the content in some sort of database. In most cases this will be Postgres, MySQL, or Mongo. It does not really matter, it has to be some sort of database. As a next step, we will also implement authentication. Users will have to be able to sign up, login, and so on. And also the create route will be behind an auth wall. This means users have to be authenticated to create blog articles, but also to view them. Thirdly, we need to implement an ORM, because if you use a database, an SQL, a relational database, then you won't really like to use it, right? What I mean by that is we use Next.js, we have a TypeScript project. I don't want to use SQL, I want to use TypeScript. This means we need an ORM which converts our TypeScript code into SQL. That's one more thing that you or we developers have to implement. The next thing is S3. We want to implement file uploads, image uploads. So S3 is the storage solution, and then we need to implement presigned URLs and stuff like that. As you also know, later on we will implement search. This means users can search for blog articles. For that, in most cases, you want to use a vector database. So you need to set up a normal database and then a vector database to be able to search for blog articles. You want to also enable ACID transactions to make your website or your application as fast as possible. You will need to implement tan-stack query to fetch data, to mutate data. Then, as you all know, later on, we will implement real-time functionality. Users will be able to create comments, which we will broadcast in real time, but also we will implement presence. Users will see who is currently online. And then we will also have to implement an API layer, so ORPC or something like that, and then tan-stack query has to be connected to ORPC and stuff like that. Or that's what you would do normally. So normally you would have to set up all of these tools, all of this functionality, all of this code. This literally will take at least 20 hours, in my opinion, if you want to do it good or the right way. And that's a big problem. This video is not a 20-hour tutorial. This is complex, it's not easy, it takes forever, and it's very hard to get right. And at the same time, to stay performant, because that's another problem. Implementing all of this tech is one thing, connecting it is one more thing, and then making it reliable, fast and secure is a whole nother thing. So wouldn't it be great to literally just have one small provider, let's say one small tool which could simplify all of this, or you could say which could house all of this functionality, but instead of creating everything, we could just connect to this one box, to this one solution? Well, thankfully there is, and the solution is called Convex. As they say, Convex is the back-end platform that keeps your app in sync. So everything is code. That's the most important thing, and I guess the best thing about Convex, so from the database schemas to queries, from auth to APIs, express every part of your backend in pure TypeScript. Your backend code lives next to your application code, it's type checked and auto-completed, and is generated by AI with exceptional accuracy. So that's the best thing about Convex. Convex is a backend as a service. They have all of these features baked in, so this means you don't have to set up S3, some sort of real-time provider, Express, you don't need to set up ORPC, I guess you can in theory, but you don't have to set up an ORM, you don't have to set up ACID transactions, everything is done for you, and at its core, it has of course a database, which is also super important. So before we dive into Convex, let's test out the demo, because on the right you have a demo. I think most of you will probably think that this is an image, but no, it works. So this is a simple, you could say, to-do application, and let's say I want to play tennis with Sarah. I don't even know how to play tennis. So let's say add, bam, it has been added, and look at the database. It has been automatically updated in real time. We now have 4 documents. Let's say I just finished attending my yoga class. So let's complete this to-do. Bam, I instantly got an error. Fix the bug and set complete. Okay, let's see. So await ctxdb.patch, that's all fine. Let's set completed to true. So as you see here, this is all just code. Convex is just TypeScript code. This is the code for our mutation. This is the code for our query. It's super easy to create everything. In my opinion, this is like somewhere in between Prisma and TanStack Query, or at least this code is very similar to both TanStack Query and Prisma, and this is for example the code needed to define your schema. This is also kinda similar to Drizzle, so I would say it literally took all of the best parts of Prisma, Drizzle, TanStack Query, and made it even better, or in other words, Convex made it even better. So this is now set to true, or completed is now set to true, so let's complete this task, bam, and it instantly updated the database, so completed is now set to true, and this all looks good. And now here's where the magic comes into play. Everything is always in sync. So as mentioned, later on we will implement real-time functionality, as you all know. This means comments will be broadcasted in real time, we will implement presence, and so on. And in most cases you would now have to set up a real-time server with, for example, Express, and then you would need some sort of tool, or you could say library, socket.io, and then you would need to subscribe to certain rooms and so on. So not that easy, but with Convex, everything is always in sync. So Convex libraries guarantee that your application always reflects changes to your front-end code, back-end code, and database state in real time. No need for state managers, cache invalidation policies, or WebSockets. So for example, if you use TanStack Query, then you are quite familiar with cache invalidation, so you invalidate queries. But with Convex, you don't have to do that. Everything is done for you automatically. Everything is always in sync, and everything is always real time. So this means if I add a new to-do, yes, I see it instantly, but also if there's another user who I guess is connected to the same to-do application, then this user will also instantly get the update. This user will instantly see the new to-do without any hard refresh or anything like that. And here's the most important thing. Whenever you create real-time applications or real-time functionality, you have to think about like data subscriptions, or in other words, you have to subscribe to certain rooms to get updates. With Convex, there is no such thing as subscribing to some sort of room and then having to create a WebSocket connection. Everything is done automatically. So as an example, this is the front-end code. The front-end code used to render this to-do list. Inside of here, we use the useQuery hook to get our data. And this actually calls a backend function provided by Convex to get the data. And this is the backend code. As you see here, it looks super simple. That's because it's TypeScript code. So inside of here, we have a handler. The handler gets the data from our database, so context.db.query, and then it returns the data. And then the front end automatically subscribes to data changes. So whenever I add a new to-do, this useQuery hook subscribes to the data. This means when it changes, it also instantly gets the new data. So there is no such thing as explicitly subscribing to data. Your useQuery hook is automatically subscribed to data changes, data updates. And that's the whole magic, because previously what you would have to do is, for example, set up polling. This means every 5 seconds you would hit your database and check, hey, are there any changes or anything like that? But with Convex, you query your data and you automatically subscribe to data changes. That's it. Now you might say, cool, I guess Convex is a powerful database. But no, Convex is so much more. It has back-end built-ins. This means create cron jobs, kick off back-end AI workflows, leverage built-in auth, and tap into a growing ecosystem of components that solve common back-end needs. Like, for example, you can click on product, then components, and then you will see that there are a lot of components. AI agent, resend, presence, that's what we will implement. Cron jobs, workflows, workpool, migrations, Cloudflare R2, Twilio SMS, OSS stats. Okay, I think that's enough. But there are a lot of things that Convex offers. It's not just a database. It's everything your product deserves to build, launch, and scale. So essentially, it's a database on steroids. It has server functions, it offers a ACID database, vector search, cron jobs, file storage, automatic caching, strong consistency, real-time updates, type safety, and framework integrations. This means, for example, Next.js Remix, TanStack Start, whatever you want, whatever you need. This means whenever you build your application, you don't have to implement your real-time server, your API layer, TanStack query, ACID transactions. Instead, you just have your front end. The front end connects to Convex, and Convex gives you all of these features right out of the box with a simple and easy to understand API. And I think you now know what Convex is, and I liked this tweet quite a bit. So this is a tweet by WebDev Cody. Let's like it quickly. So Next.js plus Convex all in TypeScript versus Angular, TypeScript, Django, Python for the backend, Postgres for the database, S3, WebSocket DIY, SQS, DIY E2E type safety, so end-to-end type safety, and so on. So Convex does all of that without any complexity, all in TypeScript and in literal minutes. So it does not take days to set up your backend, but minutes. So to get started, you can just head over to my YouTube description, click on the first link, and of course Convex has a super generous free tier, like super generous. So yeah, head over to the YouTube description and I think we can get started right away. So let's click on docs, and here we already have like a little getting started guide, and we will also dive into Convex a bit further or a bit deeper later on, so how it works in the background, because yes, Convex still uses WebSockets. We don't interact with them, but Convex creates this whole real-time database with WebSockets. And it's very interesting how they built Convex, so the architecture. But again, we will look at the architecture a bit later on. Let's for now already get started to see something. So to get started, let's select our favorite framework. It's Angular. No, I'm joking. It's Next.js. And the first step is to create a Convex project. And here we now have a quick start guide. Let me, by the way, switch into dark mode. So we already created a Next.js application, and the next step is to install the Convex client library and server library. So what we want to do is just install Convex. That's it. So I will copy the name Convex. Let's go back. I will stop my dev server and let's say pnpmi Convex. So while that installs, we can continue, and the next step is to set up a Convex development deployment. So as a next step, run npx convex dev. This will prompt you to log in with GitHub. Okay, we will do that. Create a project and save your production and deployment URLs. It will also create a Convex folder for you to write your backend API functions in. The dev command will then continue running to sync your functions with your dev deployment in the cloud. So let's go back. Everything has been installed, and let's say pnpm dlx convex dev. So the CLI will ask us a few questions. So what would you like to configure? Well, I want to create a new project. Let's select that. And then the next step is to name the project. This will be called Next.js 16 YouTube tutorial, and then I will click on enter. And as a next step, should we use cloud or development deployment? So we will use cloud deployment, not local deployment, because local deployment right now is in beta. But if you watch this video at some point later in the future and local deployment is not in beta anymore, then please continue with it. But for now, let's continue with cloud deployment. And now Convex will create a new project. It provisioned a development deployment and it saved its name and URL to our env file. So we can write our first Convex functions and get started. So if I open my Explorer, you should find a new folder called Convex, and this Convex folder will store all of our Convex functions. For now, let's go back to Convex and I will sign in. So I'm in the Convex dashboard. This is, by the way, my personal account. That's why I don't have so many projects. My business account has way more, where I create my products, but hey, that's fine. So these are all of the projects, but we created this one, so I will open it. And once opened, you won't see anything. Failure rate, nothing. We don't have any data. Cache hit rate, no data. Scheduler status, no data. And that's because, yes, we created a project, but it's empty. There is no data, there is no load. But don't worry about it, we will fix all of that by adding some data, by creating some load, and so on. So let's head over back to the documentation, or in other words to the quick start guide, and let's continue. So the next step is to create sample data for our database, for Convex. In a terminal window, create a sample data.jsonl file with some sample data. We will do exactly that. I will copy the content, or let's copy the file name. I will go back to the Explorer, and then let's go into the root directory, not into the app folder, and I will create a new file with this name. Let's copy the content. I will paste it inside of here, and as the next step, we want to import the data. In other words, we want to send this data to our database. So let's copy this command. We won't copy this npx command, and instead we will say pnpm dealx convex import and then this file name. So let's click on enter and this should work right away. And yes, it was successful. So if we go back to the dashboard, nothing will change right here. But if you click on data, so in the sidebar, you should find a button called data. And if you click on it, oh my god, is this our data? Yes, it's our data. We have our ID, is completed, text, and also the creation time. So let's continue. What's the next step? Well, the next step is to expose a database query. So in the Convex folder, add a new file, tasks, with a query function that loads the data. Exporting a query function from the file declares an API function named after the file and the export name. Okay, sounds good. So let's go back. I will open the Explorer. Let's open the Convex folder, and inside of here I will create a new file called tasks.ts. Let's copy the code, the content, and I will paste it inside of here. So let's analyze the code. The code looks actually kinda simple, right? So we define a query using this query function, then we pass arguments, which is empty. That's fine because there's nothing to pass, and I will explain the arguments a bit later on once we create a mutation. And then in the handler we define our logic. So in this case we want to query all of our tasks. So we get our context, and with that we get access to the database. We use the query method. We specifically want to get data from the tasks table, and we collect all of that data. So this collect method executes the query and returns all of the results. So this is our API function. Let's continue, and the next step is to create a client component for the Convex provider. Now this is super important. So for the Convex provider to work on the client side, Convex React client must be passed to it. So in the app folder we will create this new file with this code, and then we will use it in our layout. So let's copy the name Convex client provider. I will go back and then in the components folder, so components, web, let's create a new file. I will paste the file name and then let's copy the code and I will paste it inside of here. If you look at the code, you will see that this is a client component, and that's because this component, I guess, creates interactivity, if that makes sense, and we also get data from our environment variable file or env file. What do I mean by that? Well, if you open your Explorer, you will find a .env.local file. This env.local file stores all of the secrets. In this case, there are two secrets, the convex deployment and then also the next public convex URL. Now, I'm not sure how familiar you are with environment variables in Next.js, but it's actually kind of simple. So when you have a normal environment variable like convex deployment, then this environment variable is only available on the server side. This means, for example, server actions, server components, and so on. So we could access this convex deployment, for example, in our page.tsx. Since this is a server component, which is on the server side, we can access this environment variable. But this environment variable is very interesting because it starts with this next_public, I guess, flag, if you want to call it like that. And this allows, or this makes this environment variable public. This component is a client component. This means it renders both on the server side and client side. And since this environment variable starts with this next_public flag, it also means that the client component can access this environment variable. So if you have secrets, or if you create secrets and these secrets have to stay secret on the server side, then create a normal environment variable. If you have secrets which can be public, this means which can be leaked to the client side, then use this next_public flag. So this now makes sense. Again, this is a client component. We get access to the environment variable and then we return the convex provider. So this code is very similar to our theme provider because the theme provider is also a client component, and it needs to be a client component because this won't work in a server component. And the next step is to wire up the convex client provider. So in our layout file, we need to wrap the children of the body element with the convex client provider, which we created a second ago. So let's go back to our layout, the root layout, and then we will wrap all of our children. So what we will do, or what I will do, is copy this code, the convex client provider, and then I will paste it inside of here. Please make sure that you import the convex client provider from the components. And with that, we are finished, and let's continue with the next step. So the next step is to display the data in our app. In other words, we can now fetch our data, so we will use the useQuery hook, and then we will get data from our API function. So let's copy the code, and for now, let's create a test route. So in the app folder, in the shared layout folder, I will create a test folder. This is the name of our route, and then let's create a page.tsx. I will paste the code inside of here, and let's quickly analyze it. So this is a client component because we will fetch data on the client side. I will also show you how you can fetch data in a server component. And then, we use the useQuery hook. We access the data, or in other words, we call our API function, and then we render our data. Now, here's the thing. We currently get an error, and that's because convex generated API does not exist. What's the problem? Well, it's quite simple. The dev server is not running right now. So please open a second terminal tab, and then inside of here, let's say pnpm dlx convex dev. This will start the dev server, and with that, everything will work. So it's uploading the functions, and convex functions are now ready. This means what we will do is go back, let's delete the import, and instead I will hover over API. Let's click on quick fix, and I will add the import. And now we have an error. What's the problem? So if I hover over it, property tasks does not exist on type. Oh my god, I misspelled it. So let's open the Explorer. This should not be called, so in the convex folder, this should not be called tags, but instead tasks, because this is a task. So if we save this and open the terminal, you will see that the convex function is automatically ready. And if I now go back, I instantly get my type. So if we delete all of the code, you will see that we get autocomplete, because again, convex is literally just TypeScript. So API dot I get autocomplete, tasks dot I get autocomplete get. Because if you again open the file, we exported this function called get, and we use the query function to query data. And that's why we get this beautiful autocomplete. So let's go back to the documentation, and the last step is to start the application. Okay, why not? So I will go back, and then let's start our dev server. So pnpm run dev. Please make sure that the convex development server also runs in parallel. So our normal dev server has to run, and also the convex dev server has to run for everything to work. So if I now go back and do a hard refresh, in theory, I should see my page. That's good. And let's navigate to our test route. So /test, and yeah, we see the data. Buy groceries, go for a swim, integrate convex. Yes, that's what you should do. And if we now go back to the dashboard and click on health, you will see that we finally get some data. So we don't have any failure rate because everything was successful. Our cache hit rate is 100%. Damn, that's super cool. And yeah, this all looks good. So if we go to our data, we still see our 3 to-dos or tasks. We can also click on functions, and inside of here you will see that we only have one function, a query function, to get our tasks. So this dashboard is super powerful because on the left side I see all of my functions. We only have one. I can search for functions, and then on the right side I see all of the statistics. So how many function calls did we have? Only one. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, this will instantly update in real time. So now we have 2 function calls, 0 errors, execution time is quite quick as you see, and cache hit rate is 100%. We see statistics, we see the code. So this is the code that we wrote. If we again go back and if I open the convex folder, or in other words the tasks file, this is our code, and I also see it inside of here. And of course we see our logs. So everything got cached. That's powerful. So for the files, currently we don't have any. That's why this dashboard view is empty. But once we later on implement image uploads, we will of course also see files inside of here. For schedules, we don't have anything. And then for our logs, well, we see the logs, right? Which is nice. So with that, I think we are now finished with the dashboard, or in other words, we now analyzed the dashboard, and it's now time to continue. So this was a little demo, but as you all know, we want to implement authentication. Users should be able to sign up. The users don't want to see buy groceries, go for a swim, integrate convex. No, we want to create a full stack application. Users should be able to authenticate, then to create a blog article, then we want to query or fetch the blog article, we want to upload images, and so on. So as you already know, Convex is a backend as a service. And in the introduction, when I introduced you guys to Convex, I also mentioned that Convex has Auth baked in, or it offers it right out of the box. So let's go back to the documentation, and now instead of clicking on tutorial or quick start, you can click on authentication. And inside of here you will see that there are a lot of auth providers that work with Convex. As an example, Convex Auth. This is Convex's own auth solution. It's currently in beta, but it works very, very nicely. They also have third-party solutions. This means Clerk, WorkOS, AuthZ, Kind, for example, also works. So you have literally the power to use anything. Use an open source solution like Convex Auth, or use a third-party service like Clerk or WorkOS. It does not matter. At the end of the day, it depends on your application and it depends on what you want to implement. But the nice thing is, Convex does not care. They give you the power to just use whatever you want to use. So now you might ask me, okay, Jan, so what will we use? Will we use Convex Auth, or or will we use clerk? Good question. So in this video we will use better auth. I think you all know what better auth is. It's the auth library everyone is talking about because it's open source and very powerful. And here's the best thing. If you click on docs and then scroll to the bottom and click on integrations, you will see that better auth works with Convex. So let's click on Convex. This is the integration guide. Let's scroll to the bottom because at the bottom you will see this documentation comes from the Convex documentation. For more information, please refer to their documentation. And that's what we will do. We will trust the source. So let's zoom in a bit, and now we have a nice quick start guide. So introduction, Convex plus better auth is a Convex component that provides an integration layer for using better auth with Convex. So the first step is to set up a Convex project. We already did that. The second step is to run Convex dev. We also already did that. And the next step is to select our framework. So we use Next.js. So let's continue with that. And now the first step is to install all of the necessary dependencies. This means we need to install Convex dev better auth. This is the component, and then better auth itself. So let's select pnpm. I will copy this Convex dev better auth package name. Let's go back, and then I will stop my normal dev server, and let's say pnpm I convex dev better auth. Again, we don't need to install Convex itself because we already installed it. And the last step is to install better auth, and this is also a pinned version. So this component requires Convex 1.25 or later. Let's first of all verify that. So if I open my package.json file, you will see that we installed the latest version 1.29, and that's bigger than 1.25. Wow, quick maths, right? And we need to install a pinned version of better auth to make sure that everything is compatible. So I will copy the installation command and then paste it into my terminal. And with that, we are finished with installing dependencies. And the next step is to register the component. In other words, we want to now tell Convex, hey Convex, I want to use better auth. So let's go back, and what we need to do is create a config file for Convex. So I will copy the file name convex.config.ts. Let's open the Explorer, and in the Convex folder, so inside of here, I will paste the file name. So convex.config.ts. Let's copy the code, and I will paste it inside of here. So if we look at the code, you will see that we define our app, and then we say, hey app, let's use better auth. In other words, we tell Convex, hey, we want to use better auth, so use better auth. That's it. The code is super simple. And by the way, since Convex at the end of the day is literally just code, you can also hover over every method and every function, and it will tell you what it does. So for example, if you hover over define app, it will say attach components, reusable pieces of a Convex deployment to this Convex application. So what's the next step? Well, the next step is to define the Convex auth config. So I will copy the file name auth.config.ts, and then in the Convex folder, let's create a file, and I will paste the file name. Let's copy the content, and I will paste it inside of here. And we instantly get a warning. This is an ESLint warning, and it says assign object to a variable before exporting as module default. Okay, that's super easy to fix. So instead of saying export default, let's say constant auth config. This will be equal to this object, and then at the bottom I will say export default auth config, and with that the warning will go away right away. So this auth config defines our providers. We only have one, so we then pass the domain and application ID. So let's continue, and the next step is to set environment variables. To be specific, we need to generate the better auth secret, and this is there for encryption and to generate hashes, and then we need to also add the site URL to our Convex deployment. So let's first of all copy this command. I I will say pnpm deal x, and then I will paste what I just copied. This will generate the secret and then also save it in convex itself. And then let's also copy this command. I will go back and then let's say pnpm deal x, and then I will paste what I just copied. So the site URL right now will be localhost 3000, but once we deploy our application, we will update the site URL. So as the next step, we need to add environment variables to our env.local file created by convex dev. It will be picked up by our framework dev server. So let's copy these two environment variables. I will open the env.local file and paste it inside of here. But now we instantly have a huge problem. So please don't continue. This next public convex site URL should be the same as the next public convex URL, but it isn't. This is a completely different URL. It's a demo URL. So what you want to do is copy your convex URL and paste it right here, or replace it. And the important thing is you want to update the end. So instead of saying .cloud, this will be .site. It will end with .site, this URL. And now let's continue. And the next step is to set up or create a beta auth instance. So let's copy the code. I will go back, and then in the convex folder, let's create an auth.ts file, and I will paste the code. At first glance, the code looks a bit confusing. I will be honest with you, but it isn't confusing. So as the first step, we get our site URL from our environment variables. Since all of this happens on the server side, this will also work. As a next step, we create an auth component. So the component client has methods needed for integrating convex with beta auth, as well as helper methods for general use, and that's why we create this component, the auth component or the client. And then as the next step, we create our beta auth instance. So inside of here, we disable logging because it's not needed. We set our base URL, our database, so convex, and then we configure how users should authenticate. So in this case, by using their email and password. And as the last step, we defined a plugin, and this is the convex plugin, and it's required for convex compatibility. And as the last step, this is like an example function. It's not really needed, but this gets the current user. So you can delete it if you want to, but we will leave it as is because why not? It's great as it is. So let's continue. And the next step is to create a beta auth client instance. And this will be then later on used to interact with beta auth. So let's go back. Let's open the Explorer. And then in the lib folder, I will create a new file called auth-client.ts. Let's copy the code and I will paste it inside of here. So again, this will later on be used to interact with beta auth. So we will use the auth client to sign in, to register, to log out and stuff like that. So let's go back, and the next step is to mount handlers. So let's copy the file name http.ts, and then in the convex folder, I will create the file, copy the code and paste it inside of here. So this will register beta auth route handlers on our convex deployment. And the next step is to set up route handlers to proxy auth requests from our framework server to our convex deployment. Now you might already say, hey Jan, what are route handlers? Good question. We will come to them a bit later on. So let's for now copy the folder structure. So API auth all route.ts. I will copy it, and then in my app folder, I will create the file. Let's copy the code and then I will paste it inside of here. For now, just to have a better overview, this route handler is an API route. So I think you all know what API routes are: publicly available endpoints that can be hit pretty much. And route handlers, well, you could say they are kind of a marketing term created by Next.js. So whenever you hear route handlers, just think of API routes because that's what they essentially are. But we will dive into this code a bit later on. The last step is to set up our convex client provider. So let's open the convex client provider file, which we already created. And what I will do is copy the code and paste it inside of here. And what did we just do? Well, we now connected our convex client to our auth client. That's it. So inside of here, we create our convex React client. We pass our env, our environment variable, and we also set expect auth to true. This means this will pause queries until the user is authenticated. In other words, if the user is not authenticated, we won't fetch any data. If the user is authenticated, we will fetch data. And then we add the auth client to the convex better auth provider. And that's already it. So if we go back, you will see that they say you are done. You are now ready to start using better auth with convex. And that's also what we will do right now. They also have a guide on how to use better auth from the server, but we will dive into this code a bit later on. Let's for now already implement authentication, or in other words, we already implemented authentication. Let's allow our users to finally sign up. So in the onSubmit handler, let's delete the console.log because we don't need it anymore, and we want to now use our auth client because the auth client is there to interact with better auth from the client side. So since this is a client component, we will also use the auth client. So let's say await auth client. Auth client is imported from the lib folder .signup.email, and then we need to invoke it and structure it. We instantly get an error, and that's because await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So let's make this function asynchronous. So async function on submit, and with that the error goes away automatically. As the next step, we need to now provide all of the necessary properties. This means the email of the user, and to get the email, we can update our params. So I want to get data, but wait, data does not have any type. Data is of type any. But here's the thing, I know what type data has. Data is of type signup schema. But wait, signup schema is a Zod schema. Can we infer the types from the schema? Yes. So what we can do is say colon, or we will now add the type, and data will be of type z.infer, and we need to import z from Zod. So .infer, let's create a generic, and this will be type of signup schema. I will paste it inside of here, and now our data has all of the necessary types. And why can I add this type, signup schema? Well, it's quite simple. This function will only get triggered if the validation is successful. So in our onSubmit handler, we don't just call onSubmit. No, we use this form.handleSubmit. So before this onSubmit gets triggered, first of all, the React hook form will validate the data, and only once everything is successful, it will call the onSubmit function. And that's why I can say, hey, data is of this type, because with that I know that the data has been validated successfully. So email will be of type data, or will be equal to data.email. Let's continue with the name. This will be equal to data.name, and let's also add the password. This will be equal to data.password. So we are actually already finished. This is all of the code needed to implement authentication. Yes, it's super simple. So let's restart our dev server. Again, please make sure that your convex dev server is also running. And while we created all of the code, it also synced everything. So it pushed all of the changes to convex itself. This means if we go back to the convex dashboard, so right here, and if I click on data, you won't see anything new. But if you click on this drop down, you will see better auth. We have all of the tables that are, you could say, connected to better auth. All of them are empty, and that's because we don't have any authenticated users, but we will change that right now. So let's again restart our dev server, or I think I already did that. Let's do a hard refresh, and then I will click on sign up. So for the name, this will be Jan Marshall. If I click on sign up, I instantly get all of my errors, which is good. Then for the email, this will be my email. Please don't write me any emails. And then I will add my own password. So if I click on sign up, I don't get any pending state, I don't get any toast, I don't get any notification, but in theory, this should be successful. So if I go back to convex, to the dashboard, oh my god, is this a user? Yes, this is our user. So in the dashboard, in the convex dashboard, in the data table, we see all of our data. So for example, if I click on user, the user table, we have an ID, created at, email, email verified. There is no image. That's because I authenticated using my email. we have the name Jan Marshall, so everything has been added. This means we now successfully integrated both Convex but also Authentication, and we connected both of them. So Convex is connected to BetterAuth, or in other words, BetterAuth is connected to Convex. So if I go back to my index page, I should also see my data, or not to my index page, but rather to the test route. And yes, I see all of the data, and that's because I'm authenticated. But here's the thing, our navbar did not change. I still see the same buttons. So let's open the navbar component, and inside of here, I want to fetch the user session, and then if the user has a valid user session, I want to render logout. If not, we will render the same buttons. This means sign up and log in. But how can we get the user session? Good question. So you might say, hey Jan, I think it's quite simple, because if you go to the BetterAuth documentation, click on basic usage, then you will find a section called client side. And inside of here they say BetterAuth provides a use session hook to easily access session data on the client side. This hook is implemented, okay, this does not really matter anymore, but we can use this hook to get session data on the client side. Nice, so let's get started. No, this is a big mistake. You don't want to use the use session hook, but rather you want to use the use convex auth hook. Because if you go to the convex plus BetterAuth documentation and then click on authorization in the sidebar, then you will find this section. And inside of here they say it's important to use Convex's authentication state components or the use convex auth hook instead of BetterAuth's get session or use session hook when you need to check whether the user is logged in or not. BetterAuth will reflect an authenticated user before Convex does, as the Convex client must subsequently validate the token provided by BetterAuth. Convex functions that require authentication can throw, this means throw an error, if called before Convex has validated the token. So yes, the get session or use session hook, both of these hooks will work, but they won't reflect the actual state. You want to use the use convex auth hook to make sure that everything will work. Because if the get session hook validates, or if the get session hook tells you yes, the user is authenticated, but Convex hasn't validated the token yet, then your functions will throw an error, and you don't want that. So what you want to do instead is use the use convex auth hook, which is super similar to get session and use session, but now you will also make sure that Convex has validated the token. In theory, you can also use components, so Convex provides these authenticated, unauthenticated, offloading components, and they are like an abstraction over the use convex auth hook. So instead of using the hook, you can use these components, but I will be honest with you, I prefer the hook because it gives me more flexibility, it's a bit more low level, but yeah, if you want to, you can use these components. So let's go back to our navbar. Above the return statement, but still in the function, let's say constant, we will destructure it, and this will be equal to use convex auth. Use convex auth is imported from convex React. Let's invoke it, and then where I destructure it, I will get two things, is authenticated and is loading. So is authenticated will tell us if the user is authenticated, and is loading will tell me if the user session is being fetched right now. So let's scroll to the bottom. So for now, I will comment everything out in the div itself, and let's create a ternary. So if is loading is true, let's use a question mark, and I will return null. This means nothing. If this is not true, let's check if we have a valid user session. And then let's say if is authenticated is true, so if the user has a valid user session, let's use a question mark, and inside of here I want to render logout. So I want to render a button. So let's use the button component imported from the components, and inside of here I will say logout. And if this is not true, let's use a colon, and I will render my links. This means the sign up link and the login link. So I will copy both links. Let's use empty tags, and then I will paste them inside of here. So let's delete all of the commented out code, we don't need it anymore. And also at the end, so in the div but underneath the ternary, we will render the theme toggle. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, I don't see anything. What's the problem? Well, create context only works in client components. But wait, our Navbar is a server component. This is not interactive. There is no JavaScript shipped to the client. So let's mark this component with the use client directive, and with that the error will go away. And now on the top right you see lockout. Damn, this looks beautiful. But if I click on lockout, nothing happens. So what we have to do is again use our auth client. And by the way, you want to log in, register, log out, all of that, you want to do that with the auth client provided by BetterAuth. But whenever you want to get the user session, you want to use the use convex auth hook. So let's scroll to the bottom. So here we have our button. Let's create an onClick handler. So I will create an inline callback function. Let's use the auth client imported from the lib folder .signout, and then I will invoke it and destructure it. For now, we won't pass any properties inside of here. I will do that a bit later on. For now, this is fine enough. So let's test it out. I will click on logout, bam, and in theory, our Navbar should update. And that's exactly what happened. And if I now do a hard refresh, I won't get my data anymore. Why is that? Because a second ago it rendered 3 to-dos or 3 tasks. Well, it's quite simple. If you open the convex client provider, we added this property, expect auth. This means we tell Convex, hey, only fetch data if the user is authenticated. If the user is not authenticated, then don't fetch any data. And since the user currently is not authenticated, we also don't fetch the user data. As a next step, let's continue with our login link, because if I click on login, I get a 4 not found. And that's because this route currently does not exist. So let's go back. I will open the Explorer in the app folder, and then in the auth folder, let's create a new folder, and this will be called login. And inside of here, I will create a page.tsx. So since this is a route, let's say export default function. This will be called login page, and then let's open the function. So I will create a return statement, and the thing is, or the interesting thing is, that the code inside of here will be super similar to the sign-up page code. So let's go to the sign-up page, and what did we do inside of here? Well, we created our UI, but we also set up React hook form, and to set up React hook form, we created a Zod schema. So let's first of all create a Zod schema, then we will set up React hook form, and then we will create the UI, or in other words, copy paste it. So let's open the Explorer, and then in the app folder, I will open the schemas folder and then the auth file. Let's create a new schema. So export constant login schema, and this will be equal to z.object. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and I will pass 2 properties, or I expect 2 properties, the email and password. So let's copy them, these 2 properties from the signup schema, and I will paste them into the login schema. So let's close the file. I will go back to login, or no, let's go back to sign up, and I will copy this use form hook. So let's paste it above the return statement, and we instantly get an error. So let's import use form from React hook form. I will pass my login schema imported from the schemas, and the Zod resolver is imported from hook form resolvers Zod. We instantly get an error. That's because the property name does not exist. So I will delete it, and the next step is to finish off the return statement. So we want to finish off the UI. Let's go back, and I will literally copy everything in the return statement in our signup route. So I will copy all of that, and then let's paste it inside of here. The next step is to import all of the components. So the card component is imported from the components. The same thing is also true for the card header, for the card title, and so on. So I will quickly import everything. You will also do it, and once finished, I will come back. So I imported all of the components components. From the components, wow, who would have thought? And I also imported the controller from React hook form. And we instantly get an error for the first controller, and that's because we don't expect a name, or we don't expect the username. So let's delete the controller, we won't need it. We only need two inputs for the email and password. We only have one error, and that's because we are missing the onSubmit function. So let's go to the signup route, and I will copy the onSubmit function and paste it inside of here. But here's the important change that we have to make. First of all, we don't want to sign users up, and also this isn't of type signup schema anymore. So let's import that from Zod, and this will be type of login schema. And then I will import auth client from the lib folder, and instead of signing a user up, we want to sign a user in. So auth client dot sign in dot email. We don't need to pass the name anymore, but instead only the email and password. And with that, we are already finished. So I will save everything. Let's go back, and if I do a hard refresh, I instantly get an error. Why do I get this error? Well, that's because this file creates interactivity. This useForm hook in the background uses the useState hook, the useRef hook, and so on. Therefore, I will mark this component with the useClient directive. Let's test it out. So I will add my email and my password, and in theory, I should get logged in. But before I test it out, we need to update the text. So instead of saying sign up, this will say log in. So log in. Then instead of saying create an account, I will just say, I guess, log in to get started right away. And then at the bottom, let's update the button. So instead of saying sign up, this will say log in. So if I go back, yeah, this all looks beautiful. And if I click on log in, nothing happened. That's kinda weird. But if I go to my Navbar, in theory, I should get a new state. Yes, I'm now authenticated. But let's fix this whole feedback thing, because what I need is feedback, or all of our users need feedback. So we need to show a pending state, and then once authenticated, we need to also show a toast, which says, hey, authentication has been successful. So let's go back to shadcn UI, and let's search for Sonar. So Sonar is a beautiful toast component for React. If I click on the button, we will see a beautiful toast. So I will copy the installation command and then paste it into my terminal. So since we installed the toaster, we need to also, you could say, initialize it. So I will open the root layout. And by the way, if you wonder how I open this command field, it's super simple. I just click on Command P, and then it opens this beautiful window, and I can search for all of my files. So I will open the root layout, and then underneath our main tag, main element, but still in the theme provider, let's get the toaster component from the components. It's super important that you don't import toaster from Sonar. Please import it from the components. This is self-closing, and let's customize the toaster. So I will add a close button, and with that we are finished. So before we update our login and sign up pages, let's first of all open our Navbar, and I want to display a toast whenever a user successfully logged out, or in other words, signed out. So what we can do is get the property called fetch options. This is an object, and we have now access to different handlers, like for example on success, and on success runs whenever the action was successful. So this is a callback function, and inside of here, let's say toast. So toast is imported from sonar.success, and for the message I will say logged out successfully. And let's also get the onError handler. This will run whenever there is an error. This is a callback function, or equal to a callback function. And inside of here, I will also render a toast, and let's say toast.error for the message. You know what? Let's use the error provided by BetterAuth. So in the params, I will get the error object, and then let's say error error.error.message, and with that we are finished. But wait, there is a huge problem, because if I go back and click on logout, we will see a toast, but I won't get redirected. Because for example, if I navigate to the test route and click on logout, I want to get redirected back to the index route. Because if I now click on logout, so 1, 2, 3, bam, we should see a toast, yes, logged out successfully, but I did not get redirected to the index page, which is not good. So how can we navigate or redirect users in a client component? Good question. Thankfully, it's simple. So let's go to the Next.js website and I will search for use router. So use router is a hook that allows you to programmatically change routes inside of client components. It's recommended to use the link component for navigation unless you have a specific requirement for using use router. Yes, we have a specific requirement because this runs in a function, right? We can't use the link component. We need to use the use router hook to programmatically redirect the user. So let's go back and we need to first of all initialize the hook. So constant router, and this will be equal to use router. Please make sure that you import use router from Next navigation because Next router won't work. I will invoke it and then at the bottom I will say underneath the toast router.push because we want to push the user to a different route, and this will be the index page, so an empty slash. Let's test it out one more time. I will log in. So this has been successful. I will navigate to the test route. This also works, and if I log out, it will redirect me. So 1, 2, 3, bam, and yes, I got redirected and I see my toast on the bottom right. And there are a few methods that you can call: push, replace, refresh, and so on. And push in this case performs a client-side navigation to the provided route. And this also adds a new entry to the browser's history stack. This means if I now click on this go back button, it will navigate me to this route because again, this route is saved in the browser history stack. For example, there is also the replace method. So this performs the client-side navigation to the provided route without adding a new entry to the browser's history stack. In most cases, you want to use push because you want to store all of the routes in the browser history stack. But there are a few, I guess, small cases where this is not wanted, and then you want to use the replace method. But with that, we are finished, and let's continue with the login route. So what we will do is go underneath this email and password. Let's get fetch options, and I want to again use the onError and onSuccess handler. So what I will do is copy the code from my Navbar. So I will copy this fetch options object and then paste it into my login route. So I will import toast from Sonar, and instead of saying logged out successfully, I will say logged in successfully. And we want to redirect the user, so let's initialize the hook. Above the use form hook, I will say constant router will be equal to use router, imported from Next navigation. And with that, we don't get any error anymore. Let's do the same thing for the sign up route. So I will go underneath the password, pass my fetch options, and we will add the onSuccess and onError handler. So we will return a toast, but instead of saying logged in successfully, this will be signed up successfully. Or you know what, I will actually rather say account created successfully. And the last step is to implement or initialize the use router hook. So above the use form hook, I will say constant router will be equal to use router, and use router is imported from Next navigation. So this is finished. I will log in, and in theory I should see a beautiful toast, but I get an error, and that's because I added the wrong password. But that's great, or it's good to see that our toast works and that I get the correct error message. But we are still not finished, because as mentioned, I want to also show a pending state. But how can we know if this action is currently pending or if it finished? This means if it succeeded or failed. Well, there is a very simple hook that we can use, provided by React. It's called useTransition, and useTransition is a React hook that lets you render a part of the UI in the background. This sounds super confusing, but essentially it allows you to render a pending state while your function is executing and running. So I will copy the code example, I will scroll to the bottom, I'm currently in the login route, and then at the top I will initialize the useTransition hook. So useTransition is imported from React and we get a getter and setter. This is very similar to useState. So I will go back and now we need to wrap this auth client code in our setter. So at the top I will say start transition, let's invoke it, and inside of here I will create an arrow function, and in the arrow function we will pass our auth client code, our better auth code. We currently get an error, that's because I need to make this function asynchronous, and I can delete the async modifier from the standard onSubmit function. We will do the same thing in signup. Before we do that, let's also render the pending state. So at the bottom for the button, I will give the button a disabled state. This will be true, or the button will be disabled if isPending is true. And instead of rendering login, I will create a ternary. So if isPending is true, I will use a question mark and return empty tags. Inside of here, I will get the loader2 icon. The loader2 icon is imported from Lucid React and it's self-closing. I will give it a class name. This will be size4 and animate spin. So with that, the icon will spin. And then underneath the icon, I will render a span which says loading ... And if this is not true, let's use the colon and I will return a span which says login. So let's do the same thing in our signup route. I will copy this useTransition hook, paste it inside of here. Let's import useTransition from React and we need to wrap this code in our setter. So start transition, I will invoke it, create an arrow function. Let's make it asynchronous and then I will paste the code or move it into this function. I will also update the button, so disabled will be true if isPending is true, because users should not click on the button if we are currently in a pending state. And then instead of rendering sign up, I will copy the logic from our login button. So I will just literally copy the button, why not, paste it inside of here, and then I will import loader2 from Lucid React, and instead of saying login, this will be sign up. So this in theory should work. So I will click on login and add all of my details. And if I now click on login, you should see a beautiful pending state. So 1, 2, 3, bam, and yes, we have a beautiful pending state. We get the toast and also the Navbar updated, and we get the logout button. So we are completely finished with authentication. And what should we do now? Good question. So to be honest with you, we could do a lot of things. We could, for example, implement our search input so that users are able to search for blog articles. We could implement the create route, the blog route. We could implement streaming, middleware, suspense with that. I don't know, there are a lot of things that we can look at right now. But in my opinion, it would make the most sense to start with the create route. We will create the UI, then we will create the mutation, we will look at server actions and also how to mutate data on the client side, how convex works, this means how you mutate data with convex. Then we will create the blog route, we will fetch our data, render it, we will look at SSR, CSR, streaming, and so on. So there are a lot of things that we will look at, but we will start with the create route so that we finally even have some blog articles that we can fetch and render. So if you now click on create, we will instantly get an error, and that's because this route currently does not exist. But don't worry, we will fix it. So let's go back, I will open the Explorer, and where should we create the new route? Well, we want to have our layout, right? We want to leave our navbar as is, it should stay at the top. This means we will create the route in the shared layout to persist the navbar. So in the shared layout, I will create a new folder called create. And then inside of here, let's create a new file called page.tsx. So since this is a route, let's say export default function. This will be called create route, and then I will open the function. I will create a return statement with a div and h1, and this will say hello from the create route. I think I misspelled it, but who cares? And if I go back and click on create, yes, I got redirected. We still see the navbar and of course the content itself. So let's get started with the UI. I will go back. Let's delete everything in the return statement and we will start off fresh. So I will get started with a div. Let's give the div a class name, and this will be like the layout div. So I will say padding y12, and inside of here I will create another div, and this div will be the wrapper div for our header. So in the header we will render a title which will say create post and then a little description. So I will create an h1 in this div element and let's say create post, and underneath the h1 but still in the div I will use a p tag and let's say something like create your own blog article ... Yeah, I know this makes a lot of sense. This is very descriptive. If you have better ideas, then create a better description, but this is already fine enough. So we get our title, our description. This looks kinda ugly, to be quite honest with you. So let's fix everything. Let's get started with the h1. The h1 has to be bigger. It has to have a bigger font weight and so on. So I will say text for XL. This will make the text bigger. Then let's say font semi-bold for a bigger font weight, or let's say maybe extra bold. So this will have a font weight of 800. Then I will also say tracking tight. This will create a smaller letter spacing, or it will be more snug, if that makes sense. And then if the screen is bigger than SM, we will say text 5XL. So if I go back, yeah, this already looks 10 times better, but our description is still kinda ugly. So I will give the p tag a class name, and then let's say text XL. So this will be a bit smaller than the h1, and text muted foreground. So this will be like a grayish color, and this will have this nice contrast. So the h1, the title is white, and the description has this grayish color. I think it's missing a bit of spacing, so let's give this p tag also a margin top or padding top of 4, and with that this already looks way better. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of this padding y12. I think that's a bit too much padding. But you know what, we will leave it as is for now, and I think I will change it later on. Is there anything else missing? Yeah, I think so. Currently this section is aligned on the left, which I guess is fine, but I would like to align it in the center. So let's go back, we will style our wrapper div, and I will say text center and margin bottom 12. And with that, this already looks way better. So let's continue with the form itself. Underneath this div, but still in the main div, let's use the card component imported from the components. I will get the card header from the components and then the card title. In the card title, I will say create blog article, and then let's also use the card description component, and I will say create a new blog article. And by the way, maybe instead of saying right here create your own blog article, let's say share your thoughts with the big world. Yeah, I think that's quite cool. So the card is way too big, it takes the full width, which is not good, so let's fix that. I will style the card, let's give it a class name, and this will be widthful MX, or not MX, but max width XL, which is 576 pixels, and then MX auto, and with that, this already is way better. So let's go back, and then underneath the card header, I will get the card content component, and in the card content, we will create our form. This means let's use the form element, and here's the thing, please delete the action, we don't have one, and we also won't create one. So let's delete it, and in the form, we need to now use our field group component, then the controller, and we want to render all of the inputs. But for that, we need to first of all create our schema, because we want to use React hook form and we want to validate the data, right? We will first of all create a schema, then we will use, or we will initialize the use form hook, then we will connect everything, and then we will create the mutation. That's it. So I will open the Explorer. Let's go into the app folder, schemas, and I will create a new file called block.ts. And this file will store all of the schemas relevant to the block domain, if that makes sense. So let's say import Z from Zod, because we need Zod for the schema. And then I will say export constant. This will be called post schema. Why not? And then this will be equal to z.object. I will invoke it and structure it. So what properties will the user pass? Well, the user, or we will create two inputs. An input for the title and then an input for the content. So not even an input, but rather a text area. So let's go back, and first of all, as mentioned, we need the title. This will be equal to z.string, and let's add further validation. So dot minimum will be 3 and then dot maximum will be 50, why not? And of course, as mentioned, we need the content. This will be of type or equal to z.string, and I will add further validation, so dot minimum 10, because the user needs to actually create valid content. So with that, we are finished. I will copy the name post schema, and let's go back. So the next step is to initialize the use form hook. So to save some time, let's open the sign-up route, because in the sign-up route, we already initialized the use form hook. So I will copy this code, constant form equals to use form, and I will paste it inside of here. The important thing is that we need to import use form from React hook form. Zod resolver is imported from hook form resolvers Zod. And instead of passing the sign-up schema, we will pass the post schema imported from the schemas folder. For the default values, we need to pass two things: the content and title. The initial value for both the content and title will be an empty string. There is no initial value. And with that, we are already finished, and we can finally use our form in the form. No, I'm joking. We can connect our form to React hook form. Or in other words, we can connect React hook form to the form itself. So in the form, I will get the field group component from the components. And in the field group, we will use our controller. So controller, or let's go to the sign up route, and we will again copy paste the controller. So this controller is for the property name. That's fine. Let's just copy it, and I will paste it inside of here. So controller is imported from React hook form. Field is imported from the components. Field label is imported from the components. Input is imported from the components, and field error is imported from the components. We instantly get an error, and that's because the property name does not exist. We only have the property title and content. So this input will be for the title, then the field label will say title. For the placeholder, let's say super cool title, and the error, yeah, that's all fine. I think we are already finished. Let's copy paste this controller, and the next controller will be for the content. So instead of passing the title for the name, this will be content. Then for the field label, this will be content. And instead of rendering an input, I want to render a text area. But here's the thing, we don't have a text area. Yes, you in theory can use the normal HTML text area, but we want to use the shadcn UI component. So let's head over to shadcn UI, and I will search for the text area component. This one. So I will copy the installation command. Let's go back. I will stop my dev server and paste it inside of here. This will install the text area, and then I will restart the dev server. So instead of now using the input, let's get the text area from the components, and I think that's it. Well, I guess we could update the placeholder. So let's say super cool block content, and with that we are already finished. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, we instantly get an error. Export controller doesn't exist in target module. What's the problem? Well, you should already know what the problem is. What do we use in this page? We use the useForm hook. What does the useForm hook use internally? It uses the useState hook, useRef, maybe useEffect, who knows, but internally it creates interactivity. But this file does not ship any JavaScript. This is a server component. As you already know, every component and every file by default is a server component that does not ship any JavaScript to the client. So let's go to the top and I will mark this file with the useClient directive. And with that, everything will work again. And now there's one more thing missing, and that's the create button, if that makes sense. So let's go back. I will scroll to the bottom and in the field group, but underneath the controller, let's get the button component and I will say create post. So if we go back, yeah, this looks absolutely beautiful. There's maybe one thing that we can change. I feel like the gap is a bit too big. So let's go back, and how can we fix everything? Well, what wraps all of our inputs and the button also? Well, it's the field group. So let's give the field group a class name, and this will be gap y4. So gap y4, and with that, this already looks way better. So what's the next step? Well, the next step is to actually mutate our data. Or in other words, we want to store the block article in our database in Convex. How can we do that? And also, how can we create the mutation? Good question. So what's the first step? Well, the first step is to define a schema, a database schema. Because Convex, yes, it's a backend as a service. Nevertheless, at its core, it offers a database which is very powerful. So let's go back, let's open the Explorer, and then I will open the Convex folder. And inside of here, we will create a new file called schema.ts. In theory, you don't need the schema. You don't need to define one. Because as an example, at the start, we imported this file. Where is it? Sample data.jsonl. We did not create any schema. You don't need to create one. But it is recommended to create one. Because if you go to the Convex documentation and then click on database and then schemas, you will find this section. And inside of here, they say a schema is a description of firstly, the tables in your Convex project, but also the type of documents within your tables. And while it is possible to use Convex without defining a schema, adding a schema itself will ensure that the documents in your tables are the correct type. If you are using TypeScript, as we do, adding a schema will also give you end-to-end type safety throughout your application. So in my opinion, you should always create a schema. They say we recommend beginning your project without a schema for rapid prototyping. Yes, that's fine, you can do that, but in my opinion, type safety is literally the best thing in the world. So it makes a lot of sense to create a schema. And that's what we will do right now. So they already have a code example on how to define a schema, but instead of copy pasting it, we will create our own schema line by line. So first of all, let's say export default, and then we need the define schema function imported from Convex server. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and now we want to define our first table. So what do we want to store? Well, we want to store block articles. So in my opinion, it makes a lot of sense to call the table posts. So let's say posts, and this will be equal to define table. The function is imported from Convex server, and again, since all of this is TypeScript native, if that makes sense, it also gives you a description right here. Define the schema of this Convex project. So let's invoke it. So define table, I will invoke it, destructure it, and now we need to pass all of our fields, all of our properties. So first of all, what will we store in our database for each block article? Well, an ID. But here's the thing, Convex is super smart and it auto-generates the ID for you. So in addition to the fields listed, so the fields that we create, Convex will also automatically add an ID and creation time. So what's the first property then, or the first field? Well, it's the title. And what will the user input? Will the user add a number or a string or a boolean? Well, the title is a string. So how can we tell Convex that the title should be of type string? Well, maybe string? No, what you want to use is validators. So the validator builder v is used to define the type of documents in each table. It has methods for each of Convex's types. So what you want to do is say v is imported from Convex values, and then let's say dot string. So this is very similar to Zod. Then what else will we store? Well, I guess also the body. This will be of type v.string. And what else? Let's also store the author ID, and this will also be of type string. So v.string. This can also, for example, be number. So these are all of the types, any, array, boolean, and so on. But in this case, string makes the most sense. So again, super similar to Zod. If you know Prisma, Zod, Drizzle, then all of this will feel super familiar. As mentioned, in my opinion, Convex probably took all of the best parts of each tool and just implemented them and kinda made them better, if that makes sense. So with that, we are finished with our schema, but we instantly get an error, because if you open your terminal, you will see this. Argument of type tasks is not assignable to parameter of type posts. What's the problem? Well, let's open our Explorer. I will go into the Convex folder and let's open the tasks file. So this defines a query server function, so to get data, and it instantly throws an error. What's the problem? Well, argument of type tasks is not assignable to parameter of type posts. This table does not exist. There is no tasks table. If you go to Convex itself, to the dashboard, let me show it to you quickly, then you will see, yes, we have the tasks table, it's defined, but our schema does not define it. And that's what they mean with this full type safety. Your schema now defines what tables exist, and with that, you have to always add the correct fields and stuff like that and reference the correct tables. So let's delete this server function, this API route in general. So I will delete the file, and also we need to delete the test folder. So in the shared layout, I have the test route. This also automatically throws an error because tasks does not exist anymore. So I will also delete it. And if I save my schema, in theory, everything should be successful. So it's running TypeScript, downloading everything, and yes, everything was successful. If I go back to Convex, we have two tables, a posts table, which is empty, and a tasks table. And we also get like a little warning, because if you hover over tasks, it says this table is not defined in your schema, which means we can delete it, right? So what you can do is click on the three dots on the top right, and then let's delete the table, because we won't need it. And now we only have one table. So let's continue, and the next step is to create the mutation logic on the server side. This means in Convex. So let's open the Explorer, and in the Convex folder, I will create a posts.ts file. So how do you create a mutation with Convex? Well, let's go to our best friend, the documentation. And inside of here, I will click on functions, and then let's click on mutations. Or maybe before we do that, what even are functions? What are API routes, functions? How do they work? Well, it's quite simple. Functions run on the back end and are written in JavaScript or TypeScript. They are automatically available as APIs, accessible through client libraries. Everything you do in the Convex backend starts from functions. There are three types of functions: queries to get data, mutations to write data, and actions. And they can, for example, call external services. Here they also have a table, but in general, a function is an API route. So for example, if you have ever used ORPC, then this will be super familiar, because the file creates like a route, so /posts pretty much, and then each function that you define inside of here is like a procedure. So in Convex terms, you create a file and then create server functions, and in ORPC you would create procedures. But let's continue. So mutations insert, update, and remove data from the database, check authentication, or perform other business logic, and optionally return a response to the client application. And here they they already have an example. So you know what, I will copy this code example and let's go back and I will paste it inside of here. So what do they do in this example? Well, they first of all use the mutation function. This defines a mutation. And inside of here we have two main properties, arguments and the handler. Arguments is what we want to get from the client side. And inside of here, we will also validate the types. So if I want to get text from the client side, then it has to be of type string. If I now say type number and the user defines or provides a string, so the client side, this will automatically throw an error. And the handler defines the business logic. In other words, inside of here, we query our data, we mutate our data, we in general interact with the database and maybe external services if you use an action. And again, the documentation is your best friend because they explain everything in detail in the documentation. So regarding the arguments, just like queries, mutations accept named arguments, and the argument values are accessible as fields of the second parameter of the handler function. So in this case, what do we want to do? Well, we want to create a new blog article. So let's first of all update the arguments. What do we need from the client side? Well, it's quite simple. We need two things, the title and the body. So let's say title, this will be of type v.string, and then we also need the body, which will be also of type string, so v.string, and that's already it. Let's continue with the handler. So I will say constant blog article, and this will be equal to await context.db. And what do we want to do? Well, we want to insert data. Let's invoke it. And now we need to select the table. In what table do we want to insert data? We want to insert a new document into the posts table. And as a second step, we need to pass all of our arguments. So let's add a comma, open an object, and we need to pass three things, the author ID, the body, and the title. So the body will be equal to arguments.body. The title will be equal to arguments.title, and the author ID for now will be equal to an empty string. I want to show you something interesting. If I would now say, hey, the title should be of type number, we will instantly get an error. So let me show it to you. Bam, we instantly get an error. And that's because the schema wants a string, but the arguments now say, hey, the title should be of number. This is a discrepancy. Convex, or I guess TypeScript, sees that and throws an error. So again, this should be of type string, and with that the error will go away automatically. Before we call the server action, we need to make sure that only authenticated users are able to create a new blog article, because a server function at the end of the day creates a public endpoint. So it's important to make sure that only authenticated users, in this case for example, mutate data, create blog articles. So let's say constant user, and this will be equal to await auth component imported from the auth file dot, and now we have a few options. Get any user by ID, get auth user, get headers, save get auth user. You have a lot of methods, but we will use save get auth user and I will invoke it. And we instantly get an error, and that's because I need to pass one argument, the context. So let's say ctx, and with that the error will go away. And what does this save get auth user do? Well, if you hover over it, you will see returns the current user or null if the user is not found. And ctx is the convex context, and it returns the user or null if the user is not found. Wow, groundbreaking. So let's create an if statement, and I will say if there is no user, then let's throw an error. So I will say throw new convex error imported from convex values, and for the message I will say not authenticated. At the end, let's also return our blog article, so I will say return blog article, and with that we are finished with this server function. By the way, this shouldn't be called create task, but rather create post, and I will delete the comment. And now we are finally finished with our server function. No, not quite. We need to pass the author ID. So instead of passing this random string, I will pass the user.id, so underscore ID in this case. So since we are now finished with the mutation, we can also finally call the mutation, or in other words, this server function. So let's close this file. I will close the schema, and to be specific, I want to open our create route. So create page.tsx, and the first step is to create a submit function, because currently this is a form that does not have any action or on submit. This means as a default, it will create a get request. Yes, correct. So above the return statement, let's create a function on submit. So what do we need to do inside of here? Well, we need to call our mutation. But before we do that, what do we need to pass to our server function? Well, it's our data, the title and the content, the body. So in the params, I will get values, and the values have to have some sort of type. You should already know how to get or provide the type. In our sign up route, we said, hey, this is type of XYZ, and that's what we will do. So I will copy this type z.infer and let's paste it inside of here. So Zod or Z is imported from Zod, and instead of passing the sign-up schema, we will pass the post schema. So values is of type post schema, and we infer the types from the Zod schema. So in theory, I could now console log the values or do something like that, but instead of doing that, we want to call our mutation. How do you do that? Well, our best friend, the documentation, will help us. So calling mutations from clients. To call a mutation from React, use the useMutation hook along with the generated API object. So let's go back, and then above the form I will say constant mutation, and this will be equal to useMutation imported from convex React. Inside of here we need to use the API object, so let's import it from convex dot, and then we want to create a post, so posts dot, and we want to create a post, so we will call the endpoint the server function. So I will click on enter, and now we have our mutation. So what do we do now? Do we just say mutation and that's it? No, you want to invoke the mutation, and we need to pass the arguments. So let's destructure it, and I need to pass two things, the body and title. So body will be equal to values dot body, not body but content, and then title will be equal to values dot title. And with that we are finished. Let's now continue with our form. I will add the onSubmit handler, and this will be equal to form.handleSubmit, and as an argument we will pass the onSubmit function. So with that we are finished. This code will call the mutation, or in other words the server function, from the client side. So if you go back to the documentation, this is all fine. When mutations are called from the React or Rust clients, no, we don't use Rust, we use React. They are executed one at a time in a single ordered queue. You don't have to worry about mutations editing the database in a different order than they were triggered. So if you have multiple mutations, this means if I go back and right here, so if I would now have multiple mutations for different things, they would run in order. So it isn't random or anything like that. Everything makes sense, everything is in order, and that's a good thing. So with that, I think we are finished, right? Is there anything missing? No, let's test it out. So I will go back, do a hard refresh, and let's add the title, or I will click on create post. We instantly get an error. For the title, this will be yo, super cool blog article, and for the content I will add some gibberish. It does not really matter. And if I click on create post, we should call the server function. So from the client side we will call the server function, which lives on the server side in convex, and then it should write or insert our new document into the database. So let's see. I will click on the button, 1, 2, 3, bam. I don't get any response, I don't get any feedback. We will fix that, and if I now go back to the convex dashboard, I in theory should see my new blog post. Yes, so we get the ID, I get the author ID, the body, the title, and of course also the creation time. Before I show you how to mutate data on the server side using server actions, let's first of all add some feedback. In other words, let's add a toast, I want to also show a spinner, and then let's redirect the user to the index page. So let's go to the sign up route. I will copy the use transition code, so the hook, let's go back, I will paste it above our use mutation logic. Let's import use transition from React, and we need to now wrap this code in the start transition setter, right? So let's say start transition, I will invoke it, create an arrow function, and then I will paste my code. This means the mutation logic. And with that, we now have our pending state. Let's scroll to the bottom, and instead of adding all of the properties manually, let's go to the sign up route, and I will copy paste the button. So I will copy it and then paste it inside of here. So the button will be disabled if is pending is true. If is pending is true, we will render a loader2 icon and this loading text. And if not, we will say create post. And with that, we now have a pending state. Also in our mutation or in our function, let's go underneath the mutation and I will say toast.success. And then for the message, let's say everything was fine. We will change it later on, so it does not matter. And with that, we should have some feedback. Oh, and I wanted to redirect the user. So let's go back and then above the mutation, let's say constant router, and this will be equal to use router. Use router is imported from Next navigation, and using the router object, we can do what? Well, we can navigate or redirect users programmatically. So let's go back, and then underneath the toast I will say router.push, and I will redirect the user to the index route, so an empty slash. And with that we are finished. So I will do a hard refresh. Hey, this is another test. And if I click on create post, we get an error, so I will add some content, some gibberish. And if I click on create post, we should get a pending state and we should get redirected. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, bam, we get our pending state, I got redirected, and we have a toast. So if I go back to the convex dashboard, we have 2 entries, 2 rows. So with that, again, an author ID, body, title, and so on. So this worked very nicely. But here's the thing, how do we currently mutate the data? We mutate the data on the client side. What I mean by that is we use the use mutation hook, we call this server function API endpoint, and that's it. We then pass our data. And this is fine. This is fine with convex. But what is if you would not use convex? Or what is if you in general just want to mutate your data on the server side? You don't want to do it on the client side for reason X, Y, Z. Well, thankfully, Next.js provides something which you call server actions. And server actions allow you to mutate data on the server side instead of doing it on the client side. This also means that you can access environment variables on the server side. You can, for example, maybe use Sentry to log things and so on. So it's very powerful. In my opinion, it makes a lot of sense when you use convex to mutate your data on the client side, because essentially this is an API endpoint and you already have all of your auth logic stored in convex. This means in our posts file in the server function, we make sure that the user is authenticated. So we can use the client side. It's safe, it's fine. But again, in some cases, you want to use the server side. And for that, we want to use server actions. But now I have already mentioned server actions so many times, and you still don't know what they are. So if you go to the documentation and search for server actions, then you should find this result, server actions. And what are server actions? So React server actions are server functions that execute on the server. They can be called in server and client components to handle form submissions. This guide will walk you through how to create forms, blah blah blah. This is not important. Essentially, server actions are functions that run on the server side. That's why you also refer to them as server functions. They are actually kind of similar to convex functions, because convex functions run on the server side, but you can call them from from both the server side and client side. And Next.js server actions do the same thing. You define server-side logic. This means some sort of mutation logic. This then runs on the server side, but you can call the function from both the client side and server side. And implementing server actions is super easy. What you want to do is open your Explorer, and then in the app folder, let's create an actions.ts file. In this actions file, we will define all of our server actions. Again, they will run on the server side. In theory, this is a client component, the page.tsx, but we will call the server action. The server action will execute on the server side, but the page.tsx will still be a client component. So to get started, let's create an export function, or let's make it asynchronous, and this will be called create block action. I will open the function, and inside of here we can now do whatever we want to do. Again, this is completely on the server side. I can access environment variables and so on. So right now what I will do is create a console log. So console.log, and we will say hello from the server. And that's it. For now we won't do anything else. And let's go back to our create route, and instead of using this mutation, we will just comment it out, and instead I will call my server action. How do you do that? Well, again, it works like a normal function. So we will say await, and then how did we call it? We called it create block action. So I will import that from the actions. Let's invoke it, and we instantly get an error. What's the problem? Well, this is a normal function, but it has to be asynchronous. So I will add the async modifier, and now everything looks fine. So again, let's go through the file. This is the client component. It renders on the client side. It ships JavaScript. We now have this onSubmit. The onSubmit runs on the client side. And in this onSubmit function, which runs in theory on the client side, we call this function. This function is a normal function, but it will run on the server side. Or not? No, because this is just a function. It will be bundled into the client bundle. So what you have to do is mark it with a very important directive. So at the top, let me delete all of that. At the top, you want to say use server. And this now creates a server action. I know this might be a bit confusing right now. If you delete the use server, this is a standard function. Is there anything special about the function? No. And that's why it will also run on the client side. Only if you add the use server directive, this will be transformed into a server or server action, which means it will run on the server side. This will still run on the client side, but the function itself, all of the logic in the function will run on the server side. So here's the thing, above this await create block action, I will create another console log, and I will say, hey, this runs on the client side. And let's save it. We will now go back. I will do a hard refresh. Let's click on create. I will add some gibberish, does not really matter. And I will click on create post. So we got redirected. Everything looks fine. Let's open the inspector and then the console. And I don't see anything. That's because I forgot to open the console. My god, silly me. I will create another mutation. It does not matter. And if I click on create post, I will instantly see the result inside of here. But I only see one console log. Hey, this runs on the client side. What's the problem? We had two console logs. Again, this code runs on the client side, and that's why I see the console log in my inspector, in my console. But this code runs on the server side, and since it runs on the server side, I don't see it inside of here. But if I open my terminal, I should instantly see the console log, hello from the server, because the terminal, well, shows all of the server logs. And since this runs on the server side, I also see the server or the console log in my terminal. But now you might say, hey Jan, I'm still confused. Can you go through everything one more time? Sure. So what is a server action? A server action is a function that runs on the server side. You define a server action by just creating a normal function, as you see here, async function create block action. There is nothing groundbreaking right here. But if you now also add the use server directive, you create a server action. Because if you don't have the use server directive, this is a standard function. But if you add the use server directive, Next.js will analyze the file and see, hey, this is a server action that has to be bundled into the server bundle, which also means this has to run on the server side. And now here's the nice thing. This server action can be called from anywhere. It does not matter if you are in a client component, in a server component, in both. No, I'm joking. It does not matter. So this is the client component. I can call it inside of here. I can also call it in my page.tsx, so my index page, which is a standard server component. Both work. And the server action internally creates a post request. So it's very important that you only create mutation logic inside of here. You don't want to fetch data from here. Yes, in theory, you could say, I don't know, await, fetch, and then fetch data from some sort of API. That works, but you don't want to do that because again, this creates an internal post request. Let me show it to you. I will open the inspector, the network tab, so network, and I will create a new post. So I will add some data and some content, and I will click on create post. In a second, you will see that we created a mutation, create. And if you click on create, you will see, or if you analyze the headers, you will see that the request method is post, and it's always post. It does not matter what you do, and that's why you don't want to fetch data, but only mutate data. And you also see the payload, the preview, and it's also important to remember that this server action is a public endpoint. A lot of people think that this is some sort of private function that nobody will see. No, if you want to mutate data inside of here, then treat it also like, for example, a convex function. What did we do in our convex function? Well, we made sure that the user is authenticated. This means if you use a server action, you want to do the same thing. Treat it like an API route. Yes, it's easy to define. It looks like some sort of private function, but it isn't. Treat it with the same care as you would do with an API route. This means authenticate the user or make sure that the user is authenticated, make sure that the data is validated, so server-side validation and stuff like that. But a server action, in my opinion, is a game changer because in the past you would have to create full-on API routes, and creating API routes is super annoying because you have to create a lot of boilerplate, but server actions make everything 10 times simpler. So now you might say, wow, server actions are super cool, but how do they compare to route handlers, and what even are route handlers? So if you go to the documentation and search for route handlers, then you will find this result. And route handlers allow you to create custom request handlers for a given route using the web request and response APIs. This sounds super confusing, but what they are trying to say is that route handlers essentially are public endpoints, API endpoints that you can hit or that anyone can hit or make a request to. And creating route handlers is super simple. You literally just create a route.ts file and then you define your function. And that's it. That's your API endpoint. And you know what? Let me show it to you because we already created a route handler. So in our app directory, we have an API folder. And this API folder has a route.ts file. And this creates a route handler. Now this specifically is there to make better auth work. This is the route handler for better auth, but we can create our own route handler. It's very easy to create. So in the app folder, or in the API folder to be specific, I will create another folder. Let's call it, I don't know, create-block. And then inside of here, I will create a file called route.ts. It's super important that the file is called route.ts and not hello.tsx, index.tsx or anything like that, because only a route.ts file will generate an actual route handler. And creating a route handler now is super simple because the foundation is set. We created the file, and to create the route handler itself, you need to create a function. So let's say export async function, and now you need to define the HTTP method. This means, will this API endpoint serve post requests or get requests or patch requests, whatever? Because if you go to the documentation, you will see the following HTTP methods are supported: get, post, put, patch, delete, head, and options. In most cases, you will probably use get and post, but it's nice to see that there are a lot of options or a lot of options methods that you can use. So in this case, this will be a post request, so uppercase post, and then I will open the function. And inside of here, you can create your logic. So in this case, we will again console log something. So let's say console.log, and I will say something like hello from the server. And at the end, we need to also return something. So I will say return next response imported from next/server, and then I will respond with success, which will be set to true. And that's it. This is our API endpoint. So if you now compare it to our action, I will open it on the right side. You should see the code is relatively similar, but you need to write way more boilerplate when you create a route handler. A server action is way simpler. And now how can you call the route handler? Well, it's an API endpoint. This means you want to use the fetch API. So I will delete this await create, or I will comment it out. So the server action call, and let's say await fetch. And now as an argument, we need to pass the URL. So this will be /API and then /create block, right? How did we call our API endpoint? So create -block, yes, correct. And then we need to open a comma, open an object, and we need to define the method. In this case, this will be a post request, so uppercase post, and now we are finished. And you should already see quite a big difference. So there is, for example, no type safety. I could, for example, misspell block and TypeScript won't scream. There is no type safety. Also, you could, for example, add the wrong method, get or patch. This is another problem. And that's why I don't enjoy route handlers, and that's also why I effectively don't use them in most cases. But let's first of all test this out. So I will save everything, go back, do a hard refresh, and let's create a new block article. I will open the inspector, the network, and if I click on create post, we will create the mutation. Or in other words, we will pretty much make a request to the endpoint, and the endpoint reacted. No, it responded. And if we look at our network tab, we will also find the endpoint create block. So if we look at the headers, this is a post request, everything was successful, and in the preview we see that success is set to true. So this was successful, and now you might ask me, hey Jan, when should I use server actions, when should I use route handlers? Because effectively both do the same thing, both run on the server side, both can be called from a server environment and client environment, both are public endpoints, right? Yes, that's correct. But server actions should be treated like private functions. Like, yes, server actions are public endpoints, but it's not as easy to, for example, make a request to them externally. So they should be treated for internal requests. If you don't want to, for example, create a mobile application, then it makes a lot of sense to use server actions. But if your endpoints should be public, this means if you want to make requests to them, but also third-party clients should be able to, for example, if you have a mobile application or a desktop application, then it makes a lot of sense to use route handlers. Yes, you need to create way more boilerplate. Yes, you don't have any type safety, but the benefit is that they are publicly available. Again, both are in theory publicly available, but it's way more accessible to pretty much make a request to a route handler than to a server action, because a server action also needs the server action ID. So it's annoying. In general, if you want to have a public endpoint, use a route handler. If you're fine with an internal endpoint, then use a server action. But remember that both are public and both need to be protected. This means in this route handler, you want to also make sure that the user is authenticated, that your data is validated, so server-side validation, and so on. That's super important. As the next step, I want to use convex in my server action, because in our actions file, we we currently just have a console log, but I want to mutate my data from there. Now you might say, hey Jan, this is probably quite simple, right? Let's just copy the code, so this use mutation hook, and let's paste it inside of here. No, this is a big mistake. The use mutation hook creates interactivity. It does not work in a server environment. It only works in a client environment. This server action is completely on the server side. There is no JavaScript, so this won't work. Let's delete this code again. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, so what do we do now? Can't we use convex in our server action? Well, thankfully, there is a very simple solution. So let's go back to the convex documentation, and I want you to scroll to the bottom, then click on Next.js and then server rendering or server-side rendering. So Next.js automatically renders both client and server components on the server during initial page load. By default, client components will not wait for convex data to be loaded, and your UI will render in a loading state. Read on to learn how to preload data using server-side rendering and how to interact with the convex deployment from the Next.js server side. So in the sidebar on the right side, you should find a section called Server Actions and Route Handlers. So Next.js supports building HTTP request handling routes similar to convex HTTP actions. You can use convex from a server action or a route handler as you would with any other database service. To load and edit convex data in your server action or route handler, you can use the fetch query, fetch mutation, and fetch action functions. Here is an example. So what does that mean? Well, we can use convex in a server environment. Both in server components, we can fetch data in a server component, but we can also use convex to create mutations on the server side. And doing so is very simple. Let's delete the console log because we don't need it anymore. And as a first step, I need to first of all get my data. What I mean by that is I need the values, the title and the content. And here's the thing, since this is a server action, it's very simple to get the data. We can copy this values param, so I will copy it with the type and paste it inside of here. So now we pretty much tell the server action, hey, we expect this type, or we expect values pretty much. And if I now go back to my page.tsx, I instantly get an error. What's the problem? Well, the server action create block action expects one argument, but it got 0. So what we need to do is add our values. And this is also end-to-end type safe. This means if I now add something else, so gibberish will be equal to gibberish, I instantly get an error because I need to provide a title and content and not some random gibberish. So I will paste back my values and let's continue with the server action. So what do we need to do inside of here? Well, how does this work? Or in other words, what is this page.tsx? This is a client component. It's on the client side. What is a server action? It's a function that runs on the server side. So let's treat it like an endpoint. What do we need to do inside of here? We need to validate the data. We have client-side validation, so we validate our data on the client side, but we need to also validate the data on the server side because this is a public endpoint. So let's say constant passed, and then this will be equal to post schema imported from our schemas dot save pass, and as an argument I will pass my values. This validation could either succeed or fail. So let's say if passed is not successful, then let's throw a new error, and I will say something went wrong. As the next step, we need to now mutate our data. And if you go back to the documentation, you will see that they mentioned that you can use fetch query, fetch mutation, or fetch action functions to do whatever you need to do. In this case, we want to create a mutation, which means I will use the fetch mutation function. So I will say await fetch mutation, and fetch mutation does not import for me automatically. automatically. Don't worry about it. Let's go back. I will copy the import statement and then paste it inside of here. So import fetch mutation from convex Next.js, and then I will say await fetch mutation, and we need to invoke it, and inside of here we need to now pass our endpoint, our server function endpoint. So let's get the API object from convex.posts.createPost. This is the first argument, but now we need to pass our data. This means we need to pass the body and also the title. So the body will be equal to our past data, so past.data.content, and the title will be equal to past.data.title. And with that we are almost finished, and the last thing that I want to do is redirect the user, because currently we redirect the user in our onSubmit function, but we can also redirect the user from the server side. Now you might say, okay Jan, so does that mean we need to import useRouter? No, useRouter only works in a client component, and it's there to redirect users programmatically, but you can use something else on the server side. So let's go to the documentation, to Next.js, and then I will search for redirect. So redirect, this is the result I was looking for, and the redirect function allows you to redirect the user to another URL. Redirect can be used while rendering in server and client components, route handlers, and server actions. So redirect the function, in theory, yes, it works in client components, but it's not really recommended to use it in a client component, because if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you will see if you need to use an event handler to redirect the user, you can use, or in other words, you need to use the useRouter hook. So in my opinion, whenever you have a client component, use the useRouter hook. Whenever you are in a server environment, whenever you are in a server action, in a server component, in a route handler, who knows, use redirect the function. So I will go underneath our fetch mutation and let's say return redirect. Redirect is imported from Next navigation. Please make sure that you don't import it from distribution, and I will redirect the user to the index page. Let's go back to the page.tsx. I will delete this mutation code. We don't need it anymore. We don't need these warnings. I will also delete the router.push and also the toast. We will only console log this value. So hey, this runs on the client side, and we will call our server action. That's it. And you know what? Let's test it out. So I will save everything, go back, do a hard refresh. Let's also open the network tab. And inside of here, I will say server action test. I will pass some gibberish for the content. And now let's see. I will click on the button. 1, 2, 3, bam. No, what happened? Server error, uncaught convex error, not authenticated. What do you mean? So what's the problem? Well, we are currently making an unauthenticated request to convex. If you open the posts file and with that our server function, you will see that we make sure that the user is authenticated, right? If there's no user, we throw an error, not authenticated. That's what we see right here, or I now removed the error, but that was the error. And why do we get this error? Well, it's quite simple. Or why did we not get this error when we used the use mutation hook? Well, when you use the use mutation hook, you get a lot of benefits. And one benefit is that the use mutation hook automatically sends your token, the auth token, to the server side, because the context literally is pretty much your token, and then your token is used to validate if you are authenticated. This is not super important, but what I'm trying to say is that the use mutation hook does a lot of the heavy lifting for you. If you use this fetch mutation function, which runs on the server side, you have to provide the token yourself. Convex does not help you, and that's fine. So what we need to do is go back to the convex plus better auth documentation. Again, all of the links are down in the YouTube description. Let's click on Next.js. I will zoom out a bit, and I want you to scroll to the complete bottom. So to use better auth's server methods in server rendering, server functions, or any other Next.js server code, use convex functions and call the function from your server code. first a token helper for calling convex functions from your server code. So what we want to create is this function which will get the token. So I will copy the file name of server.ts. Let's go back. I will open my lib folder, and then in the lib folder I will create the file called authserver.ts. Let's copy the code and I will paste it inside of here. So this code will help us to get the auth token, and that's already it. We only need the token. Let's go back to the actions file, and now before our fetch mutation, let's first of all get the token. So I will say constant token, and then this will be equal to await get token. Get token is imported from the lib folder. Please make sure that you don't import it from convex dev, and let's invoke it. And now I can use the token and pass it to the fetch mutation function. Because if you go back to the documentation, to the convex documentation, they will say to make authenticated requests to convex during server-side rendering, pass a JWT token to preload query or fetch query in the third options argument. So whenever I said auth token, I meant JWT token. It does not matter, it's the same thing, right? So we can pass the token in the third options argument. And that's what we will do right now. So let's go back. I will add a comma, open an object, and then let's pass the token, which we got above. And now, in theory, it should work. So let's go back. I will open my inspector, the network tab, and let's test it out. So hey, this is a mutation. I will add some gibberish for the content, and I will click on create post. And yes, it was successful. So if I click on create, I have my payload. This is the title and the content. And let's go back to convex. I should get my data. Yes, hey, this is a mutation. So this worked perfectly. Nice. So we now mutate our data from the server side. We don't use the use mutation hook anymore, but rather we use Next.js server actions, or actually one server action. And this means that we do everything from the server side. We fetch our JWT token, we pass it as an argument, and then the convex function, the convex server function, makes sure that the user is authenticated. So in this context object, convex gets this JWT token, and it will check if the user is authenticated. If not, we will throw an error, and then you saw what happened. We had an error. So yeah, we are now finished with server actions. We store the data in our database, and the next step is to fetch the data, and that's what we will do right now. So let's go. But before we can query any data, we need to first of all create a new convex server function. So I think you already know how to get started. We will open the posts file, and inside of here we currently have one server function to create a post. This is a mutation, but now we want to query data. So what I want you to do is open the convex documentation, because as mentioned, the documentation is always your best friend. The convex documentation, the Next.js documentation, always have them open and reference everything, because it's important for you to have the ability to understand documentation, because at some point you will code yourself. You won't watch me and how I explain things. And if you don't have somebody who explains it to you, you need the documentation. Therefore, it's a very important skill to understand how to read documentation, but also how to understand it, and then also how to implement the learnings that you took from the documentation. So as mentioned, in this case, we want to query data. So what should you do? Well, you want to open the convex documentation first of all to understand how to query data. And once you have the server function, the convex function, you want to go to the Next.js documentation to understand how to fetch the data. So let's get started with the convex documentation, because I already opened it. So queries are the bread and butter of your backend API. They fetch data from the database, check authentication, or perform other business logic and return data back to the client application. This is an example query taking in named arguments, reading data from the DB and returning a result. So in this case, we won't need any arguments because there's nothing to query, or no, let me redact that statement. We need to query data, but I don't need to filter the data in any way, shape, or form. We want to just get the data. So what are the steps? Well, the first step is to define the query constructor. So pretty much our function. To actually declare a query in Convex, use the query constructor function, pass it an object with a handler function, which returns the query result. And that's what we will do right now. So let's go back to the posts file. So I will say export constant, and this will be called get posts. It does not matter how you call the function. This is what you will later on reference on the client side, or not on the client side, rather in your front end. So it makes sense to create a name that is descriptive but also relatively short, to not type out 10,000 characters. And then this will be equal to the query constructor function imported from the generated folder. So let's invoke it. I will open an object, and as you all know, there are two things that we need to define: arguments and handler. So I will copy this and paste it inside of here. As mentioned, the arguments will be null, or in other words, they will stay empty. There's nothing that I want to add, but we need to update the handler, because we won't return my never changing string. No, we won't return that. So what we have to first of all do is fetch data. So I will say constant posts, and this will be equal to await. And how can we access data from our database? Well, we need the context. So in the params, I will get the ctx object, the context object, and we also instantly get an error. That's because we want to currently await a promise, but the function is not asynchronous. So I will add the async modifier, and let's continue. So ctx.db.query, and what table do we want to query data from? We want to query data from the posts table. And as a next step, I will also order the data. So let's invoke it, and you can either say ascending or descending, and this will order your data based on the created at timestamp. I want to get the newest data, so descending makes the most sense because descending gets the newest data. And as the last step, let's collect everything, and with that we will return the data, because the collect method executes the query and returns all of the results as an array. So since we finally get our posts, we can also return them. So I will say return posts, and with that we are finished. So I will copy the name get posts, and by the way, if you open your terminal, you will also see that Convex synced everything and our functions are ready. And where should we fetch our data? Well, the thing is, currently the block route does not exist, because if I go back and click on block, so bam, I will get redirected, which is good, but I get a 4 not found error, and that's because the route does not exist. Let's fix that. So I will open the app folder, the shared layout folder, and let's create a new route. How do you create routes? You should already know that. You want to create a folder and then a page.tsx. So this will be called block, and inside of here I will create a page.tsx file, and as a next step we can fetch our data. So since this is a route, I will say export default function block page. Sure, why not? It does not really matter. And then I will return an h1 which says hello world. And by the way, Java? No, remind me later. What the hell? So let's go back, and if I do a hard refresh, I now see hello world. So the route works, which is good, and as a next step, we will fetch our data. So let's go back to the Convex documentation, and how can you fetch data? Well, it's very similar to how you mutate data. What I mean by that is you want to use a hook, the use query hook, and this will then allow you to fetch data from the server function. So I will copy, or no, let's actually type it out. Above the return statement, I will say constant data, and then this will be equal to use, no, not mutation, use query. Please make sure that you select or import use query and not use queries. And let's import the API object from convex dot posts.getPosts. And with that, I think we are finished. So in theory, let's go back and I will do a hard refresh. And boom, we instantly get an error. What's the problem? Well, the hook use query only works in a client component. It creates interactivity. It needs JavaScript. So I will mark the file with the use client directive. Let's go back and I don't see anything. And that's because yes, we fetch the data, but we don't render it. So I will go back and then underneath the h1, you know what? I will wrap the h1 in a div element, and then underneath this h1, I will render a p tag, and this will render our data dot, well, nothing, because this is an array. So I will get the first item in the array with these array brackets, and then let's say title. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, I see nothing. What's the problem? Cannot read properties of undefined. Well, what's the problem currently? How do we fetch our data? We fetch the data on the client side, not on the server side. What that means is that the page first of all renders, and only once the page has fully rendered, we fetch the data. This means also initially for a split second, the data is undefined. There is no data because the data is being fetched. So what the error is, or what the error says is, hey, data is possibly undefined because it's currently loading. So I will add a dot and question mark, and the question mark will be in front of the dot. And with that, I tell JavaScript, hey, the data could be undefined. So if we go back and if I do a hard refresh for a split second, we see nothing. And that's because the data is being fetched on the client side. But now you might say, hey Jan, to be honest with you, I'm a little bit confused because this is a client component. And from my understanding, a client component renders on the client side. Because here's the thing, let's go back. I will zoom in a bit. If I do a hard refresh, you will instantly see hello world, but hey, this is a mutation, won't be visible directly or instantly. So I will do a hard refresh, 1, 2, 3, I see hello world, and then only after a second I see, hey, this is a mutation, and also the logout button. Look at the navbar on the top right, I will do a hard refresh, 1, 2, 3, I don't see anything, and only after a split second I see the button. And also the navbar is a client component, it's marked with the use client directive. So what does that mean? Is this client component, or does this client component render on the server side or on the client side? So first of all, you are right to question the dynamics of Next.js. This is a very important question, and it's also very important that you understand how everything works. So let me right away answer the question. Yes, client components get rendered on the server side. They get SSR'd. But now you might say, hey Jan, I am confused. So server components get rendered on the server side, client components get rendered on the server side. What's the difference? Again, the key difference is the JavaScript bundle. So when you make a request to this website, to this page /blog, this h1 gets SSR. This means it gets generated on the server side and then sent to the client, to the browser. Once your browser fully loads the HTML, it will also at the same time then download the JavaScript bundle. Once the JavaScript bundle is downloaded, it will then execute the whole JavaScript that it downloaded. React will then hydrate your static HTML, this means for example this h1, and will then attach event listeners, like for example on-click handlers and whatever else you created. So whatever interactivity you created, React will hydrate and then attach all of these interactive things, let me just say it like that. And this then makes the component interactive. So I will summarize it one more time. When you make a request, a client component is still rendered on the server side. This initial HTML, which is completely static, it's not interactive, right, is pre-rendered on the server side. It's then sent to the client. The client loads the HTML, and after the HTML is fully loaded, it downloads the JavaScript and it executes it. React then hydrates the component and adds the interactivity. And this is very important because let's imagine that this would be rendered completely on the client side. What would that mean? Well, that would mean that we wouldn't see anything. If I would do a hard refresh, we would just have a blank screen, and that's not good. Instead, we still see the H1, and initially it's not interactive, but then once the JavaScript is downloaded and with that then executed and everything is hydrated, we get the interactivity, and that's important to understand. And why don't we see this, hey, this is a mutation instantly? Well, that's because the data is not fetched on the server side. This data is fetched on the client side. So yes, the page loads on the server side, we get the static shell, but the data is being fetched on the client side. So once we have our full page loaded, only then this use mutation hook kicks in and it fetches the data. And that's why we have this blank, not blank screen, but that's why we don't see the title initially. That's why we see hello world, but not the data. This is important to remember. And I think, or a lot of people also get this confused, because if you, for example, go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT, hey, is the client component, or when you first make a request, is the client component rendered on the server side or client side? Will tell you that the client component is rendered on the client side. Again, this is incorrect. This is not true. The initial HTML is rendered on the server side. So if I would have another p tag inside of here, and this p tag also would have an on-click handler, this p tag would still be rendered on the server side. And then only later on the JavaScript bundle will be downloaded, executed, and then React will hydrate this component, and with that add this event handler, so the on-click handler in this case. And I think also this confusion comes or stems from this use client directive. When you hear use client for the first time, you instantly think, hey, this is rendered on the client side. And I think, or in my opinion, this is also a big mistake of the React team. I'm not sure why they called it use client. They should rather call it use action or something like that, because what do you do with a client component? You don't tell the component to render on the client side. Instead, you tell the component to download JavaScript, and with that then to hydrate the component to make it interactive. But there is no client-side rendering involved. So that's why I think the use client directive name is kind of stupid. They should really call it use action, use interactive, I don't know, something, but definitely not use client. And also, how does it differ to a server component? Well, as mentioned, a server component does not load any JavaScript. A client component pretty much defines a boundary. It tells Next.js, hey, this component, or from this component on, download JavaScript, execute it, and then React, hydrate the component. But a server component does not tell that, or does not tell Next.js to download JavaScript. A server component renders only on the server side. No JavaScript is sent to the client. And that also means that your bundle size stays small. It renders instantly. And with a client component, you tell Next.js, hey, this is a boundary. From here on, please download JavaScript, execute it, hydrate everything, and that's it. But still render the component itself, the initial static shell on the server side, because the user should see something instantly. And that's also, or this image will also show you this. So we have a static shell. So this, for example, is a server component. This is a server component. This is a server component. And these violet sections are client components. This means they are still initially loaded on the server side, but they are not interactive. And then only after the JavaScript is loaded and executed, they become interactive, which means you can then finally search for things because you use the useState hook, for example, or the button works because you finally now hydrated the component, which means the on-click handler got attached and stuff like that. But initially, everything is rendered on the server side, and then only client components get hydrated, and with that, they finally gain their interactivity. So please remember that, and I can also show it to you. We can actually verify that by opening, for example, the sign-up route, or we can even open this route. It does not matter. So I will open the inspector, then the network tab. Let's do a hard refresh. What is this? I'm not sure. So the first request is to get the HTML. This is this one, block. Let's open it, and you also see it because the type is document. This fetches your HTML. Let's open it, and I will open the response tab, this one. Let's scroll a bit to the bottom, and here we have our HTML. This is the HTML that gets generated on the server side. This is our Navbar, this is the button, this all looks good, and then we have this div, h1 hello world, but this p tag is empty. This one, that's because the data is being fetched on the client side, and therefore we don't get any data from the server side. Yes, the p tag gets rendered, but not the content, because the content is still not there. The same thing is also true, for example, for our signup route. So if I go to the auth/signup route, which is a client component, this will still be rendered on the server side. So if I open the inspector and then the network tab and do a hard refresh, we first of all fetch our document, or we make a request to get our initial HTML, this one, the document, and if I open the response, you will see that we get the HTML because it gets generated on the server side, and then later on the JavaScript downloads, and with that it makes everything interactive. So that's super cool and actually very powerful. Oh, and by the way, this is also a common misconception. People think they need to render everything in the server component so that SEO is better or something like that. No, hello, a client component renders on the server side, it's the same thing. So it does not matter if you use a server component or a client component, your SEO result is still the same because everything is rendered on the server side. The only difference is a client component gets JavaScript, a server component does not get any JavaScript. A server component is faster, it's not interactive. A JavaScript component is, a client component is slower because it has to hydrate, but it still renders on the server side. So the end result is still the same. You will still have the same SEO benefit. So, since we now finally covered server components and client components in quite big detail, I think we can continue with the UI. So later on we will also update the query. In other words, instead of fetching data on the client side, we will fetch data on the server side. But for now, let's leave it as is, and let's first of all finish off the UI. Once the UI is finished, we will update this whole query logic, and with that fetch data on the server side using a server component. But as mentioned, let's for now continue. So I will delete everything in the return statement and let's create a div. I will give this div a class name, and then this will be padding y12, and that's already it. This is the main wrapper div. In this div I will create another div, and this will wrap our header section. So let's give this div a class name, and this will be text center and then padding bottom 12. Inside of here, let's render an h1, and I will say our block. And underneath the h1, I will get a p tag and say insights, what else, thoughts and trends from our team, exclamation mark. So if we go back, you will see the h1 and p tag, but the h1 has to be bigger, it has to have a bigger font weight, and the p tag is also too small. So I will start with the h1, let's give it a class name, and this will be text for XL, font extra bold. Let's also say tracking tight. This will create a smaller letter spacing, so it will be more snug. And then let's say on SM or bigger, this will be text 5XL. Let's update the p tag, so let's give it a class name, and this will be margin, or let's say padding top 4, maximum width 2XL, MX Auto, Text XL, and then text muted foreground to have a grayish color. So if I now go back, yeah, this looks absolutely beautiful. Is the padding too big? No, I think this is fine. And as a next step, let's render our data. So let's create a div element. I will give the div a class name, and this div will be there to create the layout. In other words, I want to render block articles, and in one row, I want to have 3 block articles, that's it, on a big screen. So we will create a grid layout. This will be then grid gap 6 to have some spacing. On MD or bigger, this will be grid columns 2, and on LG or bigger, this will be grid columns 3. And inside of here, we can map over our data. So I will get the data dot map, then let's say, or as a param, I will get the individual article, so article, and then let's return the data. Inside of here, or by the way, maybe post makes a bit more sense, and inside of here I will render a p tag and the title to be specific, so post.title, but we instantly get an error. What's the problem? Well, missing key prop. Whenever you map over data in React, you want to add a unique key. That's very important. So I will say key, and this will be equal to a unique value. What's a unique value? Well, the ID is unique. So I will select the ID, and if we go back, then we will see, hey, this is the mutation, hey, this is another test, and yo, super cool blog article. And this is also, by the way, in order, because as you all know, we use this order method and we order everything based on the created add timestamp and then descending to get the newest result first. But let's be honest, this looks quite ugly and it's time to make everything look beautiful. So instead of rendering this p tag, I will get the card component from the components. Let's give this card a key. This will be equal to post_id. And inside of here, I want to first of all render an image, because here's the thing, this is our card, and this card later on will be a bit bigger, right? Because there will be some content, and initially on the top, I will render an image, the image that the user will later on upload, then the title, some description, and then a read more button or something like that. So let's go back. In the card, I will create a div, and in this div, we need to render an image. So how do you render images in Next.js? Good question. I mean, it's quite simple, right? Let's just use the image tag. We need to pass the source. Sure, why not? I already found a nice image. You can just go to Unsplash and take any image, copy the URL, and I will paste it inside of here. We need to pass an alt. I will say image. Why not? Let's go back. I will do a hard refresh and I get my image. Nice, everything works, right? But if you go back, you should see that we get a warning. Why do we get a warning? Well, it says using image could result in lower LCP and higher bandwidth. Consider using the image component from next/image or a custom image loader to automatically optimize images. So essentially, Next.js offers a component that optimizes your images right out of the box. So if you go to the Next.js documentation and search for image optimization, then you will find this section. And inside of here they say the Next.js image component extends the HTML image element to provide size optimization. This means automatically serving correctly sized images for each device using modern image formats like WebP, visual stability, preventing layout shift automatically when images are loading, faster page loads, only loading images when they enter the viewport using native browser lazy loading with optional blur up placeholders, and finally asset flexibility, resizing images on demand, even images stored on remote servers. So if you use the normal HTML image tag, then you just load the image, that's it. There is zero optimization involved or anything like that. If you use the image component provided by Next.js, then you get all of these features right out of the box. So you know what, let's go back. I will open the inspector, I will open the network tab also. I will disable the cache and let's do a hard refresh. It will now load the image in a second. Let's see, it still loads. That's because my network speed is a bit slow. That's fine. And in a second, the image will load. Yes, right here, photo. So the type is AVIF, AVIF, and look at the size. The size is 266 kilobytes. This isn't a big image, not at all. It's quite small actually, but we can make it even smaller. Don't believe me? Let me show it to you. So let's go back. I will use the image component imported from next/image, and if we go back, we should instantly get an error. And if I do a hard refresh, yes, we get an error. What's the problem? Well, it says image with source is missing required width property. Why do we need to add a width property? Well, the documentation is your best friend. If you scroll a bit to the bottom, you will find this section. Since Next.js does not have access to remote files during the build process, you will need to provide the width, height, and optional blur data URL props manually. The width and height properties are used to infer the correct aspect ratio of images and avoid layout shift from the image loading in. So here's the thing, if you don't add a width and height property, Next.js won't know how big your image is. Let me show it to you with a little diagram. Let's imagine the following. So this is our card, and in theory we render an image, right? This is our image, I will make it green. So Next.js initially does not know how big your image is. This means it will assume that the size is 0. So I will take the card and make it very small. This means your card will also shift because initially it sees, hey, we have a title and description, but no image. After a second or so, your image will load in. And this also means that your card will expand. And this is what you call a layout shift. And for example, Google also has a nice example. So we have two buttons, a title and description. If you now click on the button, the whole layout shifted, and that's not good for the user or for the user experience in general. So you want to minimize content layout shifts, or in general just content shifts, as much as possible. And that's why you need to also add the width and height property, because with that Next.js will know, hey, the image will have a height of so-and-so and a width of so-and-so. It won't change the image quality or anything like that. It will just be there to, or I guess it will avoid layout shifts, because Next.js will see, okay, we will have an image, it will have a height which will be about 500 pixels, so let's already take the space so that there's no shift. So let's go back and I will add a width and height. So for the width, for now, this will be 500, and then for the height, this will be, for example, 800. And let's test it out. So if I go back, we again get an error. Invalid source prop on next/image. Hostname is not configured under images in your next.config file. What do you mean? Well, it's quite simple. What does the image component do? It optimizes your images. And the thing is, it optimizes your images on the server side. This means it has a resource cost. It's not free. It has to take resources because it actually optimizes your image. It makes it smaller, it changes the format, and so on. And what would an attacker do? What would a malicious user do? Well, the malicious user would see, hey, this user optimizes images for free, $0. Damn, that's so cool. Let me just take my images and this user, this website, this server will optimize my images. Nice. And you don't want that. Therefore, what you have to do is whitelist your domains. With that, Next.js will know, hey, this domain is fine, or this host name is whitelisted, which means it's allowed to optimize these images. If a different host name is passed, then let's not optimize any images. And with that, we will, at the end of the day, I guess, consume less resources, which means we developers will spend less money, less resources will be used. So this is a very important security practice, because you don't want to allow third parties to optimize their own images. Only you should optimize your own images. So let's go to the next.config file, and inside of here we will open, or I will get the images property, the images flag. Let's get the remote patterns property. This is an array. I will open an object and we need to pass the host name. I will copy the host name from the error, so images.unsplash.com, and I will paste it inside of here. Let's also pass the protocol. The protocol will be HTTPS, and for the port, this will be an empty string. So if I click on Command S to save everything, it will also automatically restart my dev server. If that did not happen for you, then please restart the dev server manually. So if I now go back, I see my images. And let's open the inspector. I will open the network tab and let's do a hard refresh. In theory, the image should now be smaller. And yes, look at the image. The type is now WebP. Initially, it was AVIF, and the size is now 31 kilobytes. Initially, I think the size was 230 kilobytes if I'm not mistaken, so this image is way smaller. And Next.js with that pretty much changed the format. We have a new type and it made the image smaller, which is very powerful. And of course there are also the other benefits, but essentially we now have an optimized image. And by the way, if you go to my YouTube channel, the best channel in the world, don't forget to like and subscribe, then you will find this video, image or ultimate guide to image optimization in Next.js. In this video, I go through everything, how images work, how to optimize them correctly, how to, render images, or what the correct strategy is. So you don't want to load images instantly, but you want to rather load them lazily and stuff like that. There are a lot of things that I talk about. Also, for example, I show you how to create responsive images by using a source set. I also show you how to create a blur or placeholder, so when your user or when your image loads, it has like a nice blur placeholder while the image is loading. So it's a great video, don't forget to watch it. It's a very powerful video. It took forever to create and it's 1 hour long, so you will learn a lot. Check it out. But let's go back, and since we finally load our image, we can also continue. And by the way, how do we currently add the width and height? Well, what a stupid question, you might say. We added the width and height properties. Yes, that's correct, but you have another option. What I mean by that is, if you scroll a bit to the bottom, then you will find the section. So we already talked about the section, but there is one more sentence. Alternatively, you can use the fill property to make the image fill the size of the parent element. What does that mean? Well, here's the thing. The image is rendered in this div element. What we can do is tell the image, hey, we don't have a width, we don't have a height, adjust the image size to this div itself. We can give this div a class name, and then this will be height 48 and width full, and overflow will be hidden. So this means, hey, we want to now tell the image you should have a height of 48 and a width of full. We don't really know what the width is. It could be 20 pixels, it could be 100 pixels, 200 pixels. It all depends on the user's screen size, but at the end of the day, make it as big as needed. So this means instead of now using these width and height properties, we will add the fill property, and with that the image will fill the container. But if we go back, we get this weird huge image. This is incorrect. What's the problem? Well, we need to position this div relatively. So let's update the div. I will say relative, and with that our problem, our big image, will go away. So let's continue. I will go underneath this div, but let's stay in the card, and I will get the card content component, and in the card content we will render two things, the title and the description. So let's get the link component from next/link. We instantly get an error. That's because we need to provide the href, and then this will be a dynamic value. So let's use upticks. So you want to use this object, then upticks, and let's say /block/ the block ID, the post ID. So let's use the dynamic value. You do that by using the $sign and then these object brackets, and I will say post._ID, and then in the link we need to render the title. So I will create an h1, and let's get our post.title. So if I go back, we see the beautiful title down below. Let's style it. So I will give the h1 a class name, and this will be text to XL, font bold, and then hover, which will be text primary. So if we go back and if I hover over the title, nothing happens, or I guess something happens. There is a very light hover state, but does it look nice? No. And in general, I'm not a big fan of this theme. This theme is like this dark or this black and white theme. I'm not a big fan of it. So let's head over to the shadcn UI website, and I want you to click on themes, because shadcn UI is a component library, correct? But at its core, it's a design system, or it's the foundation for your design system, and it allows you to easily update the theme. So currently we use this default theme, and I'm not a big fan fan of it, but we can also use the orange theme or the red theme or the rose theme or the violet theme. It does not matter. Choose whatever color you like the most. I'm a big fan of blue, so I will copy the code and let's copy everything. Please make sure that you selected OKLCH and then let's go back. I will open the globals.css file, and what you want to do is delete this root class and then the dark class. Only these two classes. I will delete everything and then paste what I just copied. So if I go back and do a hard refresh and hover over, hey, this is another test, we get a new color. And that's because this is now the updated theme. But you know what? This still looks kinda ugly. So maybe instead of blue, you know what? No, I want to use violet. Why not? So I will click on violet, copy code, bam, I will go back, and then I will again delete the root class and the dark class. So I will paste what I just copied, and if I go back, yeah, you know what? I like this a bit more. I'm a big fan of this color. We need to update the navbar, so I will go to the navbar component, and instead of hard coding text blue 500, this will be text primary. So if I go back, yeah, this is way better. And by the way, this theme works both in dark mode and light mode. So if I switch into light mode, everything still works as expected. So I will go back into dark mode to not blind you guys, and let's continue. Oh, and by the way, if you want to learn more about shadcn UI, then head over to my YouTube channel, because I created a lot of videos on shadcn UI. Like for example, I found the best component libraries built on top of shadcn UI. Or for example, you are using shadcn UI the wrong way. So check out these videos, they are very powerful. Let's now continue. I will go underneath the link, but let's stay in the card content. And as mentioned, we need to render the description. So in other words, the post.body, I will give the p tag a class name, and this will be text muted foreground and then line clamp 3. This means the text should have a maximum of 3 lines. And yeah, this looks quite nice. So let's go back, and underneath the card content, but still in the card component itself, I will get the card footer component, and in the card footer, let's render a link component. So link is imported already from next/link. I will give the link an href. This will again be dynamic, so I will copy the href from the previous link. This will be the same path name, and in the link, let's say for example, read more. So if I go back, we get this ugly link. This can look way better. So let's go back, and I will give the link a class name. This will be equal to button variants, and button variants is imported from the components. Let's invoke it. The structured, I will pass a class name, and this will be width full. So if I go back, yeah, this looks quite nice. But you know what? I'm not a big fan of the top section. What I mean by that is we have like this top padding, which should not be there. So let's go back, and I will update the card itself. Let's give it a class name, and this will be padding top 0. So if we go back, yeah, this looks okay, but I think we are missing some rounding. So let's give our image a class name, which will be rounded LG. And with that, we get our beautiful image rendered nicely with rounding. But now you might say, hey Jan, we have rounding on the top and bottom. This should not happen. Yes, you are right. So let's say rounded-top-LG, and with that we will have rounding only on the top. And with that, I also think that we are finished with the card. If I zoom out a bit, this looks beautiful. So let's go back, and what should we do now? Well, as mentioned, we need to fetch data on the server side. Or in other words, we don't need to do that, but currently we fetch data on the client side. But as you all know, you can fetch data on the server side using a server component. And since we don't really create any interactivity inside of here, yes, the useQuery hook creates interactivity, but besides that there is no interactivity, we can also fetch the data on the server side in a server component. How do you do that? As you all know, the documentation is your best friend. So if you head over to Convex and click on Next.js App Router and then Server Rendering, you will find this section, and you can fetch data in Next.js using the preload query hook. Or to be quite honest with you, there are two ways to fetch data. You can either use the preload query hook, Or you can, for example, use the fetch query function. Let's start with the fetch query function, and then later on I will explain the difference between fetch query and preload query. But at its core, both fetch data on the server side, but they do it a bit differently. But let's start with this fetch function. So what you want to do is go back, delete this constant data, delete the use client directive because this will now be a server component. Let's delete these imports and let's start off fresh. So constant data will be equal to await fetch query. Fetch query is imported from convex, and as an argument we need to pass the query. In other words, let's get the API object from convex.posts.getPosts, but we instantly get an error. Await expressions are only allowed within async functions. In other words, we need to mark this function as asynchronous. Export default async function. And why can you do that? Is this even safe? Well, you can do that because this is a server component. A server component only runs on the server side. There is no client involvement, no JavaScript, nothing like that. And that's why you can make this component asynchronous and with that fetch data. So if we go back and if I do a hard refresh, everything still works. But here's the thing, let me show it to you again. Please look at the navbar, look at the button and look at the content. If I do a hard refresh, I instantly get my content, but my navbar, this button, takes a bit to fully render. That's because this user session is fetched on the client side. We need to wait for the full page to load for it to then also fetch its data, the user session. But since these blog articles get fetched on the server side, there is no delay. The data is there instantly. So if we open the inspector and with that the network tab, and if I do a hard refresh, you will also see that in the document. We instantly get our data. Yes, the image loads a bit, but here's the thing. Did you see that we did not have any content shift, no layout shift? That's because we have width and height properties. Not really, we use the fill property, but the fill property internally creates width and height properties. And if you now go into this document or click into it and click into response, you should see that we get the full HTML. So this is the card, the image, the H1, the P tag, the A tag. Everything is rendered on the server side. And that's why when we make the response, the HTML generates everything on the server side and sends it to the client. There is no hydration or there is no JavaScript that we need to download. Everything is there instantly. So if I click on preview, we instantly get all of our content, which is very powerful. And now you might also ask me, hey Jan, how does everything work in the background? Good question. So essentially a client makes a request to our website, to this route to get all of the blog data. Next.js gets the request and sees, hey, we need to fetch data on the server side. So what then happens is that the Next.js server makes a request to Convex. Convex is a backend as a service, and as you all know, Convex has its own database. Convex gets the request, then it executes the correct server function to get the data that we need, and it returns it back to the server. So Next.js gets this data, the response from Convex, and initially or instantly, that's what I'm trying to say, generates the HTML using this data. And then it takes the HTML and sends it to the client. The client then renders everything, and with that we get our beautiful UI. But what was the special thing about Convex? The special thing was that Convex is reactive by default. This means when you update something, it also updates for every other client, because Convex internally subscribes to your data. So when the data updates, it also instantly gets the new update, if that makes sense, the new data. But if you use this function, so this fetch query function, there is no client involved anymore, which also means there's no way to create any connection. There's no way to subscribe to data and get new updates. And that's a good and bad thing, I guess. No, it's not really a good or bad thing. It's a limitation. That's what I'm trying to say. You are kinda limited. Yes, you can fetch data on the server side, but you don't get any updates. You don't get the benefits of Convex, the reactive benefits, which might be kinda a big problem. And in this case, I, for example, don't care about this whole reactivity aspect, because this page does not really need reactivity, if you understand what I mean, because, for example, later on we will create the block ID route. This is the route where we will render the individual block, and inside of there we will implement comments and also presents, so in general things that are reactive. And there we will need this whole reactivity aspect, we will need these real-time features. But in this case, we don't really need it. So now you might say, okay, Jan, but does that mean that whenever you render or fetch data on the server side, that you also automatically lose all reactivity? No, thankfully not. Or in other words, if you use the fetch query function, then yes, you lose all reactivity. You literally just fetch your data on the server side, you render it, that's it. There's nothing more because you don't subscribe to any data changes. But thankfully the Convex team thought of this problem and they created a solution which is called preloading. Okay, what do I mean by that? So if you want to preload data from Convex and leverage Next.js's server-side rendering, but still retain reactivity after the initial page load, use preload query from Convex. So in this case, we have a normal server component, no use client directives or anything like that. Inside of here, we fetch data, but instead of using the fetch query function, they use the preload query function. It pretty much works exactly the same. What I mean by that is we get the data and that's it on the server side. But they then render this component, tasks. Tasks is a client component and this client component uses the use preload query hook. This use preload query hook as an argument gets the preloaded data and it then returns the data itself. What I mean by that is it now has this initial data, this then gets rendered, but it also automatically subscribes to data changes. So you still have the benefit of server-side rendering, but whenever new data gets available, if that makes sense, so whenever Convex sees that the state changed, it will also automatically add the data inside of here. And this means internally this use preload query hook creates a WebSocket connection. If all of this sounds a bit confusing right now, reactivity, WebSocket connection, and so on, then don't worry about it because we will dive into this whole reactivity, you could say, feature a bit later on once we implement the block ID route. But for now, this fetch query function is enough. We don't really care about the reactivity aspect right now. Only once we implement the block ID route, we will also implement the preload query function and the use preload query hook, and I will also dive into the whole dynamics. This means how everything works internally. So what should we do as the next step? Well, before we continue with the block ID route, let's first of all optimize this page. Because yes, we fetch data on the server side, but server-side data fetching also has a huge problem. What do I mean by that? Well, let me show it to you actually. Before I explain the problem, let me show you the problem. So let's go back to our page.tsx. We fetch our data, we use the fetch query function. But let's imagine for some sort of weird reason your backend is super slow to respond. Now in this case, Convex is always super quick, so I can't demo it with Convex, but I will create a fake delay. So let's imagine that our server would have a delay of 5 seconds. Yes, you heard right. What will happen? Good question. Let me show it to you. So if I do a hard refresh, bam, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and only now our data should in theory be fetched. Yes, so let me show it to you even better. I will close this tab and open it in a new tab. So bam, 1, 2, 3, I don't see anything. Where are my block articles? Or not even my block articles, let's forget them. Where is my navbar? My navbar does not take 5 seconds to load. This H1 does not need 8 seconds to, or what am I talking about? Not 8 seconds, 5 seconds. This does not take 5 seconds to load. This does not take 5 seconds to load. Only our block articles need 5 seconds. So the problem right now is, since we fetch the data on the server side and since our backend in theory is super slow, it blocks everything. We have a huge blocking event. And this is bad. I mean, this is very bad. This is a huge mistake because now literally users have to wait 5 seconds to see anything. They need to wait 5 seconds to see the navbar, 5 seconds to see the title, 5 seconds to see the description. which is just stupid. It's borderline stupid, and that's the truth. So now you might say, okay, Jan, so let's scrape everything. Let's throw out this fetch query function. Who cares about it? Let's again use the use query function. We will fetch everything on the client side, and with that, we won't have any problems. Yes, this is one solution, but I want the SEO benefit. I want to fetch data on the server side, but I don't want to block everything. So what can we do? Well, there is a super cool solution called streaming. Oh, and by the way, I'm not talking about like streaming on your phone. Hey, I'm live right now. No, nothing like that. It's a completely different thing. So streaming, and by the way, if you go to the documentation and search for streaming, then you will also find the section. And inside of here, they say streaming allows the server to send parts of a dynamic route to the client as soon as they are ready, rather than waiting for the entire route to be rendered. This means users see something sooner, even if parts of the page are still loading. For dynamic routes, it means they can be partially pre-fetched. That is, shared layouts and loading skeletons can be requested ahead of time. So let's look at this image because it already explains everything quite well. So I will make this a bit bigger. So let's imagine the following. This is our page. So this is the navbar, and let's imagine that this would be the title, who knows. And these are the blog articles. These blog articles get fetched on the server side, and they have a huge blocking event. They take 5 seconds to get, right? It takes 5 seconds to fetch the data. So what you now do with streaming is show a skeleton. So a skeleton is pretty much like a loading indicator. It now says, for example, loading ... So while the data is being fetched, we already see the layout, this one. And then for this content, for this main content, for the blog articles, we see like a loading indicator, loading ... And once the data is finished being fetched after 5 seconds, React automatically swaps out the loading indicator for the real data. So partial content with loading state, this is the partial content, the layout, and this is the loading state. And once the data has finished loading after 5 seconds, the suspended content gets streamed in. In other words, it just gets swapped out. We throw out the skeleton and we then render the real blog articles. So what does that mean for our application? Well, the navbar does not fetch any data on the server side. It's pretty much static. The same thing is also true for this header. It does not fetch any data. It's pretty much static. We can render it instantly. The only thing that is dynamic and fetches data on the server side is this block section. So we need to specifically suspend this section and render the top section instantly. So now you might say, okay, Jan, so we know what the solution is. It's to use streaming, and we know what sections should be static and what sections should be suspended. So how can we implement streaming? Good question. So if you go to the documentation, then you will see that they recommend to create a loading.tsx file in your route folder, and this loading file will implement streaming right away. How does it work? Well, let me first of all show it to you, and then I will explain to you how everything works in the background. So let's go back. I will open the Explorer, and then in our block folder, let's create a new file called loading.tsx. Please make sure that you spell it correctly, and inside of here, since it works pretty much like a route, you want to also create an export default function. I will call it loading block, and inside of here we will return an h1 just to show it to you guys, and I will say loading ... And you know what, I will also make it a bit bigger to see something. So text 5XL, font bold, text red 500, and padding 10, again just to see something. So let's go back. I will do a hard refresh, and you see loading ... And this will be rendered for 5 seconds. And then after 5 seconds, once our data is finished loading, the suspense, or no, the fallback gets automatically swapped out for the real data. And you know what, this works great, because if I do a hard refresh, I instantly see my navbar. But there is something missing, or In other words, we suspend something that should not be suspended. This section is static. There's no reason for it to also be suspended. We want to only suspend this section. And that's one limitation of the loading file. The loading file suspends everything, even the sections or even the sections that are static and that don't fetch any data. So this is fine if your whole page is dynamic, but in this case, it's not something that we need, or in other words, it's not something that we want. So how does the loading file even work? Maybe we can use the internal structure to create a more custom experience. Well, if you look at the documentation, then you will see that they say behind the scenes Next.js will automatically wrap the page.tsx contents in a suspense boundary. This means everything. The prefetched fallback UI will be shown while the route is loading and swapped for the actual content once ready. What are the benefits of loading? Immediate navigation and visual feedback for the user, shared layouts remain interactive, improved core web vitals. This is all cool, but what do they use internally? Suspense boundaries? Ah, interesting. So Suspense is a component provided by React. And as they say here, Suspense lets you display a fallback until its children have finished loading. So essentially what you do is wrap your component in a Suspense boundary and you add a fallback. The fallback is your loading state. And then once your component has finished loading, because it finally fetched all of the data, it automatically swaps out the fallback for the actual component, for the actual data. So let's go back. I will delete the loading file because we don't need it anymore, since we will implement streaming in a more granular way by using suspense boundaries. The loading file does the same thing, but the loading file essentially goes right here and says, hey, let's wrap everything in a suspense boundary. So from the top to the bottom, which means it's not very flexible, but we can use the suspense boundaries, the component, to make everything more granular. So to implement suspense boundaries, the first step is to create a function, an asynchronous function that fetches all of your data. So underneath the export default function, I will create a new async function. This will be called, I guess, load block list. Yeah, something like that. I'm not sure. It does not matter. Let's open the function, and inside of here we will load our data. We will fetch our data. So I will copy this await new promise, the timeout, and also this fetch query function. Let's copy everything and I will paste it inside of here. Again, please make sure that this is an asynchronous function, because inside of here you fetch data. And as a next step, let's return our data. In other words, I will copy this div. So where is it? This div which wraps this whole mapping. Let's copy everything. I will delete it from the export default function and instead paste it inside of here. So this all looks good. Let's copy the component name, and instead of rendering some random div or something like that, we will just render the load block list component. Please make sure that you delete the async modifier from your export default function, and let's go back. So I will do a hard refresh. Bum. Huh? Where is my suspense, or where is my fallback? I don't have any streaming enabled, right? Yes, that's because we need to wrap the component in a suspense boundary. So I will copy everything. Let's get the suspense component from React, and I will paste the load block list component back. As you all know, we want to show a loading state. So what we can do is use the fallback property. This is what will be displayed when the component itself is loading. And for now, I will return a p tag which says loading ... I will also make it a bit bigger again. So class name text 5xl, text red 500, padding x10. We will change all of that later on. This is for demo purposes. So I will go back and let's test it out. So this should finally work. So 1, 2, 3, bam. Oh my god, this worked. Our Navbar renders instantly. This section, this header section, renders instantly. The only thing that we currently suspend is this section. And once it's finished rendering, or in other words, once the data has finished loading, we instantly swap out the loading state, the fallback, for the real data. But I will be honest with you, the fallback is kinda ugly. Let's be honest, it is what it is. So let's change that. As mentioned, we want to render a skeleton. A skeleton is a loading indicator. So if you go to shadcn UI, you can search for the skeleton component, and this is the skeleton. As mentioned, it's a beautiful loading UI. I will install it, so I will copy the installation command and then paste it into my terminal. So this will take a second and I will restart my dev server. So let's update the fallback. I will delete the p tag. Let's create a div element, not divide. My god, my friend, what was that? And in the div, or let's style the div. So I will give the div a class name. This will be grid gap 6 on MD or bigger. This will be grid columns 2, and then on LG or bigger, this will be grid columns 3. So what we will essentially do is mimic our block layout, but instead of rendering block articles, we will render the skeleton UI, which will look identical. So inside of here, let's create a fake array. So I will create these array brackets, then let's say ... array, uppercase array, let's invoke it, and as an argument I will pass 6. So we will have an array length of 6. Let's say .map, and then I will return it. As a param, let's get the item itself, so underscore, I won't use it, and then the index. Inside of here, I will render a div. This div instantly throws an error. That's because it's missing the key property, and the key will be the index, because the index is unique. Let's give this div also a class name. So I will say class name, and then this will be flex column and space y3. And you know what, in theory we can also create a separate component. You know what, why not? So let's go to the bottom. So instead of doing everything in line, I will go to the bottom. Let's say underneath the async function, let's create a new function. This will be called skeleton loading UI. I will open the function and then return what we had. So let's go back to the fallback. I will copy this div element and let's paste it inside of here, and we will continue. So in this div, let's use the skeleton component. The skeleton component is imported from the components. This is self-closing. Let's give it a class name. This will be height 48 with full and rounded XL. Let's render another div. This will be a wrapper div, and this will wrap pretty much our title, description, and then the button down below. So let's give this div a class name, and this will be space y2 and then flex and flex column. Inside of here, I will again get the skeleton component. This skeleton component will mimic the title. So let's give it a class name. This will be height 6 and then width 3/4. So 3/4. And then underneath, or I will copy paste the skeleton 2 more times. This skeleton will have a height of 4 and then width, which will be full. And the last skeleton will have a height of 4 and then a width of 2/3. So with that, I think we are finished. No, not quite. So let's render this component. I will go back to the fallback. Let's use this component. This is self-closing, and in theory, everything should work. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, where's our skeleton? What? This absolutely does not work. What's the problem? Let's analyze everything. Div, array. Oh my god, I made such a stupid mistake. This array bracket should be closed after the 6, but we close it down below. This is so stupid. Let's delete this array bracket from the end. I will add it inside of here, so not this, but I think this one. And also let's delete this comma. So if I now click on Command S, everything compiles correctly. And if I do a hard refresh, 1, 2, 3, wow, we get a beautiful skeleton UI, and this actually works. This is so cool. You know what? Instead of rendering 6 skeletons or 6 block cards, let's rather say 3. And if I do a hard refresh, yeah, this looks absolutely beautiful. And with that, I think we are finished with streaming. We render a beautiful fallback. Once our data has finished loading, we swap it out. Also, we swap out our loading state for the real data, and it all happens seamlessly. So there's nothing that we need to fix right here. And again, streaming in general, or streaming essentially, allows you to show a fallback while your data is being fetched. So streaming works very well if you have a page which has very mixed layouts, or not mixed layouts, but mixed sections. So if you have like a title and a description and then a few other things that are static, and and then a section which fetches heavy data, then it makes a lot of sense to use streaming, because this will literally make the user experience 10 times better. So as a next step, I want to continue with file uploads, or in other words, I want to allow users to upload images. Because if I go back to our beautiful website, I closed it, no, let me go to the blog, then we currently hardcode these images, which I guess is fine for our initial demo purposes, but in a real production website, you want to allow users to upload real images, their own images, so the user's own images. And now you might say, okay, Jan, so how can we upload files, images? Well, Convex has our back, because Convex offers file storage. So file storage makes it easy to implement file upload in your application, store files from and send files to third-party APIs, and to serve dynamic files to your users. All file types are supported. That's great, but in this case we will only allow users to upload images, not videos, GIFs, or anything like that. And Convex offers like a few, you could say, methods. So upload files to store them in Convex, store files generated or fetched from third-party APIs, serve files via an URL, and delete files stored in Convex. What do we want to do? Do we want to store files generated from third-party APIs? No, we want to upload, or we want to store images created by the user, not some sort of third-party images. So let's click on upload, and inside of here you will see upload files to Convex by generated upload URLs or via a custom HTTP action. In this case we will use generated upload URLs. So large files can be uploaded directly to your backend using a generated upload URL. This requires the client to make 3 requests. Generate an upload URL using a mutation that calls storage.generateUpload_URL, send a post request with the file contents to the upload URL and receive a storage ID, and save the storage ID into your data model via another mutation. So 3 steps in total. And if you have ever worked with file uploads, then this will also look very familiar, this process, because that's what you also call, for example, a presigned URL. So essentially, here's how everything will work. A client will make a request to our server and say, hey, I want to upload an image. Our server will say, okay, I don't know how to upload images, or no, I know how to upload them. We need to ask Convex to upload them for us. So the server makes a request to Convex. Convex says, okay, give me a second, I will make a request to my storage bucket, and this storage bucket will generate a presigned URL. This presigned URL is valid for a set amount of time for a specific image, and then this presigned URL will be returned back to the client. And then instead of uploading the image from the server side, the image will be uploaded on the client side. And that's how Convex can make sure that the files can be as large as wanted or needed. Because if you would upload your image, for example, on the server side, then you would hit a size limit of 4.5 megabytes. So this is a Vercel specific body size limit, or even Next.js limit. Next.js by default has a 1 megabyte limit, Vercel has a 4.5 megabyte limit. It does not really matter. What I'm trying to say is that we will upload the image on the client side, and that's also the preferred solution. Whenever you upload files, don't upload them on the server side. Yes, validate that everything is correct on the server side. This means validate that the user has the correct permissions, that the file is actually a file and not some sort of random malicious software or anything like that. Then get the storage URL, the presigned URL, send it to the client, and then everything will be uploaded on the client side. This makes everything scalable, secure, and fast. And that's what also Convex does, because you generate the presigned URL, you upload the image on the client side, you then get the storage ID, and you store the storage ID in your database. And that's what we will do. So let's go back, and what's the first step? Well, the first step is to update our schema, because if we open our schema, what do we store right here? Well, we have the posts table, but the posts table has only 3 fields: the title, body, and author ID, but we are missing the image storage ID. So I will say image storage storage ID. And what type will this image storage ID be? Type string, you might say. And yes, you are kinda right, it is a string, but it's primarily an ID. So this won't be v.string, but rather v.id. And then as an argument, let's say underscore storage. Please make sure that you spell it correctly, and with that we are finished. So if I open my schema, everything should work, but no, we get an error. What's the problem? Argument of type body string title is not assignable to parameter of So what's the problem? Well, the image storage ID is missing in our server function. If I open the posts file, it instantly throws an error, and that's because we are missing the image storage ID, which is a huge problem. So let's fix that. I will scroll to the bottom, and you know what, just to make things a bit easier, let's for now make the image storage ID optional, and then once we implement file uploads, we will make it required. So v.optional, I will invoke it, and then as an argument, I will pass v.what we had, so ID storage. And with that, if we open our terminal, the error will go away because this is now optional and not required anymore. So as the next step, as mentioned, we have to first of all generate the pre-signed URL. So let's go to the bottom underneath this get posts server function, and let's say export constant. And how should we call the function? Let's call it generate image upload URL, and this will be equal to mutation. Mutation is already imported. Let's invoke it and open an object. As you already know, to define this mutation constructor, we need to define two things: the arguments and then also the handler. So arguments will be equal to nothing for now, an empty object, and then the handler is equal to an arrow function. Let's open it, and this will be asynchronous. Please make sure that your handler is asynchronous, the function. And inside of here, before we do anything, before we get the pre-signed URL or anything like that, we need to make sure that the user is authenticated. So let's go back, or let's scroll to the top, and I will copy this auth logic from the create post function. So what we will do is check if we get a valid user session. If not, we will throw an error. We currently get an error, and that's because CTX or cannot find name CTX, and that's because in the params we can get the context, and with that the error goes away. And as a next step, as mentioned, we need to generate the image upload URL. So let's say return await ctx.storage.generate upload URL, and I will invoke it. And to be honest with you, that's already it. There's no need to pass any arguments because there is nothing to pass. Literally, that's it. So we are finished. I will copy the name, and let's go back to the documentation. What did they say? So step 1, generate an upload URL. We did that. Step 2, send a post request with the file contents to the upload URL and receive a storage ID. Okay, understood. Let's do that. So I will open the create route. So create block, not this is our route handler, but rather the page.tsx. And what do we do inside of here? Well, we define our form, and then we have the onSubmit handler. What do we do in the onSubmit handler? We call our server action. So let's open the actions file. In the server action, we validate the form data, which is important. We throw an error if it's not successful, the validation. As a next step, we get the auth token, the JWT token, and then we create our mutation. But before we mutate any data, we have to first of all now get the upload URL, then upload the image and get the storage ID. So I will go underneath this constant token, await get token, and you know what, I will create a try catch statement. Let's start with the try statement. As mentioned, we need to get the image upload URL. So this will be constant post URL, and this will be equal to await fetch mutation. Fetch mutation, the function is already imported, and let's invoke it. As you already know, there are three things that we have to pass. First of all, pretty much the endpoint. So API.posts. And we want to generate the image upload URL. As a second step, we need to pass the arguments, but there are no arguments, so I will pass an empty object. And finally, we have to pass the token in an object, because as mentioned in our server function, we check if the user is authenticated. And to do that, we pass the context as an argument. And the context needs the token to make sure, or the context needs the JWT token to make sure or to check if the user has a valid user session. So this is finished. We now get our post URL, and should we call it post URL? I guess image URL makes a bit more sense, right? So we have the image URL, and the next step is to upload the image. So instead of now using some sort of specific handler or anything like that, or specific function from Convex, we will literally just use the fetch API, because this image URL or this fetch mutation will just return an URL. That's it. And this URL is what we will use to upload the image. It's like an endpoint, you could say. So underneath the image URL, I will say constant upload result, and this will be equal to await fetch, and as an argument I will pass the image URL. Let's add a comma, open an object, and what request do we create right here? Is it a get request or a post request or maybe a put request? Well, in this case it's a post request, so uppercase post, and inside of here we need to pass the body, and the body, or in the body, we have to pass the image that we want to upload. But wait. If we go back to the create route, did we even define an input to upload an image? So if I click on create, no, we only have an input for the title and a text area for the content. Not good. So let's update our schema. So I will open the block schema in the schemas folder, and we need to add one more property, which will be the image. So image will be of type, so z.instance of, and then uppercased file, because the user has to add a file, not some sort of text or a number or anything like that. It has to be a file. And I think that's already it. So let's go back to our create route. I will update the default values. So the image initially will be undefined because there is no image. And let's create another input. So let's scroll to the bottom. I will copy this controller, copy paste it actually. So let's paste it down below. Then for the name, this won't be content, but rather image. For the field label, this will be image, and instead of rendering a text area, we will render an input, the input component. And here's the thing, instead of now spreading the field, we have to control the input. What I mean by that is we need to manually add the onChange handler. So let's first of all add the type. The type won't be string or button or anything like that. This will be of type file, because the user has to upload or drop input a file. Let's add the accept prop. We don't want to accept everything, PDFs, I don't know, zip files, no, only images, so image/star. And let's add the onChange handler. Inside of here, let's create an inline arrow function, and what we need to do is get the file. So let's say constant file, and this will be equal to the event. We can get the event from the params, so event or e, it does not matter, and then event.target.files. This is an array, but we want to get the first item in the array, so let's use array brackets 0. With that, we will get the first item in the array. I instantly get an error. That's because this could possibly, or in theory, be null. So let's use a question mark and then say dot. So with that, again, we will get the first file in the array. And the last step is to update our form. So let's say field.onChange, and then as an argument, I will pass the file. And with that, I think we are finished. I currently get an ESLint warning. That's because we don't need to import API anymore. And if we go back to the actions, we can pass the image. So the body is actually not an object. Let's delete the object brackets, and body will be equal to past.data.image. And with that, we are almost finished. The only thing missing is the content type. So let's add headers. This is an object, and inside of here, I will say uppercase content-type, and this will be equal to past.data.image. And we instantly get an error, and that's because this should not be the image, but rather the image type. This means image.type, and with that, we won't get any errors. So this upload result in theory could fail. So let's say if the upload result is not okay, then let's return an error. So I will open an object, and inside of here, the error message will be failed to upload image. Yeah, that's fine. So we are almost finished, and the next step is to store the storage ID in our database. Before we do that, we need to get the storage ID. So let's say constant, I will destructure it, and this will be equal to await JSON, not JSON, but upload result.json, and let's invoke it. And then where we destructure it, let's get the storage ID. Please make sure that you spell storage ID correctly. This is not type safe, that's because we use the fetch API. This creates a real HTTP request, and a HTTP request is never type safe. And the last step is to finally store the storage ID in our database. So let's move this await fetch mutation call up into the try statement, and what we need to do is pass the image itself. But if I click on Control spacebar, I don't get any types, and that's because we need to update the server function. So I will open the Explorer, open the convex folder, and let's open the posts file. So we need to update the create post server function, and to be specific, the arguments. So let's say image storage ID, and this will be equal to v or of type v.id, and as an argument I will again say underscore storage. Please make sure that this is spelled correctly. What you can also do, for example, is open your convex schema and copy the ID from there. Again, inside of here, also make sure that storage is spelled correctly. And what we will also do is update the mutation itself. So we will pass the body, title, author ID, and of course also the image storage ID, which will be equal to arguments.image storage ID. This looks fine. Let's go back to our server action, and it instantly throws an error. And that's because we are missing one argument, which is the image storage ID, and this will be equal to the storage ID which we get from our upload result. Finally, in the catch statement, let's also return some error. So I will copy the return from our upload result check, let's paste it inside of here, and instead of saying failed to upload image, I will say failed to create post. And by the way, let's move all of the data into the try statement, so also this constant token, await get token, and this whole validation logic, I will paste everything into the try statement. Also, please make sure that the redirect is outside of the try catch statement. If you would say return redirect in the try statement, it would throw an internal Next.js error. So whenever you want to redirect a user in a server action, never do that in the try statement, but rather outside of the try statement. With that, the user will still get redirected and it won't throw any errors. And with that, I think we are finished, right? Let's test everything out. So I will go back, do a hard refresh. Let's say, hey, how are you? Then for the content, I will pass some gibberish and I will select an image. So I will click on create post. 1, 2, 3, it's loading and. Okay, was it successful? I don't know. Let's open the convex dashboard, and if I click on files, we should have one file. Yes, this is the file, and I can also, for example, download it, or I can delete it. I see the size, content type, ID. Phew, that's so cool. And if you, for example, click on logs in the sidebar, you will also see all of the logs, what we did, in this case, create post, get posts. Wow, this is so fancy, damn. So, what's the next step? Well, the next step is to fetch the image, and then instead of displaying this hard-coded image, we will display the real image. And to display the real image, we need to fetch the image URL, because what you see in the convex dashboard is just the ID. So let's go to the convex documentation. I will zoom out a bit, and let's click on serve, because we want to now serve files. So files stored in convex can be served to users by generating a URL pointing to a given file. The simplest way to serve files is to return URLs along with other data required by your app from queries and mutations. A file can be generated from a storage ID by the storage.getURL function of the query context, mutation context, or action context. Okay, sounds good. Let's do that. So let's go to the getPosts function, server function, and I will go underneath constant posts. Let's say return await promise, uppercase promise by the way, .all, and then I will invoke it. Inside of here, let's map over our posts, so posts.map. Then as a param, let's get the singular post, and then I will open a function. Inside of here, let's create a constant resolved image URL, and then this will be equal to post.image storage ID. And the thing is, this could be undefined. So let's say if this is not undefined, then let's create a ternary, and I want to generate the image URL. As mentioned, what you can do is use the mutation, or in other words, query context. I will say await ctx.storage.getURL, and as an argument we need to pass the storage ID, so get the URL for a file in storage by its ID, and as an argument I will pass the post.storage or image storage ID, and if this is not true, let's use a colon and I will return null. We currently instantly get an error, and that's because this here is not an asynchronous function. So let's say async, and with that the error will go away. And the last step is to return the data. So let's delete return posts, and instead I will return my data. So return object, then let's spread our post data, but we will specifically create an image URL, and this will be equal to resolved image URL. So what that means is we will return all of the properties in the post, the ID, creation time, image storage ID, title, body, and author ID, plus we will also return the image URL which we generated. And the image URL will be either defined or null, because if there is no storage ID, then there's also no reason to generate the image, right? So let's go back to the page.tsx, and in the source, so I will update the source, I will copy what I had, this hard-coded image, and what we will do is render our post.image URL. And the thing is, this in theory could be null, because as you know, we return null if there's no image. So let's use nullish coalescing, and I will return the image that we hard-coded, this one. So if the left side does not exist, let's render the right side, this. If the right side or if the left side does exist, then let's forget this image. That's pretty much how nullish coalescing works. And if I go back and do a hard refresh, I should see my image. No, I don't see it, and that's because we have to whitelist the host name. Okay, why not? I will copy the host name, and let's open the next.config file. I will create another object for the host name. This will be what I just copied. For the protocol, this will be HTTPS, and for the port, this will be an empty string. As you already know, Next.js will automatically restart the dev server. Let's go back, and I will do a hard refresh. Oh my god, this is the image that I uploaded. But you know what? It's a bit stretched. So let's cover it. Or what I mean by that is we can position the image. So I will update the class name for the image component, and let's say object cover. So this won't stretch the image anymore, but the image will just cover the container. And this looks beautiful. So we finally implemented file uploads, or in other words image uploads, and as you saw, it was super easy. Like normally it takes hours to implement file uploads. You have to go to S3 or to Amazon, implement or create a new storage bucket, then link a CDN to the storage bucket, then implement presigned URLs, and do this and that, and create route handlers. Whoa, it's so annoying, like honestly, and I have YouTube videos on how to upload files. I will show it to you, because I'm not lying, it takes forever. So if you go to my channel and then click on videos, then you will find this video somewhere. Where was it? Right here. The ultimate guide to file uploads. The video is 1 hour 20 minutes long, and I go through things quite quickly, but normally it takes forever if you have to go through the documentation and stuff. So trust me when I say this, Convex is a game changer. I have never implemented file uploads in such a quick time. And again, this in the background uses presigned URLs, which means this is scalable, fast, and secure. Yeah, guys, quite cool, right? So with what should we now continue? To be quite honest with you, this image sums everything up. too many options. There are a lot of things that we need to implement and that we will implement and cover. I even created a full-on list to not forget anything. But for example, we need to implement or cover caching, then metadata, for example, presence, the proxy file, cache components, and stuff like that. So you know what, let's start with caching, because currently we did not really cover caching, and that's one big power of server components, or of this whole server component architecture. Server components make it very easy to cache your data, and with that your pages. So you know what, before we dive, or no, let's first of all look at caching. What even is caching? And then I will show you an example. So Next.js improves your application's performance and reduces cost by caching, rendering work, and data requests. This page provides an in-depth look at Next.js caching mechanisms, the APIs you can use to configure them, and how they interact with each other. So what you need to understand is that Next.js at its core will cache as much as possible to improve performance and reduce cost. This means routes are statically rendered and data requests are cached unless you opt out. The diagram below shows the default caching behavior when a route is statically rendered at build time and when a static route is first visited. I won't dive into this diagram because it's super confusing and it will confuse you. It also confuses me to date, because there is the router cache, the full route cache, request memorization, data cache. Let's not look at the diagram. It's not important for you to understand how caching works. The important thing is that you understand what rendering strategies you have and what rendering strategies you can use. So to understand how caching works in Next.js, it's helpful to understand the rendering strategies available. The rendering strategy determines when your route's HTML is generated, which directly impacts what can be cached. So there are two main rendering strategies: static rendering and dynamic rendering. With static rendering, routes are rendered at build time or in the background after data revalidation. The result is cached and can be used across requests. Static routes are fully cached in the full route cache. Dynamic rendering, on the other hand, means that routes are rendered at request time. This happens when your route uses request-specific information like cookies, headers, or search params. So what does that exactly mean? Well, it's quite simple. Let's imagine the following. A client, a user, makes a request to your website, and let's imagine that we use the static rendering type. Instead of now serving the request on demand, so instead of generating the HTML on the server side and then sending it to the client, instead a CDN serves the request. So what does that mean exactly? Well, when you deploy your application, Vercel will build your application if you use, for example, Vercel. It's also the same for any other provider. So your hosting provider builds your application. And when it does that, Next.js will go through every route and check what routes are dynamic and what routes are static. So for example, our index page does not fetch any data. This means it's static, right? Our block route, as an example, fetches data. So Next.js will see, hey, the index page does not fetch any data. This means what we can do is generate the HTML at build time. So while the application is being built, let's generate the HTML and then we will put it into a CDN. Because as you all know, a CDN is a globally distributed network. This means you have servers everywhere, in the US, in Germany, in India, in wherever you live. It does not matter. A CDN is like a mini server that's distributed globally. And this means then when a client makes a request to the index page, you don't serve the HTML at runtime. The user does not have to make a request to your server and then to wait for the data to generate and then get it back. No, instead the user makes a request, and then instead of using our server, we actually use a CDN, and then this CDN will send the I guess, content, the HTML to the client. This makes everything super fast because, again, you have cached data and the CDN is globally distributed and it's super fast. But there's also the dynamic rendering part, or as mentioned, there are two types, static rendering and dynamic rendering. This route, for example, fetches data, so it's not static anymore. This means when a user makes a request to our website, instead of now getting the data from a CDN, we actually generate the HTML at runtime. So the user makes a request, boom, our server gets the request and sees, hey, the user needs block data. So let's fetch the data, let's generate the HTML, and let's send it to the user. So the core difference is, at the end of the day, a CDN is super fast because it's globally distributed, but also because there is no build step. The HTML is already generated. It just sends the already generated HTML to the client. A server, or if you use dynamic rendering, the HTML does not exist. It has to be first of all generated. The server has to first of all start up. Then we have to make a request to our data source, to Convex. Convex has to send the data to the Next.js server. The Next.js server has to generate the HTML, send it to the client, which means the whole result is a bit slower, or not the result, but in general, it takes a bit until you get your data. But it also has a key benefit. If you use dynamic rendering, you always get fresh data. If I make a request to my server, I instantly get new data because the HTML is generated at runtime. If I use static rendering, then the HTML is generated at build time. This means the data is stale, it's not fresh. When I make a request right now, then I will get the same data as the user that will make a request in 30 minutes. The data at its core does not revalidate. Yes, you can revalidate it later on, I will show it to you, but at its core, foundationally, the data is stale with static rendering, and with dynamic rendering you always have fresh data, which both have their pros and cons. As an example, the homepage is perfectly fine to be statically rendered. The blog route needs dynamic data. If a user creates a new blog article, we want to see the data. So now you might say, okay, Jen, this means when we build our application, this will be static, this will be dynamic, so who cares, let's continue. Well, here's the thing. In theory, we can also make this static. So we will build the HTML at build time, or generate it, and then put it into a CDN. And the thing is, we can revalidate the data. So for example, we could say, hey CDN, every 30 seconds get new HTML, or every minute, every hour, every 2 days. It does not matter. And this is the core benefit of using static rendering. Static rendering allows you to have super fast websites while maintaining still somewhat fresh data. So let me show it to you. I will go back and we will build the application. So I will stop my terminal and let's clear everything, and I will say pnpm run build. This will create a local build of our application. This in theory should be successful. Let's see. And yes, it was successful. And please look at this table, at this diagram, because it's very interesting. So the index page has this circle. The not found route has this circle. But for example, this API route has this F. This API route, the other API route has this F, and the block route also has this F as a prefix. What does that mean? Well, the 0 means static, pre-rendered as static content. The HTML got generated at build time and it then got put into a CDN, and F stands for dynamic, server rendered on demand. If I make a request to the index page, I instantly get the HTML from a CDN. It's already built. If I make a request to the block route, the server has to generate the HTML and then send it to the client. This means the block route will be slower, but as mentioned, we can also make it static, so we can pre-render it as static content, and that's what we will do right now. Or first of all, why even is this dynamic? Well, Next.js is super smart. It analyzes all of the pages and it sees, hey, the page.tsv case X does not fetch any data. The login route, for example, does not fetch any data. This can be static. The block route fetches data on the server side, so this should be dynamic. And that's very powerful, because in the past everything was static, which was super stupid. And then with Next.js 15, Next.js, the team realized that this was super stupid. This means to make everything static, and they now make things static that don't fetch any data, and everything that fetches data is dynamic as a default, which is the right idea or the right solution in my opinion. So let's make this static. I will go back to the documentation, and what you want to do is search for route segment config. Now they have a little warning right here. They say if you use cache components, then this is deprecated. Yes, that's correct. We don't use cache components. Cache components is a new feature that I will show you a bit later on, but let's for now continue. So what you can use is route segment options, and they allow you to configure the behavior of a page layout by directly exporting the following variables. And in total there are 4 variables: auto, force dynamic, error, and force static. Auto is the default, and that's what we also use right now in theory, because we did not really define this config export constant dynamic. But if we would have defined it, then auto would be right now true. Or let me maybe change that statement a bit. What I'm trying to say is, by default Next.js already adds this export constant dynamic. We just don't see it. It's already added and it's set to auto by default, but you can then update it, and the default is auto, which means it caches as much as possible without preventing any components from opting into dynamic behavior. So it pretty much analyzes everything, and it sees if the page does not fetch any data, then it will be static. If it fetches data, it will be dynamic. Force dynamic, this allows you to force dynamic rendering, and this will result in routes being rendered for each user at request time. And then you also have error for static rendering and cache the data of a layout or page by causing an error. I would not do that, don't select error. And then finally there is also force static, and this will force static rendering and cache the data of a layout or page by forcing cookies, headers, and use search params to return empty values. That's fine, we don't care. So you know what, let's test it out. I will copy this config, so export constant dynamic. Let's copy it. I will go back and let's go to the block route. I will paste it above the export default function, but underneath all of the import statements. And as mentioned, the default is auto, but let's change it to force static, because this route should be rendered statically. I will open the terminal and then let's say npm run build. We will rebuild the application, and yes, /block pre-rendered as static content. So instead of restarting the dev server, let's say npm run start, because this will run the build application, if that makes sense, and this will allow us to use the pre-rendered data. So it will show us how everything will work in a real production scenario, or once you deploy your application pretty much. So let's go back. I will do a hard refresh, so our website is still available on localhost 3000, and you should already see that our application is now way faster. If I click on home, boom, we instantly navigate it. If I click on create, boom, we instantly navigate it. And that's because we use cached data. And I want to create a new blog article. Oh, and by the way, I deleted one blog article, but that's fine. Let's create one. So this will say, hey, the blog page is cached. For the content, I will pass some gibberish, and let's upload this image. So I will click on create post, and we should get redirected. Where is our blog post? What's the problem? Well, it's relatively simple. Again, how does static rendering work? Well, at build time, when we built our application, Next.js analyzed all pages, and it saw the block route has this config set, and it's equal to force static. So the user wants this page to be static. So let's build the application. We will make a request to convex, let's get the data, we will generate the HTML and put it into a CDN. So when a user makes a request to this route, we won't pretty much start up the origin server and generate the HTML at runtime. No, let's forget that. We will just serve the already cached data, the data which we generated at build time. This allows the user to get data instantly, but it also means that the user does not get fresh data. No! What do you mean? So we now have static rendering, but whenever a user creates new blog articles, we don't render them. And since we set force static right here, we only, you could say, revalidate the cache when we rebuild the application. So if I would now run pnpm run build again and then pnpm run start, we would get the new data. But this is not wanted because this would mean whenever a user creates a new blog article, we would have to rebuild the full application. So this would take 3 minutes or something like that on Vercel. So we need to revalidate data. But how can you revalidate cached data? Good question. So there are two ways to revalidate data: time-based revalidation and on-demand revalidation. Time-based revalidation means that you revalidate data after a certain amount of time has passed and a new request is made. So 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 2 minutes, 3 hours, it does not matter. And this is useful for data that changes infrequently and freshness is not as critical. On-demand revalidation means that you revalidate data based on an event. As an example, form submission. On-demand revalidation can use a tag-based or path-based approach to revalidate groups of data at once. This is useful when you want to ensure the latest data is shown as soon as possible. In this case, whenever a user creates a blog article, we want to instantly see the data. So to get started, I will first of all show you time-based revalidation. So if you go back to this route segment config documentation, then you will find the section called revalidate. Set the default revalidation time for a layout or page. This option does not override the revalidate value. You currently don't know what revalidate is, and that's fine. Don't worry, I will show it to you or explain it a bit later on. For now, let's copy this value and I will paste it underneath force static. So there are three values, or three variables: false, infinity, and then some sort of number. False is the default. So the default is to cache any fetch requests that set their cache option to force cache or are discovered before a dynamic API is used. So it's pretty much set to infinity. It's always cached. But you can also use a number in seconds. So you can set the default revalidation frequency of a layout or page to n seconds. And that's what we will do. And so instead of setting this to false, this will be, for example, 60. So 60 seconds, or 30. This means 30 seconds, or 120. It does not matter. It depends on your application. I will, for example, say 30, and let's test it out. So I will stop my dev server, run pnpm run build. You will see that the table updated, so our block route is still rendered statically, but it has a revalidation time frame. So every 30 seconds, we will revalidate the data. So let's say pnpm run start to start this build application. I will go back and do a hard refresh. We instantly see this blog article, which is good, and I will create another one. So for the title, this will be, hey, this should revalidate. For the content, I will add some gibberish and I will select an image. If I click on create post, we should get redirected and I don't see the blog article. If I do a hard refresh, I see the article because we now passed this 30-second time frame. So I will create another one. I don't see anything. If I do a hard refresh, I don't see anything, and that's because I'm still in this 30-second time frame. If I again do a hard refresh, I still don't see anything, and that's because I have to wait for this 30-second time window to, could you say evaporate? No, that's the wrong word, but I think you understand what I mean. I have to wait for this time frame to elapse pretty much. So if I now do a hard refresh, I finally get my data because 30 seconds have passed. But you might say, hey Jan, that's cool and everything, but I want to instantly see the blog article. When a user creates a blog article, we need to display it instantly. We need to revalidate the cache and then display the blog article. And that's what you call on-demand revalidation. So let's go back to our server action because we need to define this on-demand revalidation inside of here. So let's go underneath this await fetch mutation, but I will stay in the try statement and let's say revalidate path. Revalidate path is imported from next/cache. And as an argument, we need to pass the path. So in this case, this will be /block. And what does this function do? Well, this function allows you to purge cached data on demand for a specific path. So pnpm run build, nothing should change, our page should still be rendered statically, and yes, nothing changed. And I will also say pnpm run start. Oh, and by the way, let's move it out of the try statement, so above the return redirect and underneath the try catch statement. Let's go back, I will do a hard refresh. Yeah, this all looks good. I created a few blog articles, don't worry about it, and let's create a new one. So I will say on demand revalidation, I will add some content, and of course I will select an image. So I will click on create post, and we should instantly see the new blog article. Let's see, on-demand revalidation, and yes, on-demand revalidation. We see the blog article and it worked nicely. So what does that mean? What does that mean at the end of the day? So we have a page which is statically rendered. So whenever a user makes a request, we get the data from the CDN. This means the data is stale, but using this revalidate path function, we can revalidate the data on demand. And that's a huge gain, or a huge plus in my opinion, because our page is statically rendered. We get the benefits of static rendering while having somewhat benefits of dynamic rendering, because this is not dynamic rendering, but we still get fresh data. So for example, for this blog page, it makes a lot of sense to use static rendering with a certain revalidation time frame. This is what you also call incremental static site regeneration. And by the way, if you want to learn more about the revalidate path function, then please go to the documentation, because inside of here you will see revalidate path allows you to invalidate cached data on demand for a specific path, and a revalidate path can be called in server functions and route handlers. It cannot be called in client components. This is important. It only works in server environments. And as an argument, always pass your path name, and you can also revalidate multiple paths. So this could be /blog, then the index page, /blog, /the ID, and so on. So you are not limited to one revalidation. You can revalidate multiple paths at once. And since we are finished with revalidation, I think we can continue with the block ID route, because if I click on read more, we get an error, a for not found error, and that's because this route does not exist. But as you all know, we will fix that. So let's go back. I will open the Explorer, I will open the app folder, shared layout block, and we need to create a new route, a dynamic route. Because if you look at the URL, it's currently localhost 3000 /blog/the block ID, and the block ID is dynamic. So let's go back. I will create a new folder. And how do you create dynamic routes? You should already know the answer. You want to use these array brackets, these not curly brackets, I'm not sure, square brackets, yeah, I guess that's how they are called. I call them array brackets. And inside of here, let's say post ID. I will create a new file, page.tsx, and this is our route. So let's say export default function. This will be called post ID route. And then I will open this function. Let's get started with a return statement. I will return an h1 and say hello from the post ID route. So if we go back and if I do a hard refresh, I don't see anything. And that's because we still use this production, not deployment, but the production build. And the production build has been created before we created the route. So let's stop this dev server and we will use our normal development server. So let's say pnpm run dev. I will do a hard refresh and we should finally get our content hello from the post ID route. So let's get started right away. I will delete everything in the return statement and let's return a div. This will be the main wrapper div. I will give this div a class name. This will be maximum width 3xl, mx auto, padding y8 to have some spacing on the top and bottom, then padding x4, animate in, so animate dash in. Let's also say fade dash in duration will be 500, and the position will be relative. Inside of here, I will use the link component imported from next/link. If you ever get any error with the link component, then that's probably because you imported the link from Lucid React. So import it from next/link, I will open it, and inside of here, let's use the arrow left icon from Lucid React, and I will say back to block. Let's give this link component an href, and this will be /block. So if we save this and go back, we will see this relatively ugly link, but we can easily fix that. So let's give the link a class name, and this will be equal to button variants, the function. I will invoke it, and if we go back, yeah, this looks good, but it's too prominent. What I mean by that is this violet color pretty much gets right away into your face. Okay, this sounds so weird, but I don't like the color. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's give it a different variant, and this will be ghost. I think this will look better. Yeah, it looks like a normal link, but if you hover over the button, oh, we get a nice hover state. Yeah, let's leave it as is. So let's continue. I will also give the arrow left a class name. This will be size 4, so width 4 and height 4. Underneath the link, let's create a div, and this div will render the image, and this is like the wrapper div. So I will give the div a class name. This will be relative because that's needed whenever you use the fill property for the image. We will do that a bit later on. Then width full, and I will give it a custom height. So if you did not know, with Tailwind CSS you can use custom properties by using these array brackets, and this will be 400 pixels, margin bottom which will be 8, and then rounded XL to have some nice rounding, and overflow hidden to not overflow the container. Should we give it also some shadow? Yeah, why not? Shadow SM? I think, yeah, SM should work the best. And inside of here, I will render the image. So let's use the image component from next/image. I need to import it first of all, and then this is self-closing. But we already have a problem. How can we get our source? We don't fetch the block article. Yes, you're right. We need to first of all fetch the block article, and then we will be able to render the image. So let's open the posts file in the convex folder, and we will need to create a new server function. Oh, and by the way, these functions are called server functions, but you can also call them convex functions. So I interchange the term quite often. Sometimes I say convex function, then server function. It does not really matter. In their documentation, they call them server functions, but I think convex functions also makes a lot of sense. And let's create a new function. So this will be export constant. I will call it get post by ID, and this will be equal to the query function. Let's invoke it and open an object. So to create the query constructor function, we need to enable or define two things: the arguments, which is an object or equal to an object, and the handler, which is equal to an arrow function. So let's get started with the arguments. What do we need from the client? Well, to fetch one singular block article, block post, we need the ID, a unique identifier. So let's say ID or post ID, and this will be of type v.id, and let's say posts, so the posts table. In our function, let's say constant post, and we need to query it from our database. So in the params, I will get the context object, and then post will be equal to ctx.db.get, and what we need to get is one specific post. So let's say arguments, and we don't get our arguments. So as a second param, I will get arguments, and then this will be arguments.postID. And by the way, if you hover over the post, you will see that this post could either be defined or it could be null if there is no post found for this specific ID. But that's fine. You can also return an error or throw an error. It does not really matter, but in this case, it's fine. We will return null, and then later on in the front end, we can say if the post is null, then we did not find the block article or something like that. So as a next step, we need to generate the image URL, because this post only has this image storage ID, but not the actual URL. So I will say constant resolved image URL, and this will be equal to post dot and what catch finally then. What's the problem? Well, we need to await this statement. So await ctx.db, and with that I can get the image storage ID, and let's check if it's defined. So if this is not equal to undefined, I will create a ternary, I will use a question mark, and let's say await ctx.storage.getURL, and as an argument I will pass the post.imageStorageID. And if this is not true, let's use a colon and return null. We instantly get two errors. What's the problem? Well, these two expressions are awaited, but await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So let's make this asynchronous, and with that the error will go away. So if the image storage ID is defined, then we get the URL with the help of convex. If the storage ID is not defined, then we just return null. There is no image. And the last step is to return the data. So let's open an object. I will pass my post, so I will spread all of the post properties and add the image URL, which will be equal to resolved image URL. So with that, we will return all of the post properties, the ID, creation time, title, body, author ID, but also the image URL as an addition. And with that, I think we are finished. So let's go back to our page and we can fetch our data. So the first step is to get the param, in other words the dynamic segment, which is the ID. So let's go above the export default function. I will create an interface called post ID route props. And let's get params. As you all know, params is a promise. So let's say uppercase promise. I will create a generic, open an object. And what do we want to get? We want to get the post ID. So this will be post ID, and post ID will be of type string. So in the params, let's destructure them, and this will be of type post ID route props. And then where we destructured, let's get params. So as you all know, params is a promise. So let's say constant, I will destructure it, and this will be equal to await params. And where we destructure it, let's get the post ID. We get an error, and that's because this function has to be asynchronous. And with that, we don't get any errors anymore. Well, yes, we get one for the image, but that's fine. So with the post ID in hand, let's fetch our data. So constant post, and this will be equal to await fetch query. Fetch query is imported from convex, and this allows us to fetch data on the server side. And as an argument, let's pass our API endpoint. So API is imported from convex.posts.getPostById. We instantly get an error, and that's because there's one argument missing, or actually expected 2 to 3 arguments, but got only one. The first argument is the endpoint, but we are missing the post ID. So let's add a comma, open an object, and the post ID will be equal to the post ID that we get from our params. But we instantly get an error. What's the problem? Type string is not assignable to type ID posts. So the error is quite simple. If you open the posts file, then you will see that we defined our arguments, the post ID, but this is not of type string, but rather of type ID posts. So if I say v.string, then the error on the front end side of things will go away. But our back, so as you see here, the error is gone, but our backend now throws an error because this is not of type ID. So this should stay in ID, v.id, and in our front end, instead of saying that the post ID will be of type string, let's rather say that this will be of type ID imported from convex. I will create a generic, and this will be posts, and with that the error will go away and our backend also does not complain. So let's continue. I will create an if statement. If there is no post, so if it's null, let's return something like, I guess a div, so div and h1, no post found. And you know what, I will make this very big, so class name text 6xl, font extra bold, text red 500, padding 20, something like that. We currently get 3 issues, and that's because our image is empty. So what's exactly missing? Well, the source is missing. This will be equal to post.imageURL, and also the alt is missing. And I will say something like, oh, you know what, we can make a dynamic, so this will be the post.title. But the source is currently throwing an error, and that's because it could in theory be null. Okay, that's not good. How can we fix that? Well, it's quite simple. This image URL can be undefined. So let's use nullish core listing, and I will use the image which we defined in our base block. So this unsplash URL. If the image is not defined, then I will use the unsplash URL, and that's fine. The alt also complains, and it says type string or undefined is not assignable to type string. Okay, you know what, we can fix that quite easily. Let's open the posts file, and what I will do is create an if statement. Let's say if there's no post, then we will return null, so return null. And if I go back to my page.tsx, we won't get any error anymore because we validate on the back end that we actually get data. If there is no data, we just return null. There is nothing. So let's go back, the error is gone, which also means if I go back, I should see the image. But I don't see anything. It says missing required width property, but as you all know, there is an easy fix. Either you add the width and height properties or you add the fill property, and we can do that because this image is rendered in a div which has the relative class. So I will say fill, and also let's create a class name. This will be object cover hover, which will be equal to scale 105, so 105%, transition, which will be transform, and then duration 500. If I go back, you will see this beautiful image. So if I hover over the image, we get this beautiful scale effect. But you know what? There's one thing that I don't like. There's not enough padding between the button and the image. So let's update the link component, and I will give the link component a class name, so comma class name, and let's say padding or not padding, margin bottom 4. So if I go back, yeah, this is already 10 times better. And you know what? Let's test out the variant outline. How does that look? Yeah, I think outline is even better. So as a next step, let's render the title and description. I will go underneath this wrapper div, underneath the div which wraps the image, but let's stay in the main div. I will create another div. Let's give it a class name. This will be space y4 flex and flex column. And inside of here, I will render an h1. To be specific, the post title. So if we go back, this is our beautiful title. Let's make it a bit bigger. So I will give it a class name. This will be text 4XL, font bold, then tracking, which will be tight. As you all know, this means the letter spacing will be a bit tighter, which is quite good in this case. And of course, text foreground, that's the last thing. So if we go back, wow, this looks beautiful. And let's also render the created add time. So underneath the H1, let's create a p tag, and I will say posted on maybe colon, and I will say post.creation time. So let's go back and pooh, what is that? Damn, this looks quite ugly. This is just numbers. I need a date, a nicely formatted date. So let's go back, and what we will do is put this whole code into the date object. So let's say new date as an argument. I will say post.creationTime, and I will also say dot to locale date string. So if we go back and if I do a hard refresh, yeah, this already looks 10 times better. And by the way, you can also update the locale. So if you are, for example, based in the US, then you would say en-uppercase US, and then this will be the US format. Or you could say Germany, so de-uppercase de. So if I go back, this is now formatted to the German timestamp format. But I will use the US one, I think it looks a bit better. And with that, we are finished. But you know what, it still looks ugly. So I will style the p tag, and let's say text sm and text muted foreground to have a grayish color. And this is 10 times better. So the last thing that is missing is the content itself. Let's go underneath this div with the space y class name, but we will stay in the main div, and I will render another p tag, and inside of here let's say post.body, and this is our beautiful body. No, I'm joking. Let's style the body a little bit. So I will say text lg, leading, which will be relaxed, so the line height will be a bit bigger, text foreground, and this will have a custom opacity of 90%. So /90, and then white space will be pre-wrap. So if we go back, I mean, it's still kinda ugly, let's be honest with each other, but it's a bit better. And you know what, I want to also render like a little separator. So let's go to shadcn UI and I will search for the separator component. This is the separator, it's a nice separator line and that's what we will use. So I will copy the installation command, stop my dev server and paste it inside of here. Please don't forget to restart your dev server, that's very important. And then above the p tag but underneath the div, let's get the separator component from the components, not from Radix UI. I will also give the separator a class name and this will be margin y8. So if we go back, we get this beautiful separator. So let's go underneath the p tag. I will render another separator and underneath, or let's style the separator, I will give it margin y8 and underneath the separator we will create the comment section. So let's do that. So to define comments, or in other words to allow users to create comments, the first step is to create a new schema. So I will open the schema file, which we store in the convex folder, and currently we only define one table, the posts table. So I will go underneath the posts and let's say comments, and this will be equal to define table because I will create a new table. I will invoke it, open an object, and the next step is to add all of the fields. So what fields will the comments table have? Well, the post ID. This will be equal or of type v.id, and as an argument I will say posts because this is the ID of the posts table, not of some other random table. Then let's also say author ID, and this will be of type v.string. What else should we store inside of here? Maybe the author name. This will be of type v.string, and also the body, in other words the comment. So body, which will be of type v.string, and with that we are finished. So if I open my terminal and open the convex terminal, you will see that convex is syncing everything and everything was successful. So if I go back to the convex dashboard, click on data, we have a new table, the comments table. It's currently empty, but we will fix that, don't worry. So I will go back, and what's the next step? Well, the next step is to define a query to get all of the blog articles, to get all of the comments, and a mutation to create a comment. So I will open the Explorer, I will go into the convex folder, and let's create a new file called comments.ts. And as mentioned, the first step is to define the query. So I will say export constant, this will be called get comments, and this will be equal to query. Query is imported from generated from this folder, and let's invoke it and open an object. So the first step is to define the, how would you say, the constructor, the query constructor. And by the way, looking at the name, I'm not a big fan of get comments. Let's rather say list or get comments by post or something like that. And let's define the structure. So arguments, this will be equal to an empty object, and of course we need the handler, and this will be an arrow function. Let's start with the arguments. What do we need from the user? Well, to get comments for a specific post, we need the ID. So I will say post ID, and this will be of type v. V is imported from convex values.id, and as an argument I will say posts. So let's continue with the handler. In the params I will get the context object and arguments, and by the way this is asynchronous, and let's query our database. So I will say constant data, and this will be equal to await ctx.db.query, and I want to get data from one specific table, the comments table. So I will select comments, and as you see we also get type safety. I can only select comments or posts. This is because we defined the schema. If you would not use the schema, because you don't need to create one, then you wouldn't get this type safety. So in my opinion you should always define it, because type safety is a game changer. And let's also order the comments. So I will use the order method, and I will order this sending. So we will get the newest comments first, so descending. And the last step is to call the collect method to execute the query and return all of the data in an array. So I think that's it, or well, we are almost finished. The last step is to return the data. So since this is finished, let's finally query, or not query, but let's fetch this data from the front end side of things. No, not so fast, my friend. Because what do we do inside of here? We query data from the comments table, we order the result, and that's it. But we defined arguments. We don't want to get all comments, we want to only get comments that are related to the post itself. So that's why we called the function getCommentsByPost. And maybe we should say getCommentsByPostID. I think that will make a bit more sense. And how can we make sure that we don't get all comments, but only comments that have been created for the specific post? Well, it's quite simple. You want to use the filter method, and the filter method allows you to filter the query. So let's create like an inline L function pretty much. As a param, I will get Q. Q in this case stands for filter builder, and then this will be equal to q.eq, because eq stands for it has to be the same. Let's invoke it, and I will say q.field, and as an argument, what do we need to pass right here? Well, it's the ID, because the ID has to be equal to the post ID. So I will add a comma and then say arguments.postID. And we currently get an error. What's the problem? Argument of type ID posts is not assignable to parameter of type what? What's the problem? Well, this shouldn't be underscore ID, but rather post ID. And with that, the error will go away. So let's again look at this line. So we define the filter method. We get the Q. Q is the filter builder. And we say, hey, the field, the post ID, has to be equal to the post ID that we get from the client. And this EQ is, or means pretty much, it has to be equal. EQ, equal. This is very similar to, for example, Drizzle, where you also use EQ. And there are a few other methods that you can use: add, and, div, EQ, field, GT, GTE. So GT is greater than, GTE is greater than equal. So we will use EQ. And with that, this is now finally finished. So as a next step, let's also right away define the query, not the query, the mutation. Why not? So I will say export constant create comment, and this will be equal to mutation. Mutation is imported from generated, the folder. Let's invoke it, destructured. And to define the mutation constructor function, there are two things that we need to add. First of all, arguments. This will be equal to an empty object, and then the handler. The handler will be equal to an arrow function, and I will also make this asynchronous. So let's start with the arguments. What do we need from the client? Well, to be honest with you, there are two things that we need from the client: the post ID and then the body, the comment. So I will say body, and this will be of type v.string, and let's also say post ID, and this will be of type v.string. So let's continue with the handler, and I will say constant data, or not even constant data, let's say return await, and then this will be ctx dot. We don't get the context object currently, so I will update the params and get the context object ctx. So let's say await ctx.db.insert, and we want to insert data into the comments table. So I will select comments and then open an object. So the next step is to define all of the fields: the author ID, author name, body, and post ID. So the post ID will be equal to the arguments. So I will get arguments from the params, and then post ID will be equal to arguments.postID, and the body will be equal to arguments.body. We instantly get an error for post ID, and it says type string is not assignable to type ID posts. So what's the problem? Well, instead of saying v.string, we will say v.id, and then as an argument, I will say posts. And we are still not finished, because there are two more arguments missing: the author ID and author name. So let's update the arguments. right? No, you don't want to update the arguments, but instead we will check if the user is authenticated. If the user has a valid user session, we will automatically get the post, not the post ID, but the author ID and author name. And with that, we will also protect this mutation, because only authenticated users will be able to create a comment. So you know what? I will open the posts file because we already created the logic. I will open the create post function and let's copy this constant user and if statement. I will paste it above this return await, and let's analyze it. So constant user is equal to await auth component. I will import the auth component from the auth file. We use the save get auth user method, and save get auth user means that this won't throw any error if there's no user. As an argument, we pass the context object, and the context object has the JWT token. If we don't get any user, we throw an error, a convex error, and if we get a user, we can continue. So I will update the arguments. I will add the author ID. This will be equal to user.id underscore ID, and the author name will be equal to user.name. And with that, the mutation is finished. So I will close this file, I will close the posts file, and let's continue with the post ID route. So to get started, let's create a separate component. So I will open the components folder, the web folder, and I will create a new file called comment section.tsx. Since this is a component, let's say export function comment section, and I will open the function. Let's get started right away with a return statement, and I will render this whole comment section in a card. So let's get the card component from the components, and in the card I will render a card header, and the card header will render the amount of comments. So 2 comments, 3 comments, 5 comments, who knows. So let's get the message square icon, message square, imported from Lucid React. I will give it a class name. This will be size 5, and then underneath the icon, but still in the card header, I will get an h2 tag element, or yeah, we will create one, and then let's say for now 5 comments, because we don't know how many comments there are. I will also give the h2 a class name, and this will be text XL and font bold. So if we go back and if I do a hard refresh, I don't see anything, or I see something, but where is the comment section? Well, it's quite simple. The component is not rendered anywhere. So I will go back to the post ID route, and underneath the separator, I will get the comment section component. So if I go back, we get this beautiful card. But is it beautiful? No, because currently this is aligned flex column, but it should be a normal row. So I will style the card header. Let's give it a class name. This will be flex row, and then items center to center everything in the middle, gap, which will be 2, and then border bottom. So if we go back, our text is aligned the right way, and we see the border at the bottom. So let's continue with the card content. Underneath the card header, I will get the card content component, and the first step is to render the form itself. So I will create a form element, delete the action because we won't have one, and inside of here we will have to implement React hook form again. So the first step, as you all know, is to create a schema. So I will open the Explorer, and then in the schema, so in the app folder, schemas folder, I will create a new file called comment.ts, and then let's say export constant comment schema, and this will be equal to Z. Z is imported from Zod.object. I will invoke it, the structured, and there are 2 things that we expect from the user, the body and also the post ID. So the body will be equal to Z.string, or it will be of type Z.string, and I will add further validation, so the minimum character length will be 3. And as mentioned, we need a post ID, and the post ID won't be of type string, because as you know, in the comments schema, not in the comments schema, I'm sorry, in the comments file where we defined our server functions, we said that the post ID will be of type v.id, so not of type string. And inside of here, we can say z.custom. Let's invoke it and I will create a generic. Let's say ID. ID is imported from convex. I will create another generic and we get type safety. So this will be for the posts table. This is the ID from the posts table, not from comments or anything like that. I will copy the name, let's go back, and the first step is to initialize the use form hook. So let's open the sign up route and I will copy the use form hook from here. Let's go back and I will paste it inside of here. Use form is imported from React hook form. Zod resolver is imported from hook form. The sign up schema in this case is not needed. Instead, let's get the comment schema, and instead of passing these default values, we will pass the body, which will be an empty string, and the post ID will also be an empty string. The resolver is currently throwing an error. That's because post ID should not really be of type string, but rather of type ID. Don't worry about it, we will fix it a bit later on. For now, we initialize the use form hook, which means we can continue. So in the form, the first step is to define a controller. So I will go back to the sign up page and let's copy the first controller. So this one, I will copy it and then paste it inside of here. In this case, the field group component is not needed. Controller is imported from React hook form. Field is imported from the components. Field label is imported from the components. We don't need the input, rather let's get the text area component, and the field error component is also imported from the components. So name will be equal to body, and for the placeholder, instead of saying John Doe, I will say share your thoughts. So this looks good, and the last step is to render a submit button. So I will get the button component, and for now let's say submit, why not? So I will save everything. We still get one error, that's fine, and if I go back and do a hard refresh, we get another error, and that's because controller, or in general React hook form, creates interactivity. So this has to be a client component. I will add the use client directive, and with that the error will go away. And our form actually looks kinda good, right? There's maybe one problem: there is no padding or space between the text area and button. So I will give the form a class name, and this will be space y4. So if I go back, this will already look 10 times better. So what's the next step? Well, the next step is to fix our resolver. So again, what's the problem? Well, currently we pass an empty string for the post ID. This is incorrect. The post ID is of type ID, because that's what we defined in the schema. So how can we fix that? How can we add the post ID right here? Well, there are two solutions, or there are two ways to fix the problem. Fix number one would be to go to the page.tsx. We could take the post ID, which we get from our params, and then pass this post ID as a prop. This works, that's fine. But how can you get data from your params in a client component? Let's say you don't have access to a server component, to a parent server component, but you only have a client component. How can you get data from your params? How can you access the post ID in your route? So how can you access this right here? Well, it's quite simple. Let's go back to the documentation, to Next.js, and then please search for use params. Inside of here, they say use params is the client component hook that lets you read a route's dynamic params filled by the current URL. So it's quite simple. You literally just initialize the use params hook, and that's it. Then you get access to all of the data in your URL. And by the way, there is a common misconception in that people think that you should get params always in a server component, even though you have access to the use params hook. This is not true. Use params works equally as good as if you would use server components. It's the same thing at the end of the day. I'm not sure where this misconception comes from. A lot of people think that using use params is counterintuitive because it makes your application slower or something like that. Again, I have no clue where that comes from. This is not true. Use params is as performant as getting params in your server component. So it's not needed to pass it as a prop or anything like that. Just use the use params hook if you are in a client component. So above the form, I will say constant params, and this will be equal to use params. Use params is imported from Next navigation, and let's create a generic. So what do we want to get? We want to get the post ID, which is of type string. Post ID because the route is called post ID, the dynamic segment. If this would be called hello, then you would define hello. And as a next step, let's define or add our post ID. So this will be params.postID. And we still get an error. What's the problem? Well, it's quite simple. Is the post ID of type string? No, it's not of type string. Instead, it's of type ID. ID is imported from convex. Let's create a generic, and this will be then posts. And with that, the error finally goes away. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, nothing will change. We still have the same beautiful UI. And as a next step, I want to wire up the mutation. And as you all know, there are two ways to mutate data in Next.js, either on the client side or on the server side using a server action, or in other words, a route handler, API route. But since I already showed you how to mutate data in a server action, we will now just do it on the client side. So underneath this constant params, I will say constant mutation, and this will be equal to use mutation. This hook is imported from convex, and as an argument, we need to pass our, you could say, endpoint. So pretty much we have to reference the server function. So I will say API, this is imported from convex dot comments dot create comment. So this is finished, and the next step is to create a onSubmit function. So I will say function onSubmit, let's open it, and inside of here, let's create a simple try catch statement. So in the try statement, I will say await mutation, and you know what? I don't like the name. Instead of saying mutation, let's make it more descriptive. So this will be called create comment. And then down below, I will say await create comment, and let's invoke it. I instantly get two errors, and that's because first of all, await expressions are only allowed within async functions, but also create comment is missing one argument, the data, the arguments. So let's first of all make this function asynchronous, and in the params, let's get data. Data will be of type z.infer, so I will import z from zod.infer, and then inside of here, let's say type of, so let's create a generic type of, and this will be then comment schema. And with that, we get our data, and I will pass it as an argument. And in the catch statement, let's say toast.error, and for the message, I will say failed to create post. And in the try statement underneath the mutation, I will also return a toast, but this time a success toast. And for the message, this will be comment posted. So since this is finished, let's wire up the onSubmit function to the form itself. So I will say onSubmit, and then this will be equal to form.handleSubmit, and as an argument, I will pass the onSubmit function that we just created. And we don't get any errors anymore, which is good. And you know what? This button is currently static. It won't show any pending state, which I don't like, so let's change that. I will go to the sign up route. Let's copy the button from here, so I will just copy it and paste it inside of here. We are missing this is pending boolean. That's because we need to also initialize the use transition hook, so I will copy it. I will paste it completely at the top. Use transition is imported from React, and then I will wrap everything in the start transition function. So start transition, I will invoke it, create an arrow function, and then paste everything inside of here. This has to be asynchronous, and with that all errors are now gone and it should work. But wait, I get an error, and that's because loader2 has to be imported from Lucid React. And with that, let's test it out. So I will go back, do a hard refresh, and let's create a comment. Yo, what's up, homie? I will click on sign up. We get a pending state and comment posted. So I will head over back to convex, and yes, we have a comment. So this row, this entry has an ID, author name, body, post ID, and creation time. Damn, that's so cool. So since this is finished, we can also, for example, look at our functions, because we have quite some functions of get current user, get comments by post ID, create comment, create post, get posts. Damn, there are so many functions. And if you look at the top, you always see what type it is. This is of type query, so this is a query function. This is a mutation function. Then what is this? This is a query function. What is this HTTP function? It's an HTTP function. Wow, that's so cool. Let's look at the code. Bam, we instantly get the code. We get the logs. That's so powerful. Damn. So this is what we just did. This is the mutation. The status is success, and the function was comments create comment. So with that, I will close everything, and the next step is to query all of the data. Or maybe before we do that, let's also reset the form. So for that, it's very simple to reset the form. Let's go underneath this await create comment, but above the toast.success, and I will say form.reset, and let's invoke it. So if we go back and if I do a hard refresh, we get the form. I will create some gibberish, yo, damn, dude. And if I click on sign up, everything will be reset. So we don't have any input anymore. The toast is rendered on the bottom right. And yeah, this is finished. And as mentioned, let's now fetch the data. So you know what? For now, I will fetch the data on the server side and pass it as a prop to show you how everything works. Or in other words, how everything does not work. Let me show it to you. So let's go back, and inside of here, I will just go underneath this fetch query. I will copy paste it. This will be for comments. Await fetch query is correct. We don't want to get posts by ID, but rather api.comments.getComments by post ID. And as an argument, we will pass the post ID. So comments is of type this. I will just copy this type. Let's go to the comments section. By the way, you don't even have to copy paste this right now. Just watch, because I want to show you something. I will create an interface. This interface will be called iappprops, and inside of here, I will define the type. So I will say comments, and comments will be of the type of this type that I just copied. So I will destructure the params. This will be of type iappprops, and then where I destructured, I will get the comments. So since we get the comments, we can also render them, right? Sure, why not? So to make things relatively simple, I will say json.stringify, and as an argument, I will pass the comments. And you know what? Let's test it out. We currently get an error. That's because this component is missing a prop, which is comments, and comments will be equal to comments. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, we get an array with two objects. So one object for the first comment and the second object for the second comment. But here's the thing. If I now create another comment, so I will say, yo, this is a test. And if I click on sign up, I don't see it right here. I have to do a hard refresh to get the new item, so it instantly updated. But that's kinda a problem, because this currently means that we have to again use on-demand revalidation, so we have to revalidate the path to get the data. Is that wanted? No. But I mentioned something at the start when I introduced convex. I said convex is reactive by default. What does that mean? Well, instead of explaining it to you guys, let me show it to you. So let's go back. I will delete the query from this post ID route. So constant comments, blah, blah, blah. I will delete it. We don't need it. Then I will also delete this comments prop. We won't pass any props anymore. And let's go back to the comments section. I will delete the interface. We don't need it anymore. Let's also delete it from our params. And I will fetch the data inside of here on the client side. I will also then later on show you how it works on the server side. But for now, just to see something, let's use the use query hook. So above this use transition hook, I will say constant data, and this will be equal to use mutation, not use mutation, but use query. Use query is imported from convex, and as an argument, I will pass api.comments.getComments by ID. As an argument, let's pass the ID itself. So I will add a comma, open an object, and if you click on Control Spacebar, you instantly get the type, the post ID. So you know what? We have to add this constant params code above, so I will move it to the top, and as an argument, I will pass params, so post ID will be equal equal to params.postID. So instead of fetching the data on the server side and passing it as a prop, we instead fetch data using this useQuery hook, and as an argument, or we do the same thing. So as an argument, I pass the server function, or I reference the server function, the endpoint, and I pass my post ID. So it's the exact same code, but instead of using the fetch query function, we use the use query function or hook, but at the end of the day, we do the same thing. We get our data. So let's scroll to the bottom, and then instead of saying comments, I will pass the data. So if we go back, you should still see the same thing. It's an array with all of our data, which is good. So let's test it out. I will go back. We get all of the comments. Oh, and by the way, why does this say sign up? No, 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 my friend. This should be comment. So I will create a comment. Yo, is this reactive? And if I click on comment, we should get a pending state, bam, and did we just instantly get the new comment? Wait. So we did not revalidate our path. There is no on-demand revalidation. We did not do anything, but we instantly see the update? Damn, that's powerful. And that's why Convex is such a powerful platform. You don't have to think about cache invalidation, revalidating your data, time-based revalidation. All of this complexity has already been solved by Convex. So all you have to do is mutate your data and query your data. That's it. But for now, let's make this look a bit nicer, because real users don't want to see an array. So I will delete this json.stringify and let's create a section in the card content, but underneath the form. I will give this a class name, and this will be space y6. Inside of here, let's map over the comments. So I will say not comments, but data.map. As a param, I will get the comment, and then I will return it. The div instantly complains because it's missing a key. The key will be equal to comment.id because the ID is unique, and I will also give this div a class name, which will be flex and gap4. In the div, I will render the avatar component. We currently don't get the avatar component, so let's head over to shadcn UI. I will search for avatar, and this is the component that we will use. So I will copy the installation command, and I will stop my dev server and paste it inside of here. So let's get the avatar. The avatar is imported from the components, and I will also give the avatar a class name. This will be size 10 and then shrink, which will be 0. In the avatar, let's get the avatar image component from the components. This will be self-closing, and inside of here we need to pass the source, in other words the user image. But here's the thing, if I pass the source, or if I say comment dot, we don't have the author image, author URL. So let's actually go to Google and please search for avatar Vercel API. You will then get this result, which is a GitHub repo, and this allows you to generate beautiful gradient avatars for your application. So I will copy the URL and then paste it inside of here. So let's use upticks, and then I will paste it. Instead of having this Rauch G name, let's create a dynamic value, and I will pass the comment.author name. Let's also define an alt, and this will be the comment author name, so .author name. Underneath the avatar image, let's get the avatar fallback component, and inside of here I will render the comment.author name, and I want to only render the first 2 characters, so I will say .slice, and then this will be 0,2. So with that, the first 2 characters, and let's uppercase everything, so 2 uppercase. The avatar is now finished. If we go back, we should also see something, and we see 1, 2, 3, 4 avatars. Nice. Let's continue. I will go underneath the avatar. Let's render a div. I will give the div a class name, and this will be flex1 and space y1. In the div, I will render another div, and this div will house the avatar name, or not the avatar name, the author name, and then the created add timestamp. So let's get a p tag, and I will render the comment.author name. So if we go back, this is correct Jan Marshall, but it could look way better. So I will style the p tag, and this will be font semi-bold and then also text sm. Then underneath the p tag, let's create another one, and this will be for the date. So I will say new date, and as an argument I will pass the comment dot creation time. We currently get an error, and that's because we have a date object, but this has to be a string. So I will say dot to local date string, and with that the date is also rendered. Let's also pass the locale, so this will be en-uppercase US. I will style the p tag, and this will be text muted foreground and then also text xs. If we go back, yeah, this looks okay, but it could look way better. So let's style the wrapper div. I will give it a class name, and this will be flex items center and then also justify between. So if we go back, you will see that this is already way better. So the last step is to render the comment body itself. So for that, I will go underneath this wrapping div, but let's stay in the main div with this flex1 and space y1, and I will render a p tag. Inside of here, let's say comment.body, and I will also style the p tag. So this will be text sm, text foreground, and I will add the opacity 90%, and let's also say white space pre-wrap, and then leading, which will be relaxed. So this looks relatively good, but I'm missing some space in between the items. So let's go back, and I will update the cart content. I will give it a class name, and this will be space y, let's say 8. So if we go back, this will have some space, and with that everything looks better. And you know what, maybe we should also render a nice separator in between everything. So I will go back, and let's go underneath the form, but let's stay above the section, and I will say if the data.length is bigger than 0, I will use this logical AND operator and render the separator component. The separator component is imported from the components, and this is self-closing. And we currently get an error because it says data.length is possibly undefined. So you know what, I will scroll to the top above the return statement, and I will create an if statement. So if the data is equal to undefined, then I will render a loading state. So return, and I will for now say loading ... So let's save this. I will go back, do a hard refresh, and yeah, this is our beautiful form. So let's test it out. I will say yo, what's up, and we should instantly see it at the bottom. So comment, bam, and we instantly see the result, yo, what's up. So now you might say, hey Jan, this all sounds cool, but you mentioned that this is also real time. Is that true? Yes, let me show it to you. So this is Chrome on the left side, and on the right side you see my Safari browser. I am logged in with two different accounts. So this account is logged in with the name Jan Marshall, and on the right I'm logged in with an account which has the name John Fisher, I think, I'm not sure. And also, by the way, everything is mobile responsive, as you see. Super cool, right? So I will open the blog article, bam, we get our image, this all looks beautiful, and of course I see all of the comments. And I will create a comment using my Safari account. So I will say, hey, is this real time? And I will click on comment. We will get a pending state, and let's see, 1, 2, 3, bam, dum. Hey, is this real time? Hey, is this real time? It was real time, and we did not revalidate anything. Let me show it to you using Chrome. Or I will say, yes, this is real time. I will click on comment and bam, yes, this is real time. Oh my god, no, not go, but oh my god, comment, bam. Isn't that cool, guys? I mean, in my last previous long form video, we spent 4 hours, yes, you heard right, 4 hours on implementing real-time functionality using doable objects and stuff like that. Like, don't get me wrong, it's cool to understand how everything works in the background, but being able to implement real-time functionality without even thinking about it is, I must say, groundbreaking, because if you create real-time features using a standard real-time architecture, then you have to implement rooms, you need to subscribe to rooms and do a lot of annoying stuff. But inside of here, we literally just query data, render the data, create a mutation, and everything is real-time right away. Like, honestly, I have never seen something like that before. Oh, and by the way, instead of rendering 5 comments, which is a bit weird, let's render the real amount of comments. So I will say data.length and then comments. So if we go back, you should see 8 comments, and if I add another comment, it will also automatically update. So I will add some gibberish, or I will say yo, and if I click on comment, bam, it will instantly say 9 comments, and in my other browser I will also see 9 comments. That's heavy, right? But you know what? There is a small little problem. If I do a hard refresh, we don't see anything. The query is loading, and that's because we currently fetch the comments on the client side. That works, that's cool. But you know what? I want to render or fetch the data on the server side. I don't want to showcase this loading state. I don't like it, to be quite honest with you. So what can we do? Well, as you already know, if you use the fetch query function, then Convex is not reactive anymore because it needs, or it creates interactivity. It needs to be in a client component to create or to make this whole reactive real-time functionality work. But as mentioned initially when we dived into server-side rendering, I mentioned that there is a solution which is to preload the query, and then in a client component you use the use preload query hook to subscribe to the data changes, and that's what we will do right now. So let's go back. I will open the page.tsx. I will scroll to the top where we already fetched the data for the post, and let's create another query. So if you go to the documentation, they have this example, and they use the preload query function. So I will copy the code and let's paste it inside of here. So instead of calling it preloaded tasks, this will be called preloaded comments, and then I will import preload query from Convex, and as an argument this will be api.comments. And then get comments by ID. As an argument, let's pass the post ID, and the post ID will be equal to the post ID that we get from our params. So now we have the preloaded comments. Let's continue, and the next step is to open the comment section component, and to be specific we need to update the params, because if you go to the documentation, they show you that in the params you want to get props, and to be specific, you want to get the preloaded comments. So I will copy everything in the params. Let's go back, and I will paste it inside of here. Instead of calling it preloaded tasks, this will be called preloaded comments. I will paste it inside of here. We need to import preloaded, so I will go back, and preloaded is imported from Convex React. So let's import preloaded and use preloaded query, and the type of won't be API tasks, but rather API comments.get comments by ID. And the last step is to update the query. What I mean by that is we won't use the use query hook anymore, but rather the use preloaded query. Let's update the argument, because we won't reference the server function anymore, but rather I will pass the props, so this will be lowercase props.preloaded comments. And with that we don't get any error anymore, only a warning. That's because use query is imported. I will delete the import, and let's update the page.tsx, because the next step is to pass the props. So in the comment section, if you click on Control spacebar, it instantly says that it's missing one prop, preloaded comments, and preloaded comments will be equal to preloaded comments. Yes, correct. So this does not throw any error anymore. This also does not throw any error anymore. And let's test it out. So I will go back, do a hard refresh, and bam, we get our comments. So I will say, hey, is this still reactive? And if I click on comment, yes, hey, is this still reactive? And this of course is still real time. So this is my Safari browser and this is Chrome. As you know, these are two different accounts that I'm signed in with. And I will say, hey, is this still real time? In parentheses, I will say SSR. Let's click on comment, and hey, is this still real time? And yes, hey, is this still real time? Okay, Safari said sir, but okay, I guess who cares? It still works, and that's great. And how does this work in the background? Well, in the server component, we fetch the first initial data, so all of the comments. So in total, we have 11 comments, and all of these get fetched, queried from Convex. Then we pass this initial data as a prop to the comment section component. The comment section component is a client component, and it uses the use preloaded query hook. The use preloaded query hook as an argument gets the preloaded comments, but it also subscribes to all new data changes. So if new data gets added, it gets the new data instantly. And that's how we can still have SSR, server-side rendering, while still enabling real-time functionality, so that everything is still reactive. Oh, and before I forget it, there's one important performance optimization that we have to make. Currently, we fetch our data. So we fetch the post data and then also all of the comments. That's fine, but this runs sequentially. So what that means is, first of all, this post query has to succeed, and only after that we get our comments. So this creates unnecessary load times, if that makes sense. It would make way more sense to run everything in parallel than sequentially. So what we can do is go on top and let's say constant. I will use array brackets, and then this will be equal to await uppercase promise.all. I will invoke it and I will create an array inside of here. Let's copy the two queries and I will paste it inside of here. The important thing is that you delete this constant post, so you will only say await fetch query, and instead of using the semicolon, let's add a comma. And I will do the same thing for the preloaded comments. I will delete this constant, and this will only be await preload query. And let's delete the semicolon at the end. And in the array brackets, we can get our data. So the first query is to get our post, so I will say post. And the second query is there to get comments. So I will say preloaded comments, and with that, this query, the two queries will run in parallel instead of sequentially. And this is a very important performance optimization. Whenever you have two queries that don't depend on each other, or even more, multiple queries, please run them in parallel by using this promise.all. And with that, I think we are finished with the comments section. And before we continue with metadata, let's maybe look at the whole backend, or in other words, how does Convex even enable this real-time functionality? Before we dive into the how, so how they do that, let's first of all look at the real-time section. So turns out Convex is automatically real-time. Nice. You don't have to do anything special if you are already using query functions, database, and client libraries in your application. Convex tracks the dependencies to your query functions, and you might say, hey Jan, that's cool, so everything is real-time automatically, but are there any other benefits? Yes, automatic caching. Convex automatically caches the result of your query functions so that future calls just read from the cache. The cache is updated if the data ever changes. You don't get charged for database bandwidth for cached reads. This might sound not very spectacular, but this is a very important optimization. So for example, my personal application does not use Convex. It uses Prisma and Neon because when I created this application, Convex was still in beta and very new. At least it wasn't what it is right now. And Convex, or I'm sorry, not Convex, and Neon and Prisma, these two, you could say, tools, don't cache your queries. So all of this, whenever you make a request, you actually hit my database, which means it costs me money. But if I would use Convex, everything is automatically cached, which means the end result is that you pay less money. Yes, you heard right. So I'm also currently thinking of migrating everything to Convex because it makes your life 10 times easier. You don't have to think about real-time functionality, caching, revalidation. Everything is done for you. And the big benefit is that everything is consistent. So every client subscription gets updated instantly to the same snapshot of the database. Your application always displays the most consistent view of your data. And that's what you saw. I had two different browsers, Chrome and Safari, with two different accounts The one account was called Jan Marshall, the other one, or the name of the account, was John Fisher, and both got automatically updated right out of the box, and I did not have to configure anything. And how does that work in the background? How does Convex even create this reactivity? Good question. So if you go to the documentation and click on Understand Convex, then you will find the section called Convex Overview. So as you already know, Convex is the open source reactive database where queries are TypeScript code running right in the database. Just like React components react to state changes, Convex queries react to database changes. So at its core, Convex provides a database, a place to write your server functions and client libraries. It makes it easy to build and scale dynamic live updating applications. And the following diagram shows the standard 3-tier application architecture that Convex enables. So it all starts with the database. The database is directly connected to server functions. In other words, server functions are directly connected to your database, and then you have your web application. So for example, your Next.js application, and the Next.js application directly talks to server functions. And this whole, I don't want to say procedure, but this connection is done through WebSockets. So the client library, in this case the Next.js library, connects to the specific server function over a WebSocket connection. And this also creates this real-time functionality or this reactivity. So if you scroll a bit to the bottom, then you will see the database is at the core of Convex. The Convex database is automatically provisioned when you create your project. There is no connection setup or cluster management. And in Convex, your database queries are just TypeScript code written in your server functions. There is no SQL to write, and there are no ORMs needed. As mentioned before, my application, for example, has a very traditional setup. I use Neon, which is a Postgres database, and Prisma. This means I have to use Prisma, which is an ORM, because I don't want to deal with TypeScript code. So at the end of the day, I pretty much have two dependencies. But with Convex, everything is done for you, and you have to never interact with SQL at all. And the Convex database is reactive. Whenever any data on which a query depends changes, the query is rerun and client subscriptions are updated. You can also read more about the database. So for example, Convex builds on top of Amazon RDS, and it uses MySQL, and it's not really a relational database, but rather a document relational database. So there are a lot of cool things that you can dive into. So if you go through the documentation, but I won't do so because this will make the video longer than it has to be. Server functions is the second core primitive. When you create a new Convex project, you automatically get a Convex folder where you write your server functions. This is where all of your backend application logic and database query code lives. That's what we already did. In the Convex folder, we created two files, comments, and then also posts, and in these files we created our query and mutation logic. And then finally, there is also the client library. So Convex client libraries keep your front end synced with the results of your server functions. This is how you connect to your server functions. Like the useState hook that updates your React component when local state changes, the Convex useQuery hook automatically updates your component whenever the result of your query changes. There is no manual subscription management or state synchronization needed. So when calling query functions, the client library subscribes to the results of the function. Convex tracks the dependencies of your query functions, including what data was read from the database. Whenever relevant data in the database changes, Convex automatically reruns the query and sends the result to the client. And this is how your state is always in sync. It never gets out of sync. If there is a change, the database pretty much tells this client library, hey homie, we have new data. Let's rerun the query and let's get the new data. And all of that again is done without any input from you. All of that is done automatically. So let's also look at this diagram. This is your web application, Next.js, and then this is Convex, and in the middle we have the internet. So the first step is that the web application makes the first initial query to get all open tasks. And this is the table, the tasks table, and it has 4 rows. so grocery shopping, takeout, trash, and so on. And a few tasks are completed and a few are still open. The second step is to mutate your table. So for example, you now say, hey, I finished grocery shopping, I completed grocery shopping, and I planted new flowers. So the state now changes to true, which means also the table gets the new update. It says, hey, everything is now set to true, or only plant new flowers, who knows? And then the database will say, hey, let's rerun relevant subscribed queries. And this will then send the updated result to the front end, which uses the client library. For example, in this case, the Next.js library. And this is essentially how Convex allows you to create reactive applications without any configuration from you. So all you do is create the business logic, the query logic, the mutation logic, and Convex does the rest in the background. You don't even see all of that, the hard work that it does. You just update your data and get the new data. So if you want to learn more, I would highly recommend you to go through the documentation. When I started working with Convex, I literally analyzed the whole documentation site. I went through everything: Convex overview, dev workflow, best practices, the Zen of Convex functions. I read through everything, and I also recommend it to you guys because the documentation is again your best friend, and it's always your best friend. It's the most important skill that you can have as a developer. Some people think that it's lead code or maybe to write C++. No, it's to read documentation and you understand it. So as a next step, I want to continue with metadata, because please look at this tab. What does it say? It says create next app. I don't want that. In a real production application, this should, for example, render the title, on-demand revalidation. Because look at the Convex documentation. What does it say in the tab? Next.js server rendering. And this is also the section for Next.js server rendering. It does not say, for example, create next app. And the same thing is also true for this tab. And it's also true for the Next.js documentation. And we want to have the same thing. So if you go to the Next.js documentation, then please search for metadata. And inside of here, you will see the metadata APIs can be used to define your application metadata for improved SEO and web shareability, and include the static metadata object, the dynamic generate metadata function, and then also special file conventions that can be used to add static or dynamically generated favicons and OG images. So what's the core benefit of adding metadata? Well, quite simply, yes, shareability, that's true, but the main core feature of metadata is SEO, or it's the main benefit. So what happens if you deploy your application? Well, Google has a crawler. This crawler is like a little bot, and this bot goes through your website and crawls it. And the thing is, you want to give this bot as much information as possible. And if you now tell the bot that this website is to create a next app, then the bot will say, this is confusing, and this will create a worse SEO result. Therefore, you want to always create very good metadata, or very in-depth metadata, and with that, metadata tags. So with all of the options above, Next.js will automatically generate the relevant head tags for your page, which can be inspected in the browser's developer tools. Okay, let's see. I will open the inspector. Let's open the Elements tab, and if I open the head, then you will find two meta tags, the char set and then the name. But these two meta tags, yes, they are important, but they don't describe our application. We want to render the title, maybe the description, so meta title, meta description, and so on. So if you go a bit to the bottom, they also say right here, default fields, the meta char set tag sets the character encoding for the website, that's UTF-8, and then the meta viewport tag sets the viewport width and scale for the website to adjust for different devices. Again, this is important, but we want to also render the title and description. So how can you do that? Well, to define static metadata, export a metadata object from a static layout or page.tsx file, for example, to add a title and description. And that's what we will do. So I will copy this example. Let's go back, and instead of updating the block ID route and instead of updating the post ID route, let's start with the standard standard.page.tsx where we render all of our blog articles. I will scroll to the top, I will go above this export default function and let's say export constant metadata. The metadata type is imported from Next, and inside of here we now get type safety. So these are all of the properties that you can add: assets, authors, category, creator, and so on. But let's make it simple. What I mean by that is, let's start with the title. And for the title, I will say, for example, blog vertical line Next.js 16 tutorial. And if I save this and go back, you should instantly see an update. We don't see anything, and that's because this is the post ID route. So let's go back to the normal blog and let's look at the tab blog Next.js 16 tutorial. It updated automatically, and if you open the inspector and go to the elements and open the head, you will also see that the meta tags updated. They now render at the bottom, and you will see meta name viewport, and then you will also see the title blog Next.js 16 tutorial. Let's also create a description. So I will say description, and then this will be equal to, for example, read our latest articles and insights. So if I save this and go back, nothing will update in terms of the UI, but if you open the inspector and again go to the elements and to the head, then you will see that we have a new description tag. So meta name description content, read our latest articles and insights. And you can add way more properties. So let's maybe say category, and this will be web development. I will save this, go back, I will again open the inspector, then the elements, and let's see. So if I scroll to the bottom, meta name, title, meta description, meta category, web development. I can also, for example, say creator, and creator will be Jan Marshall, or not creator, let's say authors. Authors is equal to an array. Let's open an object, and the name will be equal to Jan Marshall. So if I go back, then you will see here meta name author content Jan Marshall, and that's very powerful. Whenever you work with any web application which is publicly accessible, please implement meta tags. I will show you my application. For example, if I open the inspector, go to the elements and click on the head, then you will first of all see the standard meta tags UTF-8, so the char, set and name. But if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you will see that I created a lot of meta tags: the title, description, author, again author, keywords, creator, publisher, robots, Googlebot, OG title, OG description, and so on. And it's important that you add them, because if you don't add them, your SEO score will tank and your application will never be successful. And it's cool to see that it's very easy to add meta tags in Next.js, because there are frameworks where it's super complicated. You have to literally create meta tags to create them. But with Next.js, you have this nice abstraction that allows you to add metadata very easily. But here's the thing, we want to also add metadata to this post ID route. So you might say, hey Jan, let's just copy this and I will paste it above this export default function. Let's import metadata from Next. And if we now click into a blog article, so this one, read more, our tab will still say blog Next.js 16 tutorial. Yes, that's true, but this is not dynamic. Instead, it should say on-demand revalidation. This means we need dynamic metadata. So if you go back to the documentation, you will find a section called generated metadata. You can use the generate metadata function to fetch metadata that depends on data. Okay, that sounds weird, but that's correct. For example, to fetch the title and description for a specific blog post. And that's what we will do. So I will go back. And inside of here, let's delete this export constant metadata. And instead, I will say export async function. This will be called generate metadata. You can also copy the function from here, the function name. I will paste it inside of here just to make sure that I did not misspell anything. And then let's open the function. I will destructure the params, and this will be of type post ID route props. What that means is I want to get the params, the post ID. And inside of here, the first step is to fetch the data. So let's say constant, I will destructure it, and this will be equal to await params. And where I destructure it, I will get the post ID. And using the post ID, we can fetch data from convex. So instead of using the preload query function, we will use the fetch query function because this route does not, or this metadata does not need any interactivity. So I will say constant post, and this will be equal to await fetch query. You know what? Instead of typing it out, let's copy this await fetch query code and I will paste it right here. So we will again get the post, and then down below I will create an if statement. If there is no post, I will open this and let's return an object, and for the title this will be post not found. But now you might say, hey Jan, we don't have any TypeScript types. This is not type safe. Yes, you are right, and it's easy to fix. Let's go to our generate metadata function and I will add a return type parameter. So at the end, let's say colon, and this will be promise, and I will create a generic, and inside of here, let's say metadata, so the type. And if we go back and if I click on Control spacebar, I get all of the types. Again, for the title, this will be post not found. And let's create a normal return statement. And for the title, by the way, this should be an object. For the title, this will be equal to the post.title, and then the description will be equal to post.body. So let's go back and you will instantly see on-demand revalidation. If I open a different blog article, this one, it will say damn hello. And if I open the inspector and go to my elements, you should also see the title and description. So title, damn hello, and for the description I have a lot of gibberish. So Next.js allows you to create both static metadata that does not change as we did here, but it also allows you to create dynamic metadata. For example, if you want to render the post title, and for example in my application I also do that. So this is a dynamic route, and if I open my inspector I also fetch the data. So in my head I can scroll to the bottom and it renders the title of this tutorial, create a B2B AI SaaS, and that's what you see here. And the description is this one, and that's why you want to use both static metadata and also dynamic metadata. So as a next step, let's implement presence. What I mean by that is on the right, so next to this posted on timestamp, we will show who is currently online, who is viewing the blog article right now. So this is a real-time feature. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, how can we implement presence? Well, it's quite simple. Convex offers something that is called components. So if you go to the documentation, or if you click on developers then documentation, then you will find a section called components. And what even are components? So convex components package up code and data in a sandbox that allows you to confidently and quickly add new features to your backend. Convex components are like mini self-contained convex backends, and installing them is always safe. They can't read your app's tables or call your app's functions unless you pass them in explicitly. You can read more about the full vision right here, but essentially components can be installed from npm or from a local folder. Once installed, they have their own database tables and isolated function execution environment. So what components does Convex even offer? Well, there are a lot. So if you go to the homepage, click on product and then components, you will get redirected to this page. And this page lists all of the components that Convex offers. Let's go through them quickly. So for example, they have an AI agent component or Work OS AuthKit component. Yesterday, they released the Stripe component. So this is a Convex component for integrating Stripe payments, subscriptions and billing into your Convex application. Isn't that powerful? And again, this got literally released yesterday. And what we want to specifically implement is the presence component. And the presence component is the Convex component for managing presence functionality. In other words, live updating list of users in a room, including their status for when they were last online. Isn't that cool? Yes. So essentially we will install a component, and this component will give us this presence functionality right out of the box without defining any tables or any weird I guess, config, if that makes sense. So we won't have to write any annoying code to enable this presence functionality. And as mentioned, these components are completely isolated. So similar to regular NPM libraries, convex components include functions, type safety, and are called from your code. However, they also provide extra guarantees. Similar to an external service, code inside a component can't read data that is not explicitly provided to it. This is important because you want to still have privacy, if that makes sense. You don't want to allow every component to touch every aspect of your data. And it's important that this is already not enabled, but it's discouraged by default, or not discouraged, but it is denied by default. Components can't access your data. And similar to a service-oriented architecture, functions and components are run in an isolated environment. Again, that's very important. You want to isolate components from your core production database. And in addition, each mutation call to a component is a subtransaction isolated from other calls. Isn't that cool? Yeah, it's super powerful. So in my opinion, the most mind-blowing features that Convex offers is first of all reactivity. By default, everything is real-time, but also this whole components architecture. And also recently they had a huge announcement where they released the Stripe component, the Work OS component and stuff. They also now enabled us developers to create components, because in the past only Convex created components, but now you can also create your own components and offer them to us developers. Isn't that nice? But let's get started with Presence. I will open it, and the first step is to install the component. So I will copy the name, let's go back, I will stop my dev server and then say pnpm I convex dev presence. So the next step is to get started right away. Or in other words, we need to configure our convex configuration. What am I trying to say? We need to add the component to our convex application. And this is very similar to, for example, Better Off, because if you open the convex config, you will see that we already added Better Off, and Better Off is actually in this case a component. It's not listed in this components overview, which I think is a miss, but still at the end of the day it's a component similar to Presence. So let's import Presence from convex. I will copy the import statement and paste it at the top, and the next step is to just say app.use. So I will say app.use, and as an argument I will pass Presence. So we configured Convex. Convex knows that we want to use Presence, and the next step is to create a Presence file. So I will copy the name, let's go back, and in the Convex folder I will create a presence.ts file. Let's copy the code and I will paste it inside of here. We will go over the code in a second. Let's for now continue. Is there anything missing? So a Presence React component can be instantiated from your client code like this. So maybe before we implement the front-end UI, so pretty much this front-end UI, let's first of all talk about the back-end. What does this code do? Good question. So as a first step, we define a new presence instance. So new presence, and as an argument, we pass the presence component. The next step is to create the heartbeat function. And this is equal to the mutation constructor function. In other words, this is a server function, or in other words, a mutation server function, because this is normal convex code. Inside of this file, we just define all of our convex functions. This is a mutation, this is a query function, and this again is a mutation function. So the first function is called heartbeat, and this keeps the user's presence alive in a room. And how it works is that our component, a client component, will call this function, the server function, periodically and say, hey, I'm still here, I'm still online. And if our component after some time says or does not respond anymore, does not send any heartbeat anymore, we will know that the user is not online anymore, and this will then be considered as offline. The user will be considered as offline. There's also a second function, the list function, and this is there to query data. That's why we have a query function. And as an argument, it takes the room token, because this function is there to get all users that are present in a specific room. And the room token is like a room ID. It's the identifier. And we get all of the users, and then we just return them. And the last function is the disconnect function. It's also a mutation, and it's there to explicitly disconnect a user from a room. In other words, to make a user go offline, if that makes sense. And that's already it. This is all of the code needed to implement presence. And the next step is to implement the front end. So to do that, let's create a new component. In the components folder and in the web folder, I will create a new file, and this will be called postpresence.tsx. Let's create an export function, postpresence, and I will open the function. So let's go back to the documentation. I will scroll a bit to the bottom, and they already have an example on how to implement the front end. In other words, you can use the facepile component, and this facepile component is there to render all of the users. So it's literally this UI. It will show who's currently online and who's not online anymore. So I will copy the code. So this constant presence state, let's go back, and I will paste it inside of here. Use presence is imported from convex. It does not import for me automatically, so I will copy the import statement and let's paste it at the top. So the first step is to import API from convex. So this function or this use presence hook takes 3 arguments. First of all, the reference to the server function, then the room ID, which will identify each room, and then the name of the user. So let's make this dynamic. I will create an interface. This will be called iappprops, and I want to get 2 things from my page.tsx. The room ID, in other words, the post ID, and then also the user ID. So let's say post ID, or not post ID, room ID, and this will be of type ID. ID is imported from convex. I will create a generic, and this will be the ID of the posts table. And I want to get the user ID, which will be of type string. So I will destructure the params. This will be of type iappprops, and where we destructured, let's get the room ID and the user ID. So the first step is to update the room ID. Instead of hard coding my chat room, which would mean we would only have 1 room, we will pass the dynamic room ID. And again, the room ID will be the post ID, because each post has a different unique ID. And instead of passing the name, I will pass the user ID. Let's also create an if statement. So if there is no presence state, or for example, let's use 2 vertical lines, if the presence state.length is 0. This means if there are no online users or no users in general, then let's return null, so nothing. But if we have something, I will create a normal return statement. I will return a div. Let's style the div, so I will give it a class name. This will be flex items center and then gap2. And inside of here, I will render a p tag which says viewing now. So the users who are currently viewing the blog article. I will give the p tag a class name, and this will be text XS uppercase. So viewing now will be completely uppercased. Tracking will be white. This will create a bigger letter spacing. In most cases, we said tracking tight, but now we will say tracking white, and then text muted foreground to have a grayish color. So this looks good, and underneath the p tag, I will create another div. So I will use the facepile component. It does not import for me automatically. That's not a problem. Let's go back. I will copy the import statement for facepile, the component, and I will paste it at the top. And inside of here, I will say facepile, and facepile is self-closing because it's a component and it's currently complaining. And that's because this component needs 1 prop, which is the presence state, and this will be equal to presence state. So since this component is finished, we can also render it in the post ID route. So I will scroll a bit to the bottom, and I will render it next to the posted on date. So let's wrap the p tag in a div. I will paste the p tag back, and then underneath the p tag, but still in the div, let's render the component. So post presence, this is imported from the components, it's self-closing, and I need to pass 2 things, the room ID and the user ID. The room ID will be equal to post._ID, and the user ID will be equal to the user ID. But wait, do we even get the user ID? No. So you know what? In the presence file where we defined our convex functions, so heartbeat, list, and also disconnect, I will create another function which gets the user ID. So let's say export constant. This will be called get user ID, and this will be equal to query, since I want to get data. Let's invoke it, open an object. The arguments will be equal to an empty object because the user does not need to pass anything, or the client in other words, and then the handler will be equal to an arrow function, which of course is asynchronous. Inside of here I will say constant user. This will be equal to await of component dot save get of user. I will invoke it, and as an argument I need to pass the context. So in the params I will get ctx and pass it as an argument. And finally let's return the user, so I will say return user dot underscore ID. It currently throws an error, and that's because the user in theory could be undefined, so let's use a question mark. And if I go back to the post ID route, let's fetch the user. So I will say await fetch query. Fetch query is already imported, and as an argument I will say api.presence.getUserID, and that's already it. And let's update the array because I will get the user ID. So let's scroll to the bottom, and inside of here I will pass the user ID, and we instantly get an error, and it says type ID user or null is not assignable to type string. Type null is not assignable to type string. And what's exactly the problem? Well, it says pretty much, hey, this could be undefined. It should always be defined. So I will create a ternary pretty much. So let's say if the user ID is defined, let's use the logical and then I will return the post presence component. And with that, the error will go away. And should we test it out? I think so. Let's go back. I will do a hard refresh, and we don't see anything, and that's because the dev server is not running. I will restart it and it should work. So let's see. I don't see anything. So what's the problem? Well, we need the auth token. So I will go above this await promise.all, and let's say constant token, and this will be equal to await get token. So get token, this is imported from the lib folder, and let's invoke it. So I will copy the token, and what we will have to do is add a comma, open an object, and I will have to add another object, and inside of here I will pass the token. So the first argument is the reference to the server function. The second argument in theory are your arguments, and the third function is the token, because the token is needed for the save get of user function to work, because it will validate the JWT token. So let's go back. I will do a hard refresh and I get an error. Attempted to call the default export of something from the server, but it's on the client. What? What's the problem? Well, let's go back. We get the error in the post presence component. Where is the post presence component rendered? It's rendered in the page.tsx. What is the page.tsx? It's a server component. So we have to mark the component, the post presence component, with the use client directive. And with that, the error will go away. And we should see a user. Yes, I'm online now, and this is the user ID. This kinda looks ugly, right? So if I go into light mode, do I still see the user? Yeah, this is the user ID. This is not wanted. We don't want to render the user ID, but rather the username, since we already passed the user ID. So I will go back to convex. Let's open the presence file. And in the heartbeat function, I will first of all validate if the user is authenticated. So let's say constant user, and this will be equal to await of, or you know what, let's copy paste the code since we already created it. So constant user await of component, I will paste it inside of here. And if there is no user, or let's use two vertical lines, if the user dot underscore ID is not equal to the user ID that we get from our params, so from our arguments, then let's open this and I will throw a new convex error, because only authenticated users should be able to create a heartbeat, and the user ID has to match the user ID that we get from the arguments. So this is step number one. Let's update the list function. So instead of returning everything, let's call this constant entries, and this will be equal to await presence.list, and the next step is to get the username. So I will say return await promise.all. Let's invoke it. And inside of here, I will say entries.map. As a param, I will get the individual entry, and let's open a standard function. So inside of here, we will get the user using the ID. So I will say constant user, and this will be equal to await of component dot get any user by ID. And as an argument, I will pass the context, the JWT token, and then the entry dot user ID. We instantly get an error, and that's because await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So I will make this asynchronous, and with that we get the user. So let's create an if statement. If there is no user, then I will return the existing entry. But if we have the user, let's create a return. I will open an object. I will spread all of the existing entry properties. In other words, the user ID, online, boolean, last, disconnected, and data, which is unknown. But I will also add the name of the user. This will be equal to user.name, and that's already it. So let's save this. I will go back, do a hard refresh, and we should also see the name. So Jan Marshall. And you know what? I will again open my Safari browser. I will go to localhost 3000, then to the blog. Let's go to this blog article, and we should get two users, Jan Marshall and John Fisher, and both are online right now. And if I, for example, close my Safari view and go back to Chrome, then you will see that John Fisher is not online anymore. John Fisher last seen just now, so a few seconds ago. And it seems like this component has a little bug in dark mode because it does not render the name in dark text. So let's go back, and I will update the div which wraps the component, and let's say text black. And with that, you should now see the name Jan Marshall and John Fisher. Isn't that cool? I think it's super cool. Oh, and by the way, maybe we should also align this horizontally, because if you go to the post ID route, currently we render both in the same div, but the post presence component is rendered underneath the p tag. So I will give this a class name. This will be flex items center gap 2. So if I save this and go back, finally this is aligned correctly. So it's now aligned horizontally, which I wanted. So we are almost finished with the project, and there are a few more things missing. So let's first of all go through everything. We have a, let's say, not so beautiful index page, a blog route which renders all of the blog articles, a create route, and then the blog ID itself, the blog ID route. And in general, everything looks good and everything works quite well. But here's the thing, these routes should actually be private routes. So only authenticated users should be able to see blog articles, but also to create blog articles. Now you might say, hey Jan, in our posts route, so if I open the posts route or posts file, we defined the create post server function. This allows us to create a post. And inside of here, we already check if the user is authenticated. Yes, that's correct. But what is if the user is not authenticated? We throw an error. Is an error a good, or does an error create a good user experience? No, an error is very disruptive. We want to have a very smooth user experience. If the user is not authenticated, we don't want to show the user the create route, because this gives the impression that the user is allowed to create a blog article, which is not true. If the user is not authenticated, I want to rather redirect the user to either the register route or login route. So for example, if I copy this URL and open it in a new incognito tab, I will still see the create route. And now you might say, okay Jan, I think I know how to fix that. Let's go for example to our blog route and let's fetch the user session. So we will use the auth component and then get the user session, and if there's no user, let's redirect the user. Sure, that works. But why would this be a mistake in this example? Well, what is this route? Well, you might say it's a route. Yeah, it is a route. But what's the rendering type? Well, we said force static. This is statically pre-rendered on the or at build time. And we have a revalidation time frame. So every 30 seconds, this cache gets revalidated. If I now fetch the user session on the server side, I automatically make this page dynamic. Or in other words, if I leave it as static, you can't fetch then data anymore on the server side, because you can either say, hey, this is rendered statically or dynamically. There's no in between. You can't say, hey, this is static and at the same time dynamic. No, you either fetch the user session and make everything dynamic, or you leave everything static. So you might say, okay, Jen, so rendering things statically is like the most stupid thing ever, right? Well, not quite, because there is a solution which allows you to get, for example, the user session, check if the user is authenticated, and if not, redirect the user while maintaining the original rendering type. So if your route is rendered statically, then it will also stay rendered statically, if that makes sense. And how is the solution called? Well, the solution is called Proxy. So if you are familiar with Next.js, or in general, if you have ever worked with Next.js, then you will already know what this proxy is. Because starting with Next.js 16, middleware is now called Proxy to better reflect its purpose. The functionality remains the same. So in previous versions, Proxy was called middleware. I will be honest with you, I don't like the name Proxy. It's weird. It isn't really a real proxy. It's still kinda a middleware, so I'm not sure why they did that, or I guess I know why they did that, but I don't think that this was a good idea. They should have left it as it was, so middleware, but hey, it's now called Proxy. So what even is this proxy, you might ask me? Well, Proxy allows you to run code before a request is completed. Then based on the incoming request, you can modify the response by rewriting, redirecting, modifying the request or response headers, or responding directly. So what does that mean? Well, let's say a request comes in, whoop! Now, instead of hitting your server, your origin server, there's like a little layer in front of the server. So when this request comes in, boom, instead of hitting the origin server, it hits this proxy. And this proxy is like a wall in front of the server. This proxy checks, hey, is the user authenticated? If not, it will redirect the user. If the user is authenticated, it will forward the request to the server. Still confused? Don't worry, let me show you a diagram. So as mentioned, normally how a normal request looks like is that a client makes a request and this request hits the server, the Next.js server. The server then gets the data from Convex, the backend. Convex gets or sends the data to Next.js to the server. This server generates the HTML on demand and then sends it back to the client. This is how things normally work. But if you now take a proxy, think of it like, again, as mentioned, a wall in front of your server. So a client makes a request. So instead of now the request hitting the server, this proxy intercepts the request, so this one. It now checks whatever you need to check. In this case, we want to check if the user is authenticated. If so, then we will forward the request to the server, and the server will do whatever it needs to do. Make a request to Convex or something else. And if not, the proxy will say, hey user, stop. You are not authenticated, I won't forward the request to the server, and instead I will redirect you to the login route or to the register route, whatever. And the benefit of using the proxy is that it won't interact with the Next.js server if the request is not valid. So if the user is not authenticated, the request won't be forwarded, which means if your application, for example, is deployed on Vercel, then there won't be any, or a serverless function won't spin up. So this will be cheaper in the long run. And this proxy file, or in general this proxy, is a super lightweight layer, which is very fast. So it's faster than your normal server. That's what I'm trying to say. So now you might say, hey, this sounds super cool. So how can we implement this proxy? Well, it's super simple. If you go back to the documentation, then you will see that all you have to do is create a proxy.ts file, and then you want to create a default export or a named proxy export. And that's it. So let's go back. I will open the Explorer, and then in the root directory, let's create a proxy.ts file. So instead of copying the code from this example, let's go to the better off documentation. So not to the Convex plus better off documentation, but to the normal better off documentation. I want you to go to the sidebar, click on integrations, and then on next. So if you scroll a bit to the bottom, then you will find a section called called Auth Protection. And inside of here, they say in Next.js proxy, or in other words, middleware, it's recommended to only check for the existence of a session cookie to handle redirection, to avoid blocking requests by making API or database calls. So Next.js 16 replaces middleware with proxy. You can use the Node.js runtime for full session validation with database checks, but we won't do that. So I won't copy this code. Let's scroll a bit to the bottom, and instead I will copy this code. For cookie only checks faster but less secure, use get session cookie. So in this example, they make a request to the database. We won't do that. Instead, I will copy this example. This won't make a request, but it will also allow us to already redirect users. So as they say, this is not secure. This is the recommended approach to optimistically redirect users. We recommend handling auth checks in each page, or in other words, route. That's fine. I will explain things a bit later on. Let's first of all analyze the code. So we define the proxy function. It's important that this is called proxy and not middleware or anything like that. It has to be specifically called proxy for Next.js to register that this is a proxy. As a param, we get a request object, and now this session cookie, or the get session cookie function, reads the cookies and checks if the cookie, the auth cookie, is there. If not, we redirect the user to the index page. Instead of redirecting the user to the index page, let's redirect the user to the /login route. And at the end, if this is not true, if there is a session cookie, we return next. And next forwards the request to the origin server, so to our Next.js server. And at the bottom, they define this config, export constant config, and inside of here, we have a matcher. What does this matcher do? Well, inside of here, using the matcher, we can specify the routes the middleware, so proxy, applies to. And by the way, you still see the documentation is not fully updated because the maintainers also don't like the name change. Middleware is what we all have been using as developers, so sometimes I still call it middleware. I try to say proxy, but still, it's kinda engraved in me. I like the name. But let's come back to this matcher. So essentially, this matcher tells Next.js where it should run the proxy on. So for example, we want to validate the route dashboard. In this example, we don't have a dashboard route, but if you add the dashboard route, then this proxy will run on this dashboard route. It will intercept all requests made to this route, and if the user is not authenticated, the user will be redirected to /login. But we want to validate the /block route, then let's also say /create. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, nothing will change. But if I copy the URL and open it in a new incognito tab, the user will get redirected. And by the way, the login route does not exist. It's /auth/login. Let's test it out one more time. So localhost 3000 /block, enter, and I instantly got redirected because I'm not authenticated in this incognito tab. And let's come back to this comment. This is not secure. Why is this not secure? Or in other words, why is this not recommended? Because you want to still check the user session inside of here, but this is only step one. What you want to do actually in a real production application is multi-layered authorization. You want to validate the user session in your proxy, but also in the route itself, and then also on your server, in your, for example, server function. So since this block route is in theory a public route, I just want to show you how the proxy works. I won't actually fetch the user session inside of here because that wouldn't make any sense. But for example, let's open the block ID route or the post ID route. Inside of here, we already get the user session, right? So post ID, or we get the token, and then we use the fetch query function to get the user ID. So in theory, we could create an if statement, and let's say if there is no user ID, then I guess redirect the user. So return redirect. Redirect is imported from next/navigation, and I will redirect the user to /auth. So let me invoke this /auth/login. And this is what you call multi-layered authorization. So when a request now is being made, the proxy will intercept the request. It will check if the user is authenticated. Then as the next step, the request will be forwarded to the server. And on the server side, we will again check if the user is authenticated. And if both checks are valid, well then great. But there are also cases where proxy might fail. Because for example, what is if you forget to add the correct path inside of here? Well then proxy proxy, this proxy file, won't validate if the user is authorized. Or let's say there is some sort of big bug with this proxy, then this will also not validate if the user is authenticated. And that's why you want to use multi-layered authorization. Check if the user is authenticated using your proxy, but also validate the user session in the route itself. This creates the best experience for the user while maintaining a very high level of security. Because as an example, this post ID route is currently not defined in our matcher. So in the matcher, we only defined the /block route and the /create route. So in this case, the matcher, or not the matcher, the proxy won't run on all post ID routes. And if we wouldn't use this if check, so I will comment it out, let's go back, I will copy the URL and open it in a new incognito tab. So in this case, I'm not authenticated and I still see this page. That's because the proxy failed. We did not define the route in the matcher and it just skipped this route, which is a big problem. But if I add the if statement again and do a hard refresh, I will instantly get redirected because the proxy failed, but the second auth check did not fail and it never fails. The proxy might fail because it was a mistake from you or there is a bug or something like that, who knows, but your server-side check never fails. And that's why you want to use multi-layered authorization. The first check is a very optimistic check, so it could be true, it could be false, who knows, and the server makes sure that the answer is 100% true, or it validates it with 100% certainty. Is the user authenticated or not? We will know. And that's also, by the way, the reason why Next.js, the team, renamed the file. So as mentioned back then, this was called middleware, and they renamed it to proxy because a lot of people only used the middleware to make sure or to validate if a user is authenticated. As mentioned, this is a mistake. You want to do it on both ends, and then also in your mutation itself, as we did with convex or in our convex server function. So that's why it's now called middleware. In my opinion, did it help? No, not really. It's a mistake from the Next.js team because they thought, hey, since we will now rename the file, people will automatically stop using this to check if the user is authenticated or if the user is allowed to access XYZ resource. This is incorrect. People will still do the same thing because they don't know better. So instead of renaming the file, the Next.js team should have rather educated developers. But hey, I guess that's the easier thing, right? But hey, I guess I will educate you guys for free. And at the end of the day, just remember, hey, we want to check the user session in the proxy and in our route. The proxy is only there to check the user session very optimistically because this could always be incorrect. To make sure, check it in your actual route where all of your logic lives, where all of the private data lives. And since this block route in theory, for example, is not really private, it's static, and static data is never really private, I also won't check the user session inside of here. But if this would be a dynamic route, of course I would fetch the user session inside of here because you want to fetch it on all ends, or you want to validate the user session on all ends. So we are almost finished, our application is already looking good, and there are only a few more things I want to look at. But let's first of all look at what we already have. So when I do a hard refresh, I get this suspense fallback displayed, the loading indicator, which looks good. But if I click on read more, it takes a second to fully navigate. So 1, 2, 3, bam, and I have to wait for everything. And that's because this route is dynamically rendered. Next.js, the server, or I guess I make a request, Next.js gets the request. It sees that, hey, I need to generate data. Let me go to convex, I make a request, or Next.js makes a request to convex, gets the data, then generates the HTML at runtime and sends it to the client. That's why we have the delay. So it would make a lot of sense to show a suspense fallback. Or in other words, I want to implement streaming for this specific route. So instead of implementing custom suspense boundaries, let's use the loading file. Because in this case, everything is dynamic, like there is no static section. I guess the back to block button is static, but who cares about this little button? Let's just suspend everything. And that's why it makes a lot of sense to use the loading file instead of adding custom suspense boundaries. So in the post ID route, I will create a new file called loading.tsx. So since this is very similar to a route, let's create an export default function called loading page, I guess, yeah, let's call it like that, and I will open it. Then I will create a return statement, and let's return a div. I will give the div a class name, and this will be maximum width 3XL, MX auto, padding Y8, and then padding X4. Inside of here, let's get the skeleton component. From the components, I will give it a class name, and this will be height 10, width will be 24, and then margin bottom 6. This is like the go back button. Underneath the skeleton, let's get another skeleton, and this will mimic the image. So I will give it a class name. This will be width full, height custom value, 400 pixels, margin bottom 8, and rounded XL. Underneath the skeleton, let's get a div element. I will give the div a class name, and this will be space Y4. In the div, let's get another skeleton. This is self-closing. I will give it a class name, and this will be height 12, and then width 3/4. So in other words, 75%. Underneath the skeleton, let's get another skeleton. This is self-closing. I will give it a class name, and this will be height 4, and then width 32. So let's go underneath this div, and I will create another div. I will give the div a class name. This will be margin top 8, and then space Y2. Inside of here, let's again get the skeleton component. I will give it a class name, and this will be width full, and then height 4. I will copy paste the skeleton. This will have the same class name, width full and height 4, and let's copy paste that one more time, but for the width this will be 2/3. So in other words, 66%. Let's save this. I will go back, do a hard refresh, and we get this beautiful skeleton. So if I go to my blog and then click on on-demand revalidation, we get the fallback, and then once the data has finished loading, the fallback automatically gets swapped out for the actual page content. And internally, how that works is that the loading file creates suspense boundaries at the top and bottom, and then the fallback is what you define inside of here. So you don't need to create actual or you don't need to use the suspense component, you just define the fallback, and then Next.js automatically adds suspense boundaries to the top and bottom. As mentioned, this means that it's very easy to implement streaming, but this is also not super flexible, because if you use the loading file, everything is streamed automatically instead of just streaming in a certain section. But again, for this, or in this case, this works quite well. My application, for example, also uses the loading file right here. Since everything is dynamic, there isn't really a static section, so it does not really make sense to create your own suspense fallback, or not suspense, but to use the normal suspense component. You could of course do that, so it works. You could wrap everything manually with the suspense component, but why should you do that? Just create a loading file and it does the same thing. The performance is the same, everything is the same, it's just easier to create. And now as a next step, I want to look at advanced caching, and with that, cache components. But before we dive into cache components, let's again look at the rendering types. What rendering types do you have in Next.js? There are two: dynamic rendering and static rendering. So for example, this page uses dynamic rendering. If you make a request to this route, the server has to make a request to convex, get the data, and then generate the HTML at runtime and send it to the client. This means this page is not super fast, but we always get fresh data. The block route is statically pre-rendered. At build time, the HTML gets generated, so Next.js makes a request at build time, gets the data, generates the HTML, puts it into a CDN, which means it caches it, and then whenever you make a request, instead of generating the HTML, you just read or get the HTML from the CDN. This means your data is stale. Yes, you can revalidate it, but it's never fresh. It's not like dynamic data where the HTML gets generated at runtime. But again, the core benefit is that this means that this page is super fast to respond. If you open my application Marshall code, then the index page is static. It's instantly there. Boom. Free tutorials. This is static. We instantly have the navigation. If I click on view tutorial, there is this suspense or this fallback because this is dynamically rendered. There is no static interaction, or there is no static pre-rendering inside of here. The ultimate Next Next.js course route is again static. The navigation is instant. And you might say, okay, Jen, we already know that, that's nothing new, but what is if you could do both static rendering, so static pre-rendering, and dynamic rendering in one page? What do I mean by that? So for example, this block route is completely static, like everything is static. This text is static, but okay, it does not change. And the block articles, this block section, is also static. This is fine, but let's say we want to make it dynamic. Well, to make it dynamic, it's super easy. Let's again just go to our block page. So this one, let's delete this export constant dynamic and revalidate. And with that, this page is now dynamic. We see our fallback and boom, we are happy, right? Yes, that's true. This is now rendered dynamically, but this also means that this is rendered at runtime or built at runtime. What do I mean by that? When you make a request to Next.js, Next.js will get a request and it will generate the HTML at runtime for everything. It will generate the HTML for this. It will generate the HTML for the block section. So this works, yes, but it isn't as optimized as it could be, because in theory, this could be rendered statically. So I will make this red, and this, for example, I will make it green, could be rendered dynamically. So with that, we would have two rendering types in one. Wouldn't that be cool? Because right now we can only choose between option A and option B, dynamic rendering or static rendering, but we can't use both in one page. Well, that was true for the longest amount of time, but with cache components everything changed. So what even are cache components? Well, cache components let you mix static, cached and dynamic content in a single route, giving you the speed of static sites with the flexibility of dynamic rendering. Server-rendered applications typically force a choice between static pages, fast but stale, and dynamic pages, fresh but slow. Moving this work to the client trades server load for larger bundles and slower initial rendering. So you could never create the perfect page. You had to always choose one option. You had to either do everything statically or dynamically or on the client side. But a page is dynamic, or what I mean by that is every page has certain sections. One section could be static, the other one could be dynamic. So we had never really the ability to do the same or to do static rendering and dynamic rendering in one page. But with cache components, we can do that. So cache components eliminate these trade-offs by pre-rendering routes into a static HTML shell that is immediately sent to the browser with dynamic content, updating the UI as it becomes ready. So in this example, this section could be statically pre-rendered on the server side, put into a CDN, and then whenever a user makes a request, the client would pretty much get the HTML instantly because it's already pre-rendered. But this content could be dynamic. So I will make this maybe, I don't know, green so that we see something. So this could be rendered completely dynamically. So every request will hit the server and the HTML will be generated at runtime. And this is exactly what cache components allow us to do. This can be static, the top section can be static, and only this bottom section will be dynamic. And in theory, we can cache this dynamic section. So I could say, hey, cache this, and we validate the cache every 15 minutes. And then we can also do on-demand revalidation and stuff like that. But in general, cache components allow you to mix and match rendering types in one page, which is unheard of. And how exactly does rendering work with cache components? Well, at build time, Next.js renders your route's component tree. As long as components don't access network resources, certain system APIs, or require an incoming request to render, their output is automatically added to the static shell. Otherwise, you must choose how to handle them. Defer rendering to request time by wrapping components in React's Suspense showing fallback UI, or cache the result using the useCache directive to include them in the static shell. So essentially, you can make this dynamic section either completely dynamic so that every request gets new HTML, new data, or you can cache it as mentioned and then revalidate it every 15 minutes or something like that. And it's important to remember that Next.js requires you to explicitly handle components that can't complete during pre-rendering. If they aren't wrapped in a suspense boundary or marked with the use cache directive, you will get an error during development and build time. And before we continue looking at cache components, you might say, hey Jan, this looks kinda familiar. Why does it look familiar? Well, with Next.js 15, we got something called partial pre-rendering. And partial pre-rendering, or in short PPR, is a rendering strategy that allows you to combine static and dynamic content in the same route. This improves the initial page performance while supporting personalized dynamic data. So if you look at this content, at this description, you might say, wait. So cache components are just partial pre-rendering, or cache components is partial pre-rendering? Did they just rename PPR? No, not quite. So PPR is the foundation. So pretty much cache components built on top of partial pre-rendering. Partial pre-rendering got released with Next.js 15, and it already allowed us to mix and match. We could use dynamic, or we could create dynamic sections and static sections. So the violet section is static and the blue sections are dynamic. But the biggest problem with partial pre-rendering was that Next.js tried to optimize everything instantly, which did not work, and you did not have a lot of flexibility. Because with cache components, we can choose between completely dynamic sections, or we can cache these dynamic sections and then we can revalidate only these dynamic sections. Partial pre-rendering allowed you to only choose between either completely static and then completely dynamic. So you could say, hey, this section will be static and then this one will be completely dynamic. But with cache components, you can say, hey, this will be completely static and this here will also be static, but we will revalidate it every 30 seconds, or we will do on-demand revalidation or something like that. So what you have to remember is that cache components built on top of partial pre-rendering. Partial pre-rendering is the foundation, but cache components give you an even better, you could say, experience, because you have even more flexibility. And that's also what they mention down below. So this rendering approach is called partial pre-rendering, and it's the default behavior with cache components. For the rest of this document, we simply refer to it as pre-rendering. Why is it called partial pre-rendering? Because the pink section is partially pre-rendered. The other sections, the dynamic sections, are not pre-rendered. So that's why it's called partial pre-rendering. But again, in this case, they will refer to it simply as pre-rendering, and I will also do that. So how exactly does this all work? Or in other words, how can we now implement cache components? Well, it's actually relatively simple. Let's go back. I want you to open the next.config file and let's set cache components to true. This means we will now use cache components. I will restart my dev server, and if I go back and do a hard refresh, we instantly get an error. What's the problem? Route block uses math.random before accessing either uncached data or request data, headers, connection, and search params. Accessing random values synchronously in a server component requires reading one of these data sources first. Okay, so what's exactly the problem? Well, let me start by saying that this error is absolutely confusing and, in my opinion, kinda stupid, or in other words, it does not explain what the problem really is. I guess it says, hey, we tried to pre-render everything, but it failed, but they could use normal English language, not this gibberish, I don't know. So essentially what the problem is that Next.js is currently trying to pre-render this block route, but this does not work, because if we go back to our block route, what do we do inside of here? We fetch data, and when you fetch data, you have to either use suspense boundaries, what we already do, or you have to cache the data by using the use cache directive. But you might say, hey Jan, we are using suspense boundaries. We should not get any error, because the documentation at the start said, hey, whenever you want to access runtime data, whenever you have dynamic data, fetch it, wrap it in this suspense component, in this suspense boundary. This will tell us that this is a dynamic section, and then this will be static, but this will stay dynamic. Why do we get this error? Why is Next.js trying to pre-render this? Well, if you go to the documentation, they have this section on runtime data, a specific type of dynamic data that requires request context only available when a user makes a request. So runtime data is, for example, cookies, headers, search params, or params itself. But this function, fetch query, does not use any of that. It does not use the cookies or headers or anything like that. So if you scroll a bit further to the bottom, they say use connection if you need to defer to request time without accessing any of the runtime APIs above. So this function does not use the runtime APIs, and that's why we will need to use the connection function. And the connection function allows you to indicate rendering should wait for an incoming user request before continuing. So let's go back, let me show it to you. Let's go to the async function, and above the constant data, I will say await connection. Connection is imported from next/server. I will invoke it, and if I now do a hard refresh, the error is automatically gone. So how does this page work? Well, I will take the red color. The red color means static. The navbar is static. We don't fetch any data inside of here. This is static. We don't fetch any data inside of here. But let's say this will be blue. The blue section is dynamic. This is dynamic because we tell Next.js that it's dynamic by using suspense boundaries. So if you don't use suspense boundaries, Next.js and with that cache components will assume that all of the data is static. If you use suspense boundaries, you tell Next.js this section, this component is dynamic. And let's build the application. So I will close everything and let's say pnpm run build. So this will build the application locally. As you already know, that's nothing new, right? We did that a few times. It will compile everything, and in a second you will see that we have something new. So this is like this half moon, that's how I call it. And this half moon says partial pre-render, pre-rendered as static HTML with dynamic server streamed content. So when a user makes a request, we instantly get the navbar, we instantly get this, but the dynamic section gets streamed in. So this could take 1 second, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, who knows? We don't block the render in general. We just show our suspense fallback, and then once finished, we get our data. And I now get this error because the dev server is not running. That's not a problem. But in general, that's how everything works. And for example, you will also see that the block post ID route is also partially pre-rendered. Why is that? Well, what did we do? We used this loading file. The loading file will be partially pre-rendered, so as static HTML. But the ID page itself, this post ID route, that's what I'm trying to say, will be rendered dynamically, because you have to remember this loading file creates an automatic suspense boundaries by adding the suspense component at the top and bottom. So essentially this is like literally just a suspense component right here. And as mentioned, when you build your application, Next.js analyzes each route. It will now see, hey, we have the suspense component inside of here, so this means this is a dynamic section, and the fallback is the loading UI. So let's statically generate, or let's pre-render this fallback, and then this content will be streamed into view. So I will restart everything, or you know what, let's say pnpm start, or pnpm run start. I will do that, and this will just start the dev server for our production build. So this will show you how everything is cached. So this is ready. I will do a hard refresh, and if I go to the index page, the navigation is instant. If I go to the create route, the navigation is instant. If I click on block, you will also see that the navigation will be instant. 1, 2, 3, bam, it was instant. We instantly saw this section, and then our block section got streamed into view. If I click on the block ID route in a second, you will see the fallback instantly, but the content will be streamed in. So 1, 2, 3, bam, we instantly see the fallback. The navigation is instant, but then only after a few milliseconds, once we get all of the data, we see the actual content. So this is the power of partial pre-rendering, or in general, cache components. Certain sections can be statically pre-rendered. Other sections can be dynamic. And that's why cache components are so powerful and so important to understand, because with cache components, you can make your website literally 10 times faster. And by the way, in the Navbar, for example, we get the user session, right? But why don't we have to add suspense boundaries inside of there? Well, how do we get the user session? We get the user session on the client side, not on the server side. Only if you get your data on the server side, you need to also use suspense boundaries. But if you get your data on the client side, then who cares? I mean, there is nothing to defer, if you understand what I mean, because the data gets only fetched when the page has finished loading. And that's why we don't have to touch the navbar pretty much. But now you might say, hey Jan, this is cool, but I want to cache this data, the block section. And let's say I want to cache it for 15 minutes, so the data should revalidate every 15 minutes. How can you do that? Well, thankfully, it's relatively simple. So if you scroll a bit to the bottom, then you will find the section called Using Use Cache. So the Use Cache directive caches the return value of async functions and components. You can apply it at the function, component, or file level. Arguments and any closed over values from parent scopes automatically become part of the cache key, which means different inputs reduce separate cache entries. Okay, this is already confusing. You don't need to understand that. Essentially, you can use the use cache directive to cache the return value of your asynchronous function. And this cached content can then be revalidated in two ways, either automatically based on the cache lifetime or on demand based using tags with revalidate tag or update tag. So let's test it out. I will go back. Let's go to the block page itself, so block page.tsx, and I will add the use cache directive. So let's go to the async function, this one. I will delete await connection, and instead I will say use cache. We deleted await connection because this should now be cached. Await connection is a runtime API. This won't be runtime anymore. We won't generate the HTML at runtime anymore, but rather we will cache the result. So if I save this and rebuild my application, so pnpm run build, then you will see that things will change a bit. So it says the block page is now static and we have this revalidate time frame. It's 15 minutes. So this block page, if I go back, this here, the block section will be revalidated every 15 minutes. So let me mark it up. This page will be static forever. It won't revalidate. It will just be there forever. But this section will be revalidated every 15 minutes. So let me show it to you. I will say pnpm run start, and then you will see that the navigation will be super fast and we won't see any suspense boundaries. So if I go to the homepage, the navigation is instant, and if I click on block, the navigation will be instant and we won't see any suspense fallback. So 1, 2, 3, and we had an instant navigation, no fallback or anything like that. But the block ID route, for example, is still partially pre-rendered. So we will still see our fallback UI. Let me show it to you. Bam, we see the fallback, and then I get my dynamic content. But now you might say, hey Jan, so this gets revalidated every 15 minutes. I guess that's fine, but I want to revalidate my data every hour or maybe every other day, who knows? Well, thankfully, it's easy to update the cache life. So there is a function called cache life, and this function is used to set the cache lifetime of a function or component. It should be used alongside the use cache directive and within the scope of the function or component. So if you scroll a bit to the bottom, then you will find presets. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 presets. Seconds, real-time data. Minutes, frequently updated. Hours, multiple daily updates. Days, daily updates. Weeks, weekly updates. And max, rarely changes. So if you use seconds, it will revalidate your data in seconds, so every few seconds. If you use hours, it will revalidate your data every few hours. So they also have this beautiful table. So as an example, default, if you don't use anything, is 15 minutes. So the default is use cache, 15 minutes. Then you have seconds. This means it will revalidate your data every second. Minutes will be every minute, hours every hour, days every day, weeks every week, and max every 30 days. So for example, this block won't be very dynamic. So let's say we will revalidate everything every hour. Why not? So I will go back. Let's go underneath the use cache directive. I will get the cache live function from next/cache, and let's say hours. So we will revalidate the data every hour. I will rebuild my application, pnpm run build, and the table has changed. So the block route is still pre-rendered as static content, but the revalidation time frame is 1 hour. Every hour, our cache will get revalidated and we will get new articles, new blog posts. And by the way, you can also add your own custom cache life. So you could say, hey, the data should be stale for 1 hour, and then it should get revalidated every 2 hours, and it should expire in 1 day. So it's very dynamic. You can use the already predefined time frame, so 1 day, so days, hours, and so on, or you can create your own cache life. It's up to you, whatever you need. So Next.js gives you the flexibility. You need to just decide what works best for your application and for your section. And now you might also ask me, hey Jan, how can we revalidate data? Because as mentioned, there are 2 ways to revalidate data. You have time-based revalidation, that's what we did with the cache live function, but there is also on-demand revalidation. So tag cached data with cache tag and revalidate it after mutations using update tag for immediate updates, or revalidate tag when delays in updates are acceptable. So let's first of all tag our cached data. So I will go underneath the cache live and let's get the cache tag function. As an argument, we need to pass some sort of unique key, which we will reference in the server action. So I will say block, why not? And as they mentioned, you can now either use the update tag function or revalidate tag. So use update tag when you need to expire and immediately refresh cached data within the same request. Or you can use revalidate tag. So use revalidate tag when you want to invalidate only properly tagged cached entries with stale while revalidate behavior. This is ideal for static content that can tolerate eventual consistency. If you use the revalidate tag function, then it won't revalidate the data instantly, but rather it will revalidate all cached entries with stale while revalidate behavior. So it could take a minute or 5 minutes or even 20 minutes for the data to revalidate. And it's also important to remember that the update tag function only works in server actions, and revalidate tag works pretty much everywhere, in route handlers, in server actions, wherever you want to revalidate your data. So in this case, since we want to instantly see the new blog article, it makes the most sense to use the update tag function. So let's go back. I will open the actions file, and instead of using revalidate path, let's use update tag, imported from next/cache. As an argument, I will say block. Please pass the correct key. So if this is called block, then you want to reference it inside of here. Don't call it block_random value, because this will then have 2 different keys, which does not work. And let's test it out. So I will rebuild my application, pnpm run build. So nothing changed. The data will still be revalidated every hour, and I will say pnpm run start to start the dev server for this production build. So I will go back, do a hard refresh, and let's test it out. So I will create a new blog article. Hey, does this revalidate? For the content, I will pass some gibberish, and I will also select an image. So if I click on create post, we get a pending state. We should get redirected, and we instantly see the new data. So here's what you have to understand. If you use the update tag function, you don't revalidate the full page, but rather you only revalidate this data. because the top section is cached indefinitely. We don't need to revalidate it. This is static. Only this section should be revalidated, and that's why we use the update tag function. It gives you the best experience, and also it only revalidates what needs to be revalidated. And also, whenever you use cache components, please make sure that you don't use the revalidate path function. The revalidate path function should only be used if you don't use cache components. If you use cache components, don't use this function. And the same thing is also true for this export constant dynamic that we created at the start. So if you say export constant dynamic and then make some page static, this won't work with cache components. If you use cache components, just use update tag, revalidate tag, and then also cache tag, cache live, use cache, but not revalidate path, revalidate tag, export constant dynamic, or anything like that. And that's also what they say inside of here, migrating route segment configs. When cache components is enabled, several route segment config options are no longer needed or supported. Dynamic force dynamic, not needed. All pages are dynamic by default. Dynamic force static, start by removing it. When unhandled dynamic or one-time data access is detected during development and build time, Next.js will throw an error. So don't use these tags. Also, revalidate tag, replace it with cache live. Use the cache live function to define cache duration. Also, fetch cache, not needed anymore. Use the use cache directive. And runtime edge is also not supported. Cache components require the Node.js runtime and will throw errors with the edge runtime. And for example, since we use the use cache directive, there's no need to use the suspense component anymore. So I can just comment the suspense boundary out, and if I go back and do a hard refresh, everything still works. So let me just start the normal dev server, so pnpm run dev, and then you will see that we won't get any error. So I will do a hard refresh and we see our data. That's because this is cached. If this would be dynamic, so if I delete everything, I will comment this out and just leave it as is and go back and do a hard refresh, I will instantly get an error. So let me say await connection. I will invoke it. If I go back and do a hard refresh, I will get another error. And this is already a better error because it says uncached data was accessed outside of suspense. This delays the entire page from rendering, resulting in a slower user experience. To fix it, wrap the component in a suspense boundary or move the asynchronous await into a cache component. In this case, let's just again reinstate the suspense boundary, and with that everything will work. So I will go back, bam, and if I do a hard refresh, we don't get any error anymore. But again, in this case, this should be cached, so I will reinstate use cache, and if I save this and go back, we again get an error, and that's because the connection function can't be used inside of here. So I will again delete the await connection because this should be cached, and I can comment out suspense, the suspense boundary, and everything will still work because this data is now cached. And with that, we are now finished with cache components. You now know how to mix and match rendering types. Certain sections can be statically pre-rendered and other sections can be server rendered on demand, which creates the best possible user experience because your website will be literally 10 times faster. And currently I'm also rebuilding my application to start using cache components and also convex, as you know, and you should definitely start using cache components in all of your production applications. Your users will thank you. So we are almost finished, and there's only one more thing that I want to implement, and that's the search input. Because as you already know, I want to allow users, or we want to allow users to search for blog articles so they can query or say, for example, hey, and then we want to display all of the results where the title, for example, matches hey. So this blog article, this post should be a result inside of the search input. Okay, this sounds a bit confusing, but what do we want to do? Essentially, we want to implement global search for our blog blog posts. And who can help us with search? Well, it's Convex. If you go to the Convex documentation, then you will find a section called Search. And whether building RAG-enabled chatbots or quick search in your applications, Convex provides easy APIs to create powerful AI and search-enabled products. So they offer vector search. Vector search enables searching for documents based on their semantic meaning. It uses vector embeddings to calculate similarity and retrieve documents that are similar to a given query. Vector search is a key part of common AI techniques like RAG, but there's also full text search. So full text search enables keyword and phrase search within your documents. It supports prefix matching to enable typehead search. Convex full text search is also reactive and always up to date like all Convex queries, making it easy to build reliable quick search boxes. And in this project, in this video, we will implement full text search and not vector search. Vector search is a bit more powerful because it allows you to create semantic search, so you can search for documents based on their semantic meaning, but it also takes a bit more time to implement everything because there are a few more steps. So for example, if you want to learn more about search, then I would recommend you to go to my YouTube channel and then you will find a video called, where is it? It's right here. I found the best way to create global search. And in this video, I go over all of the techniques that there are to implement search, because you have local search, then DB search, vector search, semantics, and stuff like that. So if you want to learn more, watch this video. It's 30 minutes long, so you will learn a lot. But let's go back, and as mentioned, we will implement full text search. So I will click on full text search and let's go through the docs. So full text search allows you to find convex documents that approximately match a search query. Unlike normal document queries, search queries look within a string field to find the keywords. Search queries are useful for building features like searching for messages that contain certain words. Search queries are automatically reactive, consistent, transactional, and work seamlessly with pagination. They even include new documents created with a mutation. So they also have this search example, so if you want to look at how they implemented search, but let's continue. So to use full text search, you need to define a search index and then run a search query. Search indexes are built and queried using Convex's multi-segment search algorithm on top of this. I won't try to pronounce it because this is a very weird word, but yeah, if you want to learn more, it's built or written in Rust, so it's super quick, as you probably know. And it's a powerful open source full text search library written in Rust. So as mentioned, the first step is to define search indexes. So like database indexes, search indexes are a data structure that is built in advance to enable efficient querying. Search indexes are defined as part of your Convex schema. Okay, that makes sense. So let's open the schema file, and inside of here we define two tables, the posts table and the comments table. What do we want to allow users to search for? Well, users will be able to search for specific blog posts. So we will have to create a search index inside of here. So I will go after this parenthesis, so define table after the parenthesis, and let's say dot search index. Let's invoke it, and as an argument we have to define the name. Search underscore title, I will add a comma and open an object. And inside of here, we need to define the search field. And the search field, by the way, we got autocomplete, which is powerful. The search field will be the title. And I will copy paste the search index method one more time. For the name, this won't be search title, but rather search underscore body. And the search field will be also the body. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, what is this name? Why do we need it? What is the search field? Good question. So if you go to the documentation, your best friend, you will find all of the answers. So a name, this is what we added, and it must be unique per table. So this is this search title and search body. They have to be unique, that's important. And then a search field. This is the field which will be indexed for full text search. It must be of type string. So we want to index two fields, the title and body. So whenever a user enters a query, we will then search against the title and also against the body. That's how we enable full text search. And to be quite honest with you, that's already it. We are finished with the schema, we defined the indexes, and the next step is to create a query function and to get the data. So let's go back. I will open the posts file where we defined all of the server functions that relate to the posts table, and let's create a new one. So I will say export constant search posts, and this will be equal to query because we want to query data. Let's invoke it, open an object, and to create the query constructor function, we need to pass arguments and also the handler. So the handler will be equal to an arrow function. So let's get started with the arguments, and there are two things that I want to get from the user. First of all, the query itself, and then also a limit, because our function, the search post server function, will return a result, but we don't limit the result number. We could have a result of 5 posts or 10 or 20, but we want to limit it to maybe 4 or 5 or 6 or something like that. So I will get started with the term. That's how I will call it, so the query, and this will be of type v.string. And as mentioned, I want to get the limit, which will be of type v.number, because the user has to add a number. 5, 6, 4, who cares? Who knows? That's what I'm trying to say. And let's get started with the handler. So in the params, I already got the context and the arguments itself, so please do the same, and let's get started. So I will first of all define a few helper constants. So let's say constant limit, and this will be equal to arguments.limit. Let's say constant results, and this is equal to an array. We will store the results inside of here, and also constant scene, and this will be equal to new set, and I will invoke it. And why do we need this constant scene? Well, this is there to track document IDs and to prevent duplicates. So this is important because we will search against both the title and body. And if we get two results, then we don't want to display them 2 times. So we want to only display it 1 time. And this constant scene will help us to make sure that we don't get any duplicates. And the next step is to create a helper function. So let's say constant push documents, and this will be equal to async, or in other words, this will be equal to an arrow function, and it will be an asynchronous arrow function. So I will add the async modifier, and in the params I will get documents. So inside of here, let's create a for loop, and I will say constant doc for documents, and let's open this. And by the way, this shouldn't be for documents but of documents. So inside of here, let's create an if statement. If scene.has, let's invoke it, and as an argument I will pass the doc._id. But we have a huge problem. This is not type safe, and that's because in the params we get documents, but documents is of type any, which is not good. So of what type is documents? Well, documents is of type array. So uppercase array, let's create a generic document. Document is imported from the generated folder. Please don't import document from better off. I will create another generic, and this will be posts. So if I go back, I instantly get the document._id. And if this is true, let's say continue. So underneath the if statement, I will say scene.add, and as an argument, I will pass the doc._id, so the document ID. And let's say results.push, I will invoke it, open an object, and inside of here, let's say _id. This will be equal to document._id, and the title will be equal to document.title, and the body will be equal to document.body. So with that, we push this item, this document, into our results array. Underneath this push, let's create an if statement, and I will say if the results.length is bigger or equal to limit, then let's break everything. What does that mean? Well, this means if we have already a results length which is bigger than 5, for example, or equal to 5, then we won't continue with the for loop because we don't want more results than our limit. So if the limit is 5, I don't want to return 6 results. Let's now go underneath this helper function, push documents, and by the way, I will explain everything a bit later on one more time. And let's say constant title matches, and this will be equal to await ctx dot, let's get our db, and then dot query. I want to query against the posts table, and we also get an error for await, and that's because this function is not asynchronous. So I will add the async modifier, and let's continue. And since we want to search for something, instead of using the filter method, we will use the with search index method. I will invoke it. So for the key, this will be search title, since we will search against the title. And then let's create like our, you could say, filter or search function. So as a param, I will get q, and this will be an inline callback function. And let's say q.search, and as an argument, I will pass the title, and as a second argument, I will pass the arguments.term. Let's also use the take limit, and as an argument, I will pass the limit. At the end, let's say await push docs, and as an argument, I will pass the title matches array. And then we want to also search against the body, so let's create an if statement, and if the results.length is smaller than limit, so if we haven't gotten 5 documents back, then let's open this, and I will create a constant. This will be body matches, and this will be equal to await ctx.db query, and as an argument, I will pass the posts table because we want to query against the posts table. Let's use the with search index method. As an argument, I will pass the search body, and let's create an inline callback function. As a param, I will get this q, and then let's say q.search, and as an argument, I will pass the body, and the second argument will be our arguments.term. And there is one more thing missing, so let's say .take, and as an argument, I will pass the limit. So since we get our body matches, let's also update the array. So I will say await push documents, and as an argument, I will pass the body matches. At the end, underneath the if statement, but still in our normal handler, let's say return results. This currently throws an error, and that's because variable results implicitly has an any type. So I will create an interface at the top above the function. Let's say interface. I will call it search result, I guess types, why not? Let's open this. And what do we return? Well, we return an ID, title, and body. So the ID, this will be underscore ID, is of type string, the title is of type string, and the body is of type string. So I will copy the type, search result types, and then let's pass the type to the results array. So this will be of type array, and then I will create a generic, and inside of here, I will pass the search result types. And with that, the error is gone. But now you might say, hey Jan, I'm a little bit confused. What does this code do? Good question. So essentially, this code defines a query function in our convex backend, and this function performs a search, a full text search on the posts table, because we want to find blog articles. So let's get started with the arguments. We define 2 arguments, the term and then limit. The term is the search query, what the user types, and the limit is the maximum number of results we will return or we can return. If the user says 5, then we will only return 5 results. 5 posts. If it's 10, then 10, and so on. I think I don't have to explain that. Then let's look at the flow, because this flow is relatively interesting because we actually prioritize the title over the body. That's why I created this if statement at the bottom. If the results.length is smaller than the limit, only then we also do the body match. If the result is already bigger than 5, then we don't even try to find the specific query or term in our body. So that's why we have this if statement. We prioritize the title over the body. But let's look at the code in detail. So we get the limit from our arguments. I create the results array, and the results array will store all of our results. And this is of type search result types, because in this array we will have objects, let's say 5, and then each object will have an ID, title, and body. So pretty much the post, the result. And we also have this constant constant scene, and this guarantees, or it's there to track document IDs. Because if, for example, we already have a result in this constant title matches, then we don't want to again get this result inside of here and then put it into an array. What I mean by that is if we get the same result in title matches and body matches, then we won't display the result 2 times, but rather 1 time. So this is deduplication. It does not make any sense to show the result 2 times the exact same result. So that's why this constant scene is very important. So this push documents is a helper function, and it's there to add the item to the array. So we have a for loop. The for loop will map over the array, so over the documents that we get, for example, from our title matches. Then inside of here, we first of all have an if statement, and this ensures that if a post has been, for example, found in the title matches, that we don't add another post from our body matches. So this is the deduplication in action. And then we say scene.add because we now have seen this document, which means we don't want to duplicate it anymore. And then at the end, we add this document to the array, so to our results array. And then at the end we have an if statement, and if the results.length is bigger than or equal to the limit, we just break. In other words, we don't continue with the for loop because there's no reason to continue. If this is true, this means we have filled the limit and there's no more items that we can add, no more documents. So in summary, this is a tiered search implementation. We prioritize the title over the body, and we also ensure that we deduplicate everything. If the same item is found in the title matches and also in the body matches, then instead of passing or returning the result 2 times, we deduplicate everything and just return the result 1 time. And the limit is 5, so we won't, or I mean the limit right now is just number, but we will later on say that the limit is 5, and with that we will only return 5 results, 5 matches. So since we are finished with the server function, I will close all of this and let's create a new component. So I will go into the app or into the components folder, web folder, and let's create a new file called search input.tsx. So I will get started with an export function. This will be called search input. Let's open the function and I will create a return statement. So let's get started right away. I will create a div and give this div a class name. This will be relative, width full, and maximum width SM. In this div, let's render another div. I will give it a class name and this will be relative. In this div, I will render the search icon imported from Lucid React. Let's give the search icon a class name, and this will be absolute, so we will position it absolutely in this relative container. Then I will say left 2.5 and top 2.5, and 2.5 corresponds to 10 pixels. 10 pixels from the top and from the left. Let's also say size 4, so width 4 and height 4, and then text muted foreground so that this icon has a grayish color. Underneath the icon, but still in the div, let's get the input component from the components. I will give the input a type. The type will be search because we will use the input to search for blog posts. Then let's add a placeholder. I will say search posts ... and I will add a class name, so class name, and then this will be width full, padding left 8 to have some space for the icon, and BG background. So if we save this and go back, you won't see anything, and that's because this component is not rendered anywhere. So I will open the Navbar component because we will render this search input in the Navbar. So let's scroll a bit to the bottom, and I think we should render it at the top or as a first item in this div. So above this is loading check, I will create a div, and in the div I will get the search input component, which is self-closing. I will give the div a class name. On a mobile screen this will be hidden, we won't see the search input, but on empty or bigger this will be block, and then margin right 2. So if we save this and go back, you will see this beautiful input. I can also type something, and I also get this X icon, but currently nothing works. In other words, if I enter a query, we don't search for anything, but we will fix that. So let's go back to the search input, and what should we do now? Well, I think we should connect the input to our server function. In other words, I think it's time to call the server function. So as a first step, we have to keep the state in sync. What I mean by that is, if a user inputs input something, I want to have it in state. So I will create above the return statement a constant. Let's get array brackets, and this will be equal to useState. The initial value will be an empty string, and then the getter will be term, and the setter will be setTerm. Let's update the input. So I will control the input. The value will be equal to the term, and then let's use the onChange handler. And instead of creating the code inside of here, let's create a separate function. So I will say function handle input change, and let's open the function. In the params, I will get the event, and the event is of type React. So React is imported from React.change event, and then let's create a generic, and this will be HTML input element. So inside of here, let's say setTerm, and as an argument, I will say e.target.value, and I will save this, or I will copy the function name, and then onChange will be equal to handle input change. And also, since we want to render like a dropdown, let's create an open state. So I will say constant. For the getter, this will be open, and for the setter, this will be setOpen. This will be equal to useState, and the initial value will be false, because our search dropdown thingy won't be visible. Only once the user starts typing, we will show this dropdown view. So I will go back, and also in this function above or underneath setTerm, let's say setOpen, and this will be true because we will open our search input or the dropdown. So let's go underneath this div which wraps the icon and input, but I will stay in the main div, and let's create a ternary. So if open is true, and also I will use the logical and if the term.length is bigger than 2, so the user actually typed something, then let's use the logical and I will return this. And by the way, let's say bigger than or equal, so at least 2 characters. And inside of here, I will create a div, so div, and let's give the div a class name. This will be absolute, so we will position this div absolutely in our relative container, in the main container. I will say top full, margin top 2 to have some spacing to the top, rounded MD. Let's also say border to see a nice border, BG, which will be pop over, then text, which will be pop over foreground, shadow, which will be MD, outline, which will be none. I don't want to see any outline. Let's say animate in, then fade in will be 0. So with that, we update the opacity, and I'm missing a dash. And then let's also say zoom in 95. So the next step is to query our data. We want to fetch the data. So let's go above the function, but I will stay underneath these useState hooks, and let's say constant results, and this will be equal to useQuery, since we will fetch data on the client side, and I will invoke it. As you all know, there are two arguments that we have to pass. First of all, the server function reference, so API. This is imported from convex.posts.search_posts. And there is a second argument that we need to pass, which is the term, and then also the limit. But here's the thing, we want to query this data conditionally. What I mean by that is we should only fetch or query the data if the term length is bigger than 2 or equal to 2. I will add a comma, and let's say if the term .length is bigger than or equal to 2, then I will create a ternary, so a question mark, and let's create an object. So for the limit, this will be 5, and the term will be equal to the term. And if this is not true, let's create a colon, and I will say skip. So what does skip mean? Well, skip means that we won't query the data. We will just skip the query. Yes, I know, who would have thought? Groundbreaking stuff, right? So since we get the results, we can also use it down below. I will scroll a bit to the bottom. Let's go into the div that we created already. So as a first step, let's showcase a loading state. So we can do that by checking if results is equal to undefined. Because if it's equal to undefined, then this means that the data is currently being fetched. So if this is true, let's use a question mark. We will create a ternary, and I will return a div. In the div, I will return a loader2 icon imported from Lucid React, and then underneath the icon, but still in the div, let's say searching ... If this is not true, let's use a colon, and I will create another ternary. So if the results.length is equal to 0, then we will know that we did not get any result. So I will use again a question mark. Let's return a div, or you know what, let's return a p tag, and I will say no results found exclamation mark. And if this is not true, then this means that everything was successful and we got data. So let's use the colon again. I will open this, the parentheses, and let's return a div. This div will be the wrapper div, so let's give this a class name, and this will be padding y1. And in this div, I will map over the results array. So let's get the results dot map as a param. I will get the singular post, and then let's return this. Inside of here, let's use the link component imported from next/link, and as you see here, it instantly complains, and that's because the link component is missing in href, and the href will be a dynamic value. So let's use upticks, and then this will be /block/ the block ID, post ID. So dynamic value post._id. And there is another thing missing, or we get still an error, and that's because we are missing the key. And the key will be equal to post._id because the ID is a unique value. Then in the link, let's render the post title. So I will get a p tag, and then let's say post.title. So if I save this and go back, well, nothing really changed. We still have the same UI, but let's test it out. So I will say yo, and searching, yo, super cool blog article. And if I click on it, I should get redirected. Whoa, yeah, that's fancy, but the UI is ugly, let's be honest. Let's fix that. So I will go back and let's start with the link component. I will give it a class name. This will be flex column, padding x4 to have some spacing on the x-axis, then padding y2, text SM. On hover, this will be BG accent, so it will have a different color. And then on hover, the text will also be accent, but in this case foreground, so text accent foreground. And then cursor will be pointer. So if we go back, this already looks a bit better, but let's style the p tag. I will give it a class name, and this will be font medium, and then truncate. What that means is if the text overflows the container, instead of overflowing the container or breaking into a new line, we will see 3 dots at the end. So if I go back, you will see this title, and it does not overflow or anything like that. Let's also render the body. Let's give this p tag a class name. This will be text xs, text muted foreground, and I think that's it. Inside of here, I will get the post.body, but I don't want you render the full body, but rather only the first 50 or let's say maybe 60 characters. So let's say .2, or not 2, but .substring, and as an argument I will pass 0,60. With that we will get the first 60 characters. So I will go back. You know what? This looks kinda cool. Okay, maybe there's some padding missing, so I will give this p tag some padding top, which will be 1. So this looks good, but let's update our searching state. I will give the div a class name, and this will be flex items, which will be center, justify, which will be center, padding, which will be 4, then text, which will be SM, and text muted, which will be foreground. Let's update the icon, and this will have a class name, which will be margin right 2, then size 4, so width 4 and height 4, and let's say animate spin, so the icon will spin quite nicely. Let's test it out. I will go back and I will do a hard refresh. So this will be yo, and it looks beautiful, but this empty state still looks ugly. Let's also fix that. So I will give the p tag a class name, and this will be padding 4, then text SM, text muted, which will be foreground, so a grayish color, and let's also say text center. So if I save this and go back, oh, no results found. Yes, that's correct. So let's search for yo, and we get the result. So what other blog articles do we have right here? On-demand revalidation. So I will search for on-demand revalidation, and I get a few results. And you know what? Is the Z index correct? I guess no. Let's go back. So this is relative. Let's give this div a Z index, which will be 10. And if I go back, this now overflows the right way. So it should be above the blog article. So on-demand revalidation, hey, does this revalidate? And hey, this should revalidate. And if I click on the result, we should get redirected. By the way, once I click on a result, I want to also close this again. So let's go back. And I will update the link component. I will add an onClick handler, so not onCanPlay, but rather onClick. And inside of here, let's create an inline arrow function, and I will say set is open or set open. This will be false, and set term will be an empty string. So let's test it out one more time. I will click on on-demand revalidation. It closes instantly, and the term is also empty. So with that, this is finished. I will say damn, hello, or damn in general. We get the result, bam, and it will automatically again close, and the term will be empty again. So this works quite nicely. And with that, I think we are finished with global search, because users can search for anything, for any blog article. We instantly get the result, and we are able to redirect the user. Isn't that cool? I think it's super cool. But with that, we have a production-ready website. Everything is secure, everything is performant. We are finished with literally everything, and it's finally time to deploy this masterpiece. So to deploy our application, the first step is to create a brand new GitHub repository. So please head over to github.com/new and let's create a new repo. So I will call this repo Next.js 16 or not 17, 16-YT. As you see here, it's available. I won't add any description and I will make this public. So I will create the repo, and in a second we should get like a little quick start guide. So you could say that this is a quick start guide, but we won't follow it one to one. So let's for now go back. I will open the terminal. Let's stop the dev server and I will say git init. So this will reinitialize the existing Git repository, because when we created the project initially, Next.js, or you could say the CLI, already initialized a new Git repository, and now we reinitialized it. So the next step is to add everything. So to stage all changes, I will say git add dot, let's click on enter, and the next step is to create a commit message. So for the commit message, I will say finished. Wow, super in depth, right? I will click on enter, and the last step is to push all changes. Before we do that, let's copy a few commands from the quick start guide. So first of all, the branch, I will copy it and paste it inside of here. The next step is to add the remote origin. I will copy this, go back and paste it inside of here. And the last step is to push the code. So I will copy the command and paste it. So if we go back and if I do a hard refresh, you will see that we have all of the code, initial commit and also finished. Nice. So since all of the code is now stored in our remote repo in GitHub, we can also deploy the application. And there are a lot of deployment options out on the market. You can, for example, use Vercel, Cloudflare, Hostinger. I don't know, there are a lot of options, but in this video we will use Vercel, why not? So I'm now at vercel.com/new, and the first step is to import the Git repository. So I will click on import, so the project is called Next.js 16YT, the repo, so I will import the repo. So before you continue, please don't, yes you heard right, don't click on deploy, because we need to add environment variables and also build and output settings. So please go to Convex, click on Developers and then Documentation. In the sidebar, scroll to the bottom until you find the section called Production. In the Production section, click on Hosting and Deployment. And inside of here they say the easiest way to publish your full stack web app is to use a hosting provider like Vercel or Netlify. Both Vercel and Netlify integrate with Git to deploy code whenever a new version is pushed. To host your app, commit all files and push to your favorite Git hosting provider. We already did that. And the next step is to follow the appropriate guide below. So since we use Vercel, I will click on the Vercel guide and let's continue. So deploying to Vercel using the Vercel marketplace. So in this video, we won't use the Vercel marketplace. So let's scroll a bit to the bottom and let's go to the section called Connecting Your Convex Project to Vercel. So you can use a template, which they already created, or you can start from scratch. That's what we will do. So the first step is to create a Vercel account. please do that if you haven't already, but I think you all have one. The second step is to link your project on Vercel. We also already did that. And the third step is to override the build command. So override the build command to be npx convex deploy command npm run build. So I will copy this. Please do the same. We will go back to Vercel. Where even is Vercel? It's right here. Let's click on build and output settings. I will update the build command. So I will click on the selector and then paste what I just copied. So instead of next build, this will be this npx convex deploy command. So this is finished, but before we continue by deploying the application, we need to also add environment variables. So I will expand the section and let's go to the convex documentation. So step 4 is to set up the convex deploy key environment variable. Go to the project settings page in the convex dashboard, click the generate production deploy key button to generate a production deploy key, then click the copy button to copy the key. Okay, let's do that. So I will head over back to the dashboard. So this is the dashboard. And by the way, we have quite nice cache hits. But yeah, this looks all good. So please look at the navbar, click on this big green button, so our development environment. And what I want you to do is to click on project settings. Once you are in the project settings, please look at the sidebar on the left and click on production deploy keys. So currently we don't have any production deploy keys, so let's generate one. I will click on the button. For the name, this will be Vercel, and then let's save this. So this will generate a key. Please copy it, and I will go back. In other words, let's go back to Vercel. Where is Vercel? It's right here. I will paste it as in value. And what is the key name? Well, I will go back to the documentation, and the key is called convex deploy key. So I will paste it inside of here, and the next step is to paste also all of the other environment variables. So let's head over back to our editor and I will copy everything. Let's go back and then I will paste it inside of here. So you don't have to copy each environment variable individually. You can just copy everything and then paste it. So these environment variables will be updated later on because this, for example, is the development convex URL. This is also the development convex site URL. This is the incorrect site URL. So there are a few things that we will have to update once everything is deployed, but for now this is fine. So let's click on deploy, bam, and this should be successful. So this will take about a minute or so, maybe even 3 minutes, but yeah, it shouldn't be that long. So once everything is finished, I will come back. And we have an error. So for me it says it's successful, but you probably right now have an error. I don't have the error because I deployed this application a few times, and after you deploy it more than 2 times, the error is gone. But don't worry about it, just imagine that I would also have an error and it would scream at me right now, this screen. And also I get this warning, the production deployment of this project contains a vulnerable version of Next.js. Don't worry about it, your application or your deployment won't have this warning anymore. There was a little, you could say, problem with React, there was a little vulnerability, everything got fixed, don't worry. So once you start building your application, this error will go away, this warning. There was a vulnerability with React server components which got now fixed and everything is fine. But okay, what should we do as a first step? Well, let's first of all update the environment variables. Because if I click on settings and then scroll to the bottom and click on environment variables, we define the convex deploy key, which is fine, the convex deployment, the next public convex URL and so on. But for example, the convex deployment key is incorrect because this is the development environment, but we are now in the production environment. So please head over back to the dashboard, go to your project itself. So I will go to the convex dashboard, the main dashboard. I will click into this project and then in the navbar, please click on the super big green button and I want you to click on production because we will now switch into the production environment. So I already have a bit of data inside of here. That's because I deployed the application already a few times. Don't worry about it, everything will be empty for you, and also this could take a few seconds to fully load, and once everything is finished and loaded, please click click on settings, and then in the settings you will find the deployment URL and the HTTP actions URL. This is not needed, we just need the deployment URL, so I will copy it. I will go back, and you know what, we don't even need this convex deployment key, so I will just delete it. So convex deployment, I will click on the 3 dots and then remove, because this is not needed. Then let's update the next public convex URL. I will click on the 3 dots and then edit and paste what I just copied. Please make sure that the URL ends with .cloud. Let's save this. We will instantly get this pop-up. Let's dismiss everything, and then I will also update this site URL. So next public convex site URL, I will click on edit and then paste what I just copied. Please make sure that you replace the .cloud with .site. So this should end with .site. Let's save this, and before we redeploy the application, let's first of all go back to our code base, and what I want you to do is go back to the main page.tsx for the block. Please comment out this use cache code, cache live, and so on, and let's say await connection. So this will make everything dynamic. Because the problem was, or the error that you got, is that convex or that Next.js tried to fetch data, but the data was null. And that's because we have to first of all make everything dynamic for the first deployment, and after that you can change it again to be cached, and everything will work after that. So let's save this, and of course we want to also commit everything. So I will open my terminal, and inside of here I will say git add everything with a dot, git commit -m small fix, and I will say git push. So this will automatically rebuild the application. So if I click on deployments, then you will see that this is now building, and that's because Vercel is quite smart. It listens for changes, and whenever it sees that there is a new change, it automatically rebuilds the application, and this will now use the new environment variables and also this new code. And with that, everything should work. And by the way, then you can also view the build logs. So it's building everything, or in other words, it already finished building everything. And we also get the same table again. So the index page is static, the not found route is static, this API route is dynamic, our block route is partially pre-rendered. The header, and with that also the navbar, both of them are pre-rendered as static content, but then the block section is dynamically rendered. And the block ID or the post ID route is also partially pre-rendered. That's because the suspense boundary, the fallback is pre-rendered, but the content itself is dynamically streamed into view. And I think everything was successful. So if I go back, yes, we are ready, or the deployment is ready, and we can open it. Wow, this looks beautiful. So I can click on block and we instantly got redirected. So before we do anything, let's copy the URL. I will go back, click on settings, environment variables, and let's update the site URL, because the site URL is currently localhost 3000, which is incorrect. So I will delete it and paste the production URL and delete the slash at the end. Once that's done, let's save this. And before we redeploy the application manually, let's go back to our editor, and I will again reinstate our use cache directive and then cache live and cache tag, because as mentioned, we want to cache this section. If you want to, you can leave it dynamic to show the fallback. Should we do that? No, let's leave it as is, and I will again commit everything. So git add everything with a dot, then git commit -m. For the message, this will be added use cache. Let's click on enter and then git push. So this will rebuild the application with the new environment variable and also with our new code. This will again take about a minute or so, and let's also head over back to Convex, because we need to update the environment variables. If you switch back into the development environment, so development, and then click on settings, then you will find a section called environment variables. And we have two environment variables, the better of secret and the site URL. The site URL is localhost 3000, and the better of secret, well, it's a better off secret. And we have to do the same thing for our production production environment. So I will copy all. Let's switch back into the production environment. I will click on settings, environment variables. Let's click on add, and then I will paste what I just copied. So the better off secret and the site URL. It makes a lot of sense to generate a new secret. So let's go to the better off documentation. I will click on docs. I will click on installation. Let's scroll a bit to the bottom, and then you will find the section called secret key. Let's generate one, and I will copy this newly generated key and then paste it inside of here. So we will replace the old key with a new one. And for the site URL, instead of this being localhost 3000, this will be our real production URL. So I will again copy it. Bam, let's go back inside of here. I will paste it, and please delete the slash at the end, and I will save everything. And with that, everything should work. Let's test it out. So this is the production website. It got redeployed. So let's click on sign up because our data is now empty. What I mean by that is if you go back to the production environment and then click on data. So if you go to the Convex dashboard, then select the production environment, then you will see that we don't have any data. Comments, the table is empty. Posts is empty. And also our auth, so the better auth tables, they are all empty. And that's because we are in a new environment with a new database. So I will just go back and I will sign up. So my name is Jan Marshall. I will add my email. Please don't write me any emails. And then I will add my password. So I will click on sign up. We have a beautiful pending state and we are signed in. Account created successfully. So let's create a blog article. For the title, this will be, hey, this is a small test. For the content, I will add some gibberish, or maybe I will say, hey, this is a super in-depth blog article about Convex and Next.js. I will select an image, this one, why not, the crying Peter Parker meme, and I will create a post. It's loading, we should get redirected. And where is our image? So I created another blog article because at first I thought I just forgot something, but no, we don't see the actual image, which is super weird. So I will open the inspector, the elements, and let's investigate. So the image, oh, we have a source set, okay, and even a source. Okay, why did this not work? Let's go to Convex files. I get both files and they are the correct ones. So I can copy the ID or I can download it. Yeah, this is the right image. This is what I uploaded. But why don't I see these images? Well, what did we use? We used the image component. Didn't the image component optimize images? Yes. And what did we do to allow Next.js to do that? We whitelisted certain domains. So if you go to the next.config file, we added remote patterns. And this is some sort of, no, not some sort of, but this is the development URL, but we are in the production environment. So what I will do is go back to Convex. Let's click on settings, then URL and deploy key. I will copy the URL, this .cloud URL, and then I will replace this development URL with my production URL. So please make sure that you delete this https:// because we only need the host name. So for me, this will be grateful mosquito699.convex.cloud, and with that, everything should work. So I will again create a new commit. So this will be git add everything with a dot, git commit -m. I will say added image or added URL, and then I will say git push. By the way, don't worry about this error in the second Convex terminal. That was because at the start when we wrote everything, there were a few things missing. But then once I saved everything, Convex compiled successfully and everything was successful. Yes, the error is quite big, but this is not a real error. Or at least it is a real error, but we already fixed everything. So with that, Vercel should automatically rebuild the application, and yes, it's built. This will again take about a minute or so, and once finished, I will come back. So it seems like everything was successful, and let's test it out. So I will open the URL, click on blog, and we get the two images. Yes, and if I click on read more, we should also see the image. And yes, by the way, this looks so ugly. Oh my god, what did I do? But we see the image, that's a good thing. I get the title, of course, presence also works. So Jan Marshall is online right now. We get the date, the little description. I can create a comment. Hello, how are you? And if I click on comment, we get a pending state and I instantly see the comment. Let's see if this is real time, right? So I will open a new Safari tab and let's go to not localhost 3000, but rather to this production URL. I will instantly get redirected because I'm not authenticated. So what I will do is sign up. So here I will be called John Fisher. I will sign up. I will get redirected. If I click on blog, I will see my beautiful 2 blog articles. And if I click on read more, I will get the image, presence loads. So Jan Marshall was just seen and John Fisher is online now. And I will make this a bit smaller. Let's get the Chrome view. I will also make this a bit smaller. So this will be on the left half. This will be on the right half. And let's create a comment. So again, on this account or on the left side, I'm called Jan Marshall. And on the right side, I'm signed in with an account called John Fisher, or my name is John Fisher in the account. So I will say, hey, is this real time? Question mark, comment, and I see it on the right side and left side. And here I will say, yes, this is real time, exclamation mark, comment. I see it on the left side and right side. Isn't that cool? Everything is real time and I instantly see the updates both on the right side and left side, and the amount of comments also updates. 4 comments, 4 comments. If I add a message, this will update to 5 comments and also on the right side. So comment, and now it says 5 comments, 5 comments, and on the right or on the top our presence indicator also works online, 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 online. And let's test out our search. So I will say hey and I instantly get the result. Hey, this is a small test. And if I click on it, I will get redirected to the correct blog article. And the second account is now offline because I closed the Safari browser. I quit it pretty much. Yes, I quit. No, I'm joking. But in general, everything looks good. Everything is mobile responsive. Real-time functionality works. Users can sign in, sign up, log out, and we get all of our data, and everything is reactive, and we implemented, we used best practices. Inside of here, we implemented server components, client components. We, of course, implemented cache components, which is, again, something quite new. A lot of people don't even know what they are and how they work, but you actually implemented them and made the website with that 10 times faster. So in general, this is a very good application. Yes, it's simple. It's just a blog application, but it's powerful. Of course, everything is super fast because if I click on home, the navigation is instant. If I click on blog, the navigation is instant. If I click on create, the navigation is instant. If I click on read more, the navigation is instant. And all of that, or the reason why this is so fast, is because we use cache components. If you wouldn't use cache components, the navigation wouldn't be as quick because you wouldn't pre-render the data. But since we pre-render the data, Next.js already has the data. It does not have to generate anything at runtime, and therefore the user experience is 10 times better. And if you want to learn more about cache components, please head over to my YouTube channel, the best channel in the world, as you already know. Then you will find this video where I explained how cache components work. So this new Next.js feature is a game changer, and it really is. So check it out. It's also a quite big video. And with all of that out of the way, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you, Convex, for making this huge video possible. It's too long, but hey, I hope you guys could learn a lot because we covered everything there is to Next.js. And yeah, see you in the next one. Over and out. Bye bye.